Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, the last day of the month of August, August 31st, 2021. Taking a Live Now look in Kabul, Afghanistan. The U.S. war in Afghanistan is finally over, leaving many to wonder what's next. Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke has the latest on why more than 100 Americans still remain in Afghanistan following the last soldier's departure, and how the State Department sees itself interacting with the Taliban in the future.
U.S. military flights have ended, and our troops have departed Afghanistan.
After 20 years, the longest war in American history is finally over, with the U.S. completing its military withdrawal from Afghanistan on Monday.
More than 123,000 people have been safely flown out of Afghanistan. That includes about 6,000 American citizens. This has been a massive military, diplomatic, and humanitarian undertaking.
This image showing Major General Chris Donahue becoming the last American soldier to leave Kabul International Airport. But according to the State Department, roughly 200 Americans still remain in Afghanistan.
There are longtime residents of Afghanistan who have American passports and who were trying to determine whether or not they wanted to leave. Many are dual citizen Americans.
Meanwhile, the final departure of U.S. troops is being met with celebration in Kabul, with weapon explosions lighting up the night sky. Going forward, the Biden administration says any interactions with the Taliban will only be regarding U.S. national interests.
The Taliban seeks international legitimacy and support. Our message is any legitimacy and any support will have to be earned.
The war in Afghanistan has resulted in almost 2,500 Americans killed in action, and the total cost of this 20-year war was around $2.3 trillion. In Washington, I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from our Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for choosing to start your day with us right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you all out right now to Gulfport, Mississippi. You can still see some lightning in the area there as the remnants of Ida continue impacting the area. She was a hurricane, then she was a tropical storm, now she is a depression, but she is continuing to bring rainfall across parts of the southeast, and she will be making her way northeast a little bit later this week. We will be speaking with Fox 5 DC about that in just a bit. In terms of Afghanistan, though, everybody, President Joe Biden is going to be addressing the nation today after America's longest war has officially ended as the final U.S. troops left Afghanistan. Going to continue on with your morning brief, top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Let's get the latest here on Ida. For many folks in Louisiana, Ida triggered painful emotions. The Category 4 storm slamming the Pelican State the same day Hurricane Katrina infamously did 16 years ago, when it claimed roughly 1,800 lives. So far, at least 2 have died during Ida, but officials say the number could go up as rescue crews continue searching through the floodwaters. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in New Orleans with the latest on those recovery efforts.
Weather experts say Ida is tied as the 5th strongest storm to ever strike the U.S., and the damage left behind is proof of its might.
Officials across Louisiana are focusing on 2 main concerns in the wake of Hurricane Ida: rescues and recovery.
No one will be left out. No one has been left out.
Thousands of first responders continue scouring neighborhoods for anyone trapped inside their homes or on top of roofs due to rising water levels.
The ceiling in every room caved in, and it was unbelievable. 4 feet of water just came rushing in.
Ida first made landfall south of New Orleans Sunday as a Category 4 hurricane. Wind speeds up to 150 miles per hour, combining with heavy rain to decimate buildings, cause immense flooding, and snap power lines like toothpicks, leaving more than 1 million people in Louisiana and Mississippi without power as of Monday. But officials say power outages could last for weeks.
Ida packed a very powerful punch. She came in and did everything that was advertised.
Meanwhile, Ida also leaving parts of Mississippi underwater. The storm downgrading Monday, but not before torrential downpours overwhelmed waterways.
Forecasters predict Ida will continue moving north, bringing rain to parts of Tennessee, West Virginia, and New York in the coming days. In New Orleans, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Take a look at this, everybody. Widespread damage from Hurricane Ida was reported across the New Orleans metro area yesterday. Evacuated Louisiana residents were instructed to stay away while emergency crews dealt with debris amid new flash flood and tornado warnings. This footage, filmed by Mike's weather page, shows extensive debris across Kenner and LaPlace. Downed power lines are seen in both communities, while drone footage shows fire damage in Kenner and flooding in LaPlace. According to officials, more than a dozen fires were reported throughout the city of Kenner. That's according to local media. The U.S. Coast Guard and local emergency responders continue to assess damage and provide medical services across impacted regions on yesterday. So no doubt the cleanup, recovery efforts, rescue efforts going to continue for quite some time.
Cut you. Your door seems to be shut, huh? Has anybody went up there to check?
No, we can't get up there.
Meanwhile, everybody, homes and businesses were left flooded and damaged in LaPlace, Louisiana on August 30th after Hurricane Ida tore through. Video posted on the night of August 29th shows the damage Ida inflicted on a LaPlace home. The uploader said, quote, "This is our backyard. The upstairs part of the building is pretty much ruined. The doors on both sides came off the hinges. It looks like a tornado literally hit the living room." The LaPlace resident posted a second clip the following morning showing the aftermath of the storm. The uploader showed the outside of her home and commented, "Just got internet back, still no water or cell service, and still running on a generator. Been cleaning since 8 a.m. So this video there, courtesy of @Holly_R_L via Storyful. A Great Dane named Magnolia May was one of a few residents of Covington, Louisiana, to enjoy the floodwater in her neighborhood. This was yesterday as she lapped at the aftermath of Storm Ida. This video uploaded to Storyful by @Maggie May the Great Dane.
There you go. There you go. Good job, man.
Take a look at this, everybody. Fire crews helped rescue a pony from beneath fallen debris in Covington, Louisiana after Tropical Depression Ida wreaked havoc across the region. This footage uploaded by the St. Tammany Fire District shows a rescue worker guiding the trapped animal from beneath a corrugated iron sheet. This was uploaded to Storyful by St. Tammany Fire District. Just wanted to bring you the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to show you right now, everybody, this is X-Rad radar. Again, what was Hurricane Ida, then became Tropical Storm Ida, now Depression Ida. A little bit difficult to track right now on X-Rad radar, but here's a live now look. You do see that flood watch in place, that bright green goes all the way northeast. So you still see Louisiana being impacted, Mississippi, Alabama, portions of the Florida Panhandle, but then she's going to be heading northeast there. So portions are preparing. I'm talking about Virginia. We're talking Philadelphia area, New Jersey, all the way up to New York, expecting some rainfall a little bit later this week. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue on with your morning brief, top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Go to some coronavirus top stories next. Brian Yennis is here to get us all up to speed with the newest surge and the vaccine latest.
The new COVID surge is accelerating and the numbers are telling the story. The daily average, more than 156,000 cases in the U.S. as health officials scramble to contain the spread. New restrictions are now going into effect. Here in New York City, most outdoor festivals have been canceled or scaled back, including the West Indian Day Parade, which draws more than 3 million people to the city every year.
This is a decision these organizations made. I commend them for it, but they made the decision this was what was safe and healthy for their communities.
Hospitalizations are also increasing. The daily average now over 100,000 for the first time since January. Hospitals in many rural communities are now pleading for help, saying they've become overwhelmed with COVID patients. But on Monday, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell closed the door on more federal funding for healthcare providers.
We've been spending an enormous amount of money, including a $1.9 trillion so-called rescue package earlier this year. Money's not the problem.
And as more schools reopen, vaccination rates are ticking up among young people, with parents finding creative ways to get shots in arms, including holding so-called vax parties where groups of kids can roll up their sleeves together.
I told my daughter, you need to get the vaccination. I'm like, you're not going to be able to go anywhere or do anything unless you have a vaccination.
We're currently averaging about 890,000 vaccine shots per day in the U.S., down slightly from last week. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Taking a live now look this morning, everyone. Los Angeles, California. This is LAX, Los Angeles International Airport. You see the columns there lit up in red, white, and blue this Tuesday morning. 6:10 here on the East Coast, which means it's 3:10 in the morning on the West Coast. Some would call it really late. Others would call it really early. Regardless, we are very happy and grateful that you are here watching Live Now from Fox. All right, we are going to stay out on the West Coast, everybody. Take you out to Oregon next here on Live Now from Fox. And that is because with COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths climbing across Oregon, some smaller communities are running out of room, not just in hospitals, but in funeral homes. 2 counties are now asking for help from the state to store bodies. Fox's Bridget Chavez has more. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm here in Orlando, Florida, and we are in your morning brief.
Tillamook and Josephine counties are the ones who requested these refrigeration trucks. Tillamook County says they already have theirs. They expect to hook it up and start using it this week, while Josephine County says they expect theirs to arrive later on this week.
Not only are hospitals in Oregon reaching their limit with COVID-19 patients, but now smaller counties seeing COVID-19 deaths spike don't have enough space to store the bodies.
We only have one funeral home, and the death rates have exceeded the capacity of the local funeral home, who requested to see if I could get a refrigerator truck to help with the overflow that they're experiencing right now.
Gordon McCraw is the emergency management director for Tillamook County. He tells me things there are getting worse, and the funeral home there can only handle 9 bodies at a time. The truck they have now is from Klamath County, and Gordon says they'll start using it this week.
There were 8 deaths in August. Prior to August, we only had 5 from the beginning of this thing.
In Josephine County, emergency manager Emily Ring tells me they're not in crisis mode yet, but they've also made the request for a truck to store bodies.
Mass fatality events can happen quite quickly and can kind of cause a cascade of domino effects within small rural communities like ours. So it's always good to be able to reach out and have some resources in play. We're not at that point yet, but like I said, the reasons for concern are becoming more evident.
Ring says they're still working on a final agreement, but expect the truck to get there later this week. McCraw says Tillamook is now seeing a test positivity rate for COVID-19 of more than 20%. That means for every 100 people tested, at least 20 are positive. He's urging people, if they haven't already, to get vaccinated.
If you're on the fence right now whether you should get the shot or not, now's a good time to get it. And if you thought we cried wolf before, the friend of mine's put it the best. He said the wolf's knocking on your door.
And to put this more in context of what's happening in Tillamook County, McCraw says last month in July, they had 81 total cases of COVID-19. This month in August, so far, they're at 699. His plea again, if you have not gotten vaccinated, do so immediately. In Northwest Portland, Bridget Chavez, Fox 12 Oregon.
Good morning to everybody in North Texas. We are taking a live now look at Dallas this morning. Not sure which freeway interchange that is, but there are plenty of cars and trucks on the roadways already this morning. Well, more evacuation orders go into effect in California as the Caldor fire nears a major resort town. Thousands of people have been asked to leave their homes since the flames erupted 2 weeks ago. Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse has more.
The Caldor fire inches closer to mountain towns near Lake Tahoe, prompting evacuations.
Stay informed, have a plan, be prepared, and stay safe.
Fire managers say protecting the area remains their top priority, but not easy. Since breaking out about 2 weeks ago, the Caldor fire burned more than 276 square miles and destroyed hundreds of structures. But it threatens at least 18,000 more as it closes in on the famous resort.
We all are just so tired, you know. We just want to be home, just like everyone else.
Firefighters face treacherous conditions as spot fires continue to breach containment lines. This week they'll face strong wind gusts and extreme heat. The weather prompting a red flag warning across the northern Sierras through Tuesday.
Coming into this red flag warning is definitely concerning for us. We have a lot of resources in place to mitigate the problem, but we're making sure everybody's safe right now. That's our focus.
Caldor is one of a dozen large fires burning in California. More than 1.6 million acres have burned here this year alone, prompting fears of another record-breaking season.
Definitely the worst it's been. Every year there's usually a fire, but it's a real small one.
Right now, the Caldor fire is spreading rapidly, and Cal Fire ordered 10 new communities Monday morning to evacuate, bringing to some 30,000 ordered to leave their homes. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
William, thank you so much for that update. We're taking a live now look, everybody, at the skyline. New York, Manhattan, the Big Apple. You can see the Empire State Building there, standing tall and proud right in the middle of the screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is the iconic Chrysler Building as well. Welcome to Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is Tuesday, the last day of the month of August in 2021. We're certainly very happy that you are here. Don't forget, we are on social media. All you have to do is search Live Now from Fox on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Please join us. Reach out to us. We would love to hear from you. You can also find all the different ways you can watch us by going to livenowfox.com. Again, it is livenowfox.com. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Putting a pause on buying into the American dream. According to a new report from the National Association of Realtors, pending home sales unexpectedly dropped nearly 2% last month. Lack of supply, along with high asking prices, keeping potential buyers away, at least right now. And drivers could be seeing another spike at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded gas rising slightly over the weekend to $3.15 a gallon. But all that could change after damages assessed from the oil rigs in the Gulf after Hurricane Ida. Speaking of oil, prices not under too much pressure so far, a barrel rising to $69.21 on Monday as energy companies continue to assess the damage from Ida. But oftentimes it takes a few days for any kind of price spike to work its way through the system, so we'll see. To Wall Street and a mixed Monday for your money, the Dow finishing lower, the NASDAQ and S&P 500 closing at new all-time highs. That's business. I'm Alicia Acuna.
Alicia, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias, joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. We've got a jam-packed morning ready to go for you here. We're going to be doing live interviews with stations from across the country. Our first here in about 25 minutes, Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick talking about how Virginia residents are bracing for Ida rain. Again, that's about 25 minutes away here on Live Now from Fox. But next, we get to talk about one of my favorite shows here on Live Now from Fox. It's a Chef's Table Team Challenge this week on Fox's MasterChef. And several legends join in this time to help those home cooks in the competition. Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin with a preview.
This is the season of legends.
MasterChef Wednesday serves up 2 hours full of legends, judging home cooks split into teams, competing for a spot in the semifinals.
They were very stressed. They were very passionate about what they were doing.
It's a different perspective being in that kitchen.
It was 2 rooms separated, like with a pretty thick partition. So we're enjoying ourselves on one hand, just having wine and chatting, and then you occasionally hear some yelling on the other side. But when I watched the episode, I was like, wow, this is really intense.
And it was fun dining offset too.
We went out to dinner afterwards. It was fun.
Why is there a clock under here?
Val and Jonathan and Sherry.
These experts look for key aspects in a dish.
If things are seasoned right.
Execution and something that's well seasoned.
Taste and flavor. You know, it can look as pretty as you want it to, but if it doesn't taste good, if it's not balanced, if they put some superfluous ingredient in the dish, it doesn't make a difference or matter, then it's not worth it.
What is a good piece of advice that you would give them no matter how far they get in the competition?
I always say, make it a continuous learning process, and you can learn from dining out, you can learn from watching the shows, from reading cookbooks, just build on and always write down, take notes.
And they enjoy encouraging home cooks as they start their careers.
Cooking obviously can be a frustrating thing whenever you crash and burn or make something that's no good, but it's important to just get up and try again.
It's a mystery box with a twist.
In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Taking a Live Now look, everybody, at Kabul, Afghanistan this morning on Live Now from Fox. The U.S. war in Afghanistan is finally over. Many are wondering what is next and want to know more about the people left behind. We are hearing that President Joe Biden will meet with the Vice President with their national security team to receive intelligence, security, and diplomatic updates on the evolving situation in Afghanistan early this morning. And then later on this afternoon, 1:30 p.m. Eastern time from the State Dining Room, we are going to be hearing from President Joe Biden himself, delivering remarks on ending the war in Afghanistan. But for right now, we want to take you to a segment from our very own Andrew Crafts at the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. He actually spoke with a family that is still in Afghanistan.
There have been numerous stories of the evacuation efforts and how they are connected to communities across the country, one of which is a school district in California in which several families and students of the Cajon Valley Union School District were stranded. A majority of them have made it now out of Afghanistan, but still others remain. We're being joined right now by Dr. David Miyashiro. He is the superintendent of Cajon County Unified School District in California. Doctor, so good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Can you update us on the situation of those families?
This morning, I visited 8 students who have made it home from Afghanistan. Actually, in their classrooms today, it was joyful. And we also visited with their parents, who are extremely grateful. But we have 3 families that are still en route back to Cajon Valley. And at the time, we were excited because we're making such good progress this morning. We have 2 families that were left still trying to be extracted in one that was at the airport. And I don't think, based on what we learned this afternoon, that they made it out. They were left behind.
And we were just listening into the Pentagon briefing from earlier. We've heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken earlier as well that some 200 to possibly 100 Americans still remain. They don't have a precise number, and that very well includes these remaining members of your community, of your school community there. How are you doing right now? Are you hopeful? Because right now we know that the last soldiers have left Afghanistan. Are you worried?
Congressman Issa, who's been helping with his tactical team there, has some alternative strategies that we hope to learn about tomorrow. But the reality is that we had eyes on our 24 students because our family and community liaisons kept in touch with them through social media. The truth is there are probably closer to 1,000 U.S. children that are either American citizens or children of FIVs that are still there. Additionally, what the parents that we brought home today said that there are about 25,000 plus American citizens and SIVs that are invisible to everybody else, the invisible Americans whose passports and whose paperwork has been destroyed by the U.S. Embassy. So we've left, I think, 20,000 plus behind based on our estimates from people that were there on the ground, and people that are here trying to help them come home.
Now, that number is dramatically different from the official numbers we have been getting. We also know that a lot of the efforts to get Americans out have been centered around the capital city of Kabul. So that question remains, other places in the country, are there Afghan allies or U.S. citizens still in those holdouts, in those cities that the Taliban took over? Can you kind of, recount for us what their ordeal was, how they got out? Was it safe? Was it fraught with danger? Can you just kind of maybe anecdotally, what did they say about their passage out of the country?
Yeah, one of the 8th grade students I spoke to today, when I asked him, how are you? How did you make it home? Was it okay? His eyes showed just anxiety, and he said it was chaos. And his father said the same thing. The reason why it was such a concerted effort was because these are our former U.S. operatives that assisted as allies. So they're not safe to be out on the streets. They were extracted from their home by careful operations coordinated by our employees from family and community engagement, and then Congressman Issa's team on the ground there in Afghanistan and also at Washington, D.C. It was a very, very intense and dangerous process to get home.
And just let's go back a little bit, Dr. Miyashiro. Why were these families and students in Afghanistan in the first place? Had they been there for a while? We know we're just coming off the summer months and people are getting back to school, but why were they there in the first place?
Yeah, I think all of them were there to see their grandparents. So when an Afghanistan person serves the U.S. military or the U.S. embassy and they get a special immigration visa to come here, they can only bring their children and their spouse. So if they wanted to have their children see their grandparents, and especially after the COVID long travel ban, of course you'd want to have your children see their grandparents. That's why they were there.
And can we kind of talk about what the school district is providing as far as support services to what has no doubt been a pretty traumatic experience for, mind you, like very, very young kids?
Yeah, our first ask was of the teachers to create a welcoming environment and to make it a non-event so that we can start having some normalcy for the kids. And we watched them, all 8 students today. They look happy as a clam to be back where they were, solving very complex math problems in a couple of circumstances. And our counseling team, we have a world of support around them, not just for the children, but also for their families. And we've been in contact with them all day today. We hope to have 3 more families home soon. And next steps are phase 2. What about our 2 families that have children that are still there, and the 20,000 plus invisible Americans that we left behind?
Can we kind of just go into a little bit also just your efforts with Congressman Issa's office? How responsive have they been? Are you getting constant updates, from the congressman in his office?
We've spoken daily, and we were in contact with his ops command 24/7 for the first 72 hours trying to relay enough intel so that his team on the ground could find and extract our families that were there. And we couldn't be more grateful to Congressman Issa and all the U.S. military and operatives there helping to try to bring Americans home.
All right, and we will leave it at that. We heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken today. Now that the military mission has drawn down, it has now moved into a diplomatic mission. So please update us here at Live Now if you do have any more news on the families from your school district that are still there in Afghanistan. We thank you for coming on the program. There have been numerous stories of
Big thanks to Andrew Kraft for that update there from the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. All right, everybody, I do have a news alert to bring you this morning here on Live Now from Fox. I'm being told this is in George County, Mississippi. Some unfortunate news that we have heard. Again, we're taking a Live Now look at the scene, but I do have some video from earlier that I'm going to show you here on Live Now from Fox. A highway collapse in Mississippi takes out a section of road with cars on it, killing at least 2 people. This all unfolded last night. I'm going to show you the video here on Live Now from Fox. The road collapse happened near Loosedale on Highway 26 in George County. Mississippi Highway Patrol say 2 lanes of the road collapsed, opening up a chasm below in between sections of the highway. 7 vehicles fell into the opened up hole. At least 10 others are injured, 3 of them critically. The collapse happened in the wake of Ida's tropical storm churned through the southeast, following landfall Sunday as a Category 4 hurricane. So unfortunately, that is what we are hearing there. 2 dead after a highway collapse in Mississippi. We do have live crews there on the scene, and you are likely going to see in just moments here as the sun begins to rise exactly how that scene looks this morning. But again, some unfortunate news alerts, updates to bring you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. Again, we have learned that 2 people have died and at least 10 people are injured after a highway collapse in Mississippi as a result of the aftermath of what was Hurricane Ida, then Tropical Storm Ida, now Depression Ida. Coming up next here on the show, everybody, we are going to see a segment from Fox 26 Houston. They spoke with Cajun Navy President about the rescue efforts underway after Hurricane Ida tore through Louisiana.
Was downgraded this morning to a tropical storm, but it is continuing to cause damage in Louisiana even at this hour.
So Todd Terrell, president of the United Cajun Navy, thank you for taking the time to meet with us, because I know you guys have a lot of calls here. I'm seeing reports of hundreds of thousands of calls to you. What do you expect to see when you head out this morning, and can you get to the people who need you so desperately?
Well, right now we've kind of split this thing up into a couple pieces of a pie because it's such a big animal that we're dealing with. We have guys that are cutting their way into Houma, Louisiana right now. They started about 1 o'clock this morning, and they've gone about 6 miles as of about 30 minutes ago. They've got skid steers, tractors, chainsaws. They're just moving the poles out the way. There's a lot of people down below Houma, Louisiana that are in desperate shape. So we have a couple of semi-loads of supplies that we're bringing in as well. Getting out this morning, there's just trees down everywhere. This is a massive storm. It was pretty widespread throughout South Louisiana.
The folks that you're helping, are these folks who just wanted to hunker down and they did not want to leave their property? And what are you doing to help them?
Well, we've prepared for this. We've been around for a while. A couple of issues. This year we have COVID that we're having to deal with. You're kind of on the back burner. Right now, LaPlace, Louisiana, there's a lot of flooding going on. It's a pretty desperate plea throughout the night. And for the first time that we've ever dealt with rescuing people, we actually had to tell people just to hunker down. The weather was the winds were too high. Right now, this morning, LaPlace is probably one of the worst areas that's in Louisiana.
You know what? We also know that so many people are
houses demolished. We're trying to split this, and we're trying to split this thing into just getting supplies in right now and kind of stabilizing people because we really don't have any place to bring them.
And I'm sorry, we were kind of in and out there. I didn't mean to cut you off. But with the power outages, 911 having a hard time and cell service out, do you think that you'll be able to reach the people who actually need you, or are there people out there you don't even know yet how many people need help?
Oh, yeah, we're reaching them pretty good. Even our AT&T FirstNet phones were down. Our SAT phones were down this morning, which I don't even know how that happened. But we're reaching as many as we can. This is just a desperate attempt right now to try to rescue as many as we can, before they get hungry. And it's just a bad thing right now. I don't even know how to begin to explain it to you right now.
If people want to support you, if they want to donate, if they want to do whatever they can to help you out, how do they go about doing that? How can they?
Well, right now, we need volunteers. Of course, we always need donations. If you go to our Facebook page, United Cajun Navy, there's a donate button there. You can go to our website, unitedcajunnavy.com, and you can sign up to volunteer, request assistance, or donate there. We need volunteers. This is just an all hands on deck. This is going to be a long, long recovery for the state. But right now, we're just trying to stabilize people.
Okay, so people can go to unitedcajunnavy.com and find ways to help you. And thank you so much for what you do, you and your team. You're always there through thick and thin. When people say they need you the most, you're always there. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Todd Terrell, President.
Big thanks to Fox 26 Houston for that segment there. We're taking a live now look, everybody. This is Port Canaveral, Florida, this Tuesday morning. I figured I could bring a little bit of beautification into your life for sure. The sun is rising out here on the East Coast, and it will be stunning when it fully makes its appearance here in just a few moments. A little bit behind schedule due to all the clouds in the area. All right, everyone, we are staying on top of all the top stories right here for you on Live Now from Fox. From Port Canaveral, Florida, out to Kabul, Afghanistan, live this morning. And that's because Fox's Doug Luzader has the very latest about the U.S. complete withdrawal from Afghanistan. Let's listen in.
We expect President Biden to say that he was following the recommendations of his top military advisors. He stuck with his timeline for U.S. troop withdrawal in Afghanistan, despite criticism from both sides of the aisle. Celebrations break out in Afghanistan as word spread that the Americans had left. There was celebratory gunfire, too, and it didn't take long for Taliban fighters to take over Kabul's airport, the last scrap of land that had been controlled by U.S. forces. Just hours earlier, though, it was this searing image that may forever capture the moment. The final U.S. soldier to leave Afghanistan, Major General Chris Donahue, under cover of night, approaching the last plane out.
There's a lot of heartbreak associated with this departure. We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out.
The timeline held, but the mission fell short. Some Americans and many Afghans loyal to the U.S. cause are now stranded in Afghanistan, facing an uncertain and potentially dangerous future under the Taliban. It is a stark contrast to a commitment made less than 2 weeks ago by the president.
If there's American citizens left, we're going to stay till we get them all out.
We believe there are still a small number of Americans, under 200 and likely closer to 100, who remain in Afghanistan and want to leave.
But the administration isn't sure about that number, and we are now relying on promises from the Taliban to allow those who want to leave to get out. And the State Department is promising to provide support for stranded Americans and Afghans, but their options now may be quite limited. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that update here on Live Now from Fox. Again, everybody, this is another live look at Kabul, Afghanistan. We are approaching 7 o'clock here in about 20 minutes on Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Taking a live now look this Tuesday morning, everybody, at X-RAD radar. It was Hurricane Ida, then Tropical Storm Ida, now Depression Ida. Regardless, she is expected to continue to make her way up to the northeast and will be impacting the DMV region here in just days. So currently joining us is Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick. She is in Virginia to talk about how they are preparing for some Ida rainfall. Good morning, Melanie.
Hey, good morning. It looks like a beautiful morning here. This is the bottom of Old Town Alexandria. We're just across the Potomac River from National Harbor and also the downtown Washington, D.C. area. This is an area that is definitely prone to flooding. This part of the lower part of Old Town built below sea level. They've started some flood mitigation efforts, but this is the kind of thing that happens over and over again whenever we get those large tropical storms. Parts of the bottom area area of Old Town, occasionally all the way up this. Now, if you turn, you can see this is King Street. Occasionally that flooding has gone all the way several blocks up King Street. And so one of the things they're doing here that they tend to do almost on a regular basis now is the city is handing out sandbags this morning to city residents and property owners. They are also making sure that their crews are out today, clearing those storm drains, cleaning up debris. We know the local power company has been, in advance of this storm, trying to trim some of those weak limbs, those sorts of things, to try to minimize the amount of damage. One of the issues here, though, is not just the flooding from the Potomac River, as we see, but there have been persistent problems with flooding from heavy rains, and they just seem to keep coming and coming and coming. So not just here in Old Town, but in the neighborhoods in the city of Alexandria, they've seen problems with 2 inches of rain, 3 inches of rain, even more than just backing up into their sewer systems and into the homes. It's caused millions of dollars of damage, and people are really just kind of fed up with it. So they're also working here in the city of Alexandria on long-term plans to try to do some drainage improvements. But in the meantime, they're certainly asking everybody to be aware of what's coming. What we're hearing from our Fox 5 weather forecasters is it is going to be a super soaker, and the ground is already saturated here from heavy rains this week. So we're talking about, in sometimes, it could be up to 6 inches of rain in some spots. So they're asking homeowners to also do what they can for themselves. Be prepared, think ahead to what they might need to do to mitigate some of that flooding. It sounds like somebody is going to get some flooding damage. We just don't know exactly where. It all depends on where that heavy rain is going to hit, guys.
Right. It's all about preparedness, and it sounds like they're doing everything that they can out there in Alexandria to make sure that everybody will be okay. Melanie, the expected rainfall, it's headed up that way by when? And we'll start.
So we believe we might see some of it beginning this evening, but the heaviest rain beginning tomorrow morning. And again, it really just depends on where you are. We're talking about an average of perhaps 2 to 4 inches, but we could see as many as 6 inches in some spots.
All right, everybody stay safe out there. Melanie, we might be checking back in with you tomorrow. We appreciate the live report.
Yeah.
Staying alive now. Look again, everybody, at Port Canaveral, Florida. Now that the sun is rising out there with the clouds, it's making for a beautiful shot. You are watching Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. This is the final day of the month of August. We are certainly very happy that you are choosing to spend it here with us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, I am monitoring any breaking news, any top stories, any live events that we are getting in, and we are able to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, a top story here for several weeks now, the latest situation unfolding in Afghanistan. We do have another update with our very own Andrew Kraft from the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. He actually spoke with a representative on his special trip to Afghanistan during the withdrawal process as the Taliban took over the country. So let's watch it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Michigan Congressman Peter Meyer, who flew to Kabul last week. What did you witness and observe there, Congressman? And has anything improved, do you think, since then?
Yeah, what we saw was actually quite a bit of order within the airport itself. There have been prior reports of up to 18,000 who are awaiting flights out. We didn't witness that, or maybe a few hundred who were rapidly being processed. But what we did see was a very vulnerable security situation. At that airport, we are entirely dependent on the Taliban for perimeter security, to keep the crowds away, for crowd control. I was really stunned by how much cooperation was frankly needed, and how dependent we were on Taliban as the security force there. Now, obviously, we had several thousand troops still on the ground then, but those troops were defending the immediate perimeter, and then that kind of cordon just outside was being manned by the Taliban. There were plenty of cases of Americans who were not able to get through or who were being beaten. But it did look like, at least in the majority of circumstances, the Taliban were allowing individuals through that the U.S. had approved or who had the right paperwork. The irony of that situation was not lost on anyone who was there. The absurdity, the way in which it was a world turned upside down. I would have people kind of sit next to me and say, a month ago I was trying to kill these guys, and now we sit across the table from each other, talking about our plans and making sure we're all on the same page. So it's utterly bizarre. But I just have to say that the men and women on the ground there, our Marines, our soldiers, our sailors, our airmen, our diplomatic personnel, just top notch, given an impossible position, being in a position they should have never been put in the first place, but doing their level best to make sure we get as many people through as quickly as possible and as safely as possible.
You alluded to the fact that we might be relying or taking the Taliban's word a little too much, putting a little too much into that. Do you think that's the case?
I mean, we do not have an option. That was what I really walked away from, is this is not this type of situation where you say, well, do we work with the Taliban or don't we? Given the dynamics, given the fact that we have that small airport with a single runway in a dense urban neighborhood, you have tens of thousands of people trying to come in, some of whom have the right documentation and are permissible, some of whom aren't, but all are seeking that kind of better opportunity and better life. And so this was a really tough situation to put individuals in, and the extreme risk they were undertaking was made painfully clear by the horrific attack at Abbey Gate on Thursday that caused the loss of life of 11 Marines, a soldier, and a Navy corpsman.
Did you ever fear for your life when you went over there on this trip with Congressman Moulton? There had been warnings that, something like that could have happened that happened on Thursday. We saw drone strikes conducted over the weekend to prevent other attacks like that.
To be honest, no. I've also lived in Afghanistan for a few years.
Right.
So warnings of threats, some of which are realized, are something I'm pretty used to. Again, our goal was to get there as quietly as possible, make as little impact on the ground as possible, and get out the information we needed and the understanding we needed without causing disruption, but especially without raising the threat profile of that base. Now, the CIA director, we later learned, was visiting earlier that morning as well. So we certainly weren't the only non-military personnel on there.
Now, John Kirby, the Pentagon press secretary, a little bit after your trip said that you and Congressman Moulton certainly took away from what we had been planning to do that day. There was somewhat of a small, controversy surrounding your trip. People thought other members of Congress might go. What do you respond to that?
Yeah, our plan was to be wholly independent of the military in its entirety. We had prepared to have a civilian network of folks who are working at that airfield to take us around so that we would have no requirement for anything on the military side. Now, we did end up taking a U.S. military flight out that had available seats. We actually waited a few flights for one that had some free jump seats because somebody in the Biden administration leaked to the Washington Post that we were there. And again, we did not want to cause an elevated profile. One senior officer who was there did allow us to use his vehicle at his repeated insistence, and at our repeated insistence that we not take away any resources there. But I think in general, I think that's one of the challenges of any location like that is we did take away maybe 10 or 15 minutes from a few folks just to ask their thoughts on what was transpiring, ask them what resources they needed, ask them what messages they wanted us to take back. Some of those individuals, and we always preface with, if you have something else right now, we do not need to talk. And a few were very blunt and said, honestly, this is my downtime. I'm happy to talk. If I didn't have time, I wouldn't be speaking to you right now. So I will say the majority of the impression, or the majority of the responses we got when we were there, first words were, thank you for coming. There was a lot of folks who felt, I think, a little bit forgotten, but that they were at the end of the world. Now, all eyes were on that airport in a lot of ways on the evacuation side, but there still was this sense that they were at the tail end of something, and that they were really, kind of at that brink.
Yeah, and just last question for you, Congressman. Thank you for your time. Over 100,000 people have already been evacuated. A lot of your colleagues, though, Both members of both parties have called for extending this deadline. The president's quite adamant that he's not going to do that. A lot of your colleagues as well calling for resignations within the administration. It just raises the question, do you think the Taliban will let people leave the country post August 31st?
All we can do right now is hope. The amount of leverage we have is minimal. We both went there expecting that we wanted to make the case to extend that deadline, that was the most important thing, that we needed to get our troops more time to complete their mission. After seeing the dynamics on the ground and knowing that the Taliban would not allow that, don't get me wrong, we could go back to war with the Taliban and kill a lot of them, and they would kill some of our service members. But if the goal was to go and break that agreement to extend beyond so we could get more people out, we wouldn't be able to do that. Those individuals would be caught in the crossfire and killed by the scores. Those individuals would be probably held in some type of hostage, like situation. If again, we were to start up combat with the Taliban again to resume that conflict. We came out of there believing that we needed to stick to that deadline, but more so that we knew people would get left behind, that we did not have any viable options there. And so we needed to prepare and plan for how we get people out after tomorrow, after August 31st.
And some of your colleagues are also concerned that Afghanistan could become yet again a safe harbor for terrorists, of course, ISIS-K, but other groups as well. That's also a concern, is it not?
I think it's one of the paramount concerns. The botched withdrawal, just the chaos and the catastrophe over the past couple of weeks has been probably the most inspiring, galvanizing moment for the international jihadist, Salafist, terrorist, community in their history. The Taliban defeated us. And not only did they defeat us, but looking at how we had to leave, at how quickly Kabul fell, how quickly the US-backed regime disintegrated, it is an embarrassment for our Western, ambitions there, for our 20-year mission. And if you are a terrorist group right now, you feel pretty good about yourself, and that is shameful. It should not be the case. We need to double our vigilance in that regard, but also appreciate that how we have been conducting this war on terror has not moved us to a safer place. How we have, inspired the creation of new groups through our military activities overseas, how that has only metastasized the threat that was there, is something we should pay very close attention to, because if we keep doing the same thing, Americans will keep dying.
And we're 13 days out from the 20th anniversary of 9/11. A large majority of those who lost their lives Thursday were either not born or just babies on 9/11. So what does that say, though, to our footprint over there? What do Americans kind of need to be thinking about going forward into that anniversary?
I think it's a moment for reflection. It's a moment for taking stock of where we are. And it's a moment to commit to making sure that we're never putting American men and women in the position that we put them in, not only over the past 2.5 weeks, but also over the past nearly 2 decades. I think it's really hard to rack up, to look at the moment today, look back and say that this has been executed well, that this, whatever mission we set out to do was accomplished. That's something that we really need to take to heart to ensure it never happens again. And that we learn right and make sure we go forward with a better strategy.
All right, Congressman Peter Meijer, Republican from Michigan, we thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox today.
Big thanks to our Andrew Kraft for that interview right there. We're taking a Live Now look this morning, everybody. Chicago, Illinois, the Windy City. Good morning to all of you out there. Looks like it's a beautiful morning. I'm going to head on over to fox32chicago.com, see what the current weather conditions are like and what they are expected to be. Ooh, it's 70 degrees out there. How pleasant. Going to reach a summertime high of 80 degrees out there today. In terms of the rest of the week, let's take a peek. Tomorrow, 75 degrees, pretty much perfect. Thursday, 76. Friday, 78. It appears it is a good week to be in Chicago, Illinois. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. It is August 31st, 2021. We'll be right back.
a 24/7 task force here in Washington, overseen by Deputy Secretary Brian McKeon. And they built a list of Americans possibly seeking to leave Afghanistan, then worked to contact every single one of them repeatedly, making 55,000 phone calls, sending 33,000 emails since August 14th. They solved problem after problem to keep the mission moving forward. They did this because for the thousands of State Department and USAID employees who've served in Afghanistan in the past 20 years, this evacuation operation was very personal. Many worked hand in hand for years with Afghan partners, many of whom became trusted friends. We also lost cherished members of our foreign service community in Afghanistan. We'll never forget them. Helping Americans, our foreign partners who've been by our side for 20 years, and Afghans at risk at this critical moment was more than just a high-stakes assignment for our team. It was a sacred duty. And the world saw how our diplomats rose to the challenge with determination and heart. U.S. service members in Kabul did heroic work, securing the airport, protecting civilians of many nationalities, including tens of thousands of Afghans, and airlifting them out. They're also providing vital support right now, caring for Afghans on military bases in Europe, the Middle East, and here in the United States. We've seen pictures of U.S. service members at the Kabul airport cradling babies, comforting families. That's the kind of compassionate courage our men and women in uniform exemplify. They carried out this mission under the constant threat of terrorist violence. And 4 days ago, 11 Marines, 1 Navy medic, and 1 soldier were killed by a suicide bomber at the airport gate, as well as scores of Afghans. Nearly all of them were in their early 20s, just babies or toddlers on September 11th, 2001. These deaths are a devastating loss for our country. We at the State Department feel them deeply. We have a special bond with the Marines. The first person that you see when you visit an American embassy is a Marine. They guard our diplomatic missions. They keep us safe around the world. We couldn't do our jobs without them. And we will never forget their sacrifice, nor will we forget what they achieved. The most exceptional among us perform a lifetime's work of service in a short time here on earth. So it was for our exceptional brothers and sisters who died last week. Finally, I want to thank our allies and partners. This operation was a global endeavor in every way. Many countries stepped up with robust contributions to the airlift, including working by our side at the airport. Some are now serving as transit countries, allowing evacuees to be registered and processed on the way to their final destinations. Others have agreed to resettle Afghan refugees permanently, and we hope more will do so in the days and weeks ahead. We're truly grateful for their support. Now, U.S. military flights have ended, and our troops have departed Afghanistan. A new chapter of America's engagement with Afghanistan has begun. It's one in which we will lead with our diplomacy. The military mission is over. A new diplomatic mission has begun. So here's our plan for the days and weeks ahead. First, we built a new team to help lead this new mission. As of today, we've suspended our diplomatic presence in Kabul and transferred our operations to Doha, Qatar, which will soon be formally notified to Congress. Given the uncertain security environment and political situation in Afghanistan, it was the prudent step to take. And let me take this opportunity to thank our outstanding Chargé d'Affaires in Kabul, Ambassador Ross Wilson, who came out of retirement in January 2020 to lead our embassy in Afghanistan and has done exceptional, courageous work during a highly challenging time. For the time being, we will use this post in Doha to manage our diplomacy with Afghanistan, including consular affairs, administering humanitarian assistance, and working with allies, partners, and regional and international stakeholders to coordinate our engagement and messaging to the Taliban. Our team there will be led by Ian McCarry, who served as our Deputy Chief of Mission in Afghanistan for this past year. No one's better prepared to do the job. Second, we will continue our relentless efforts to help Americans, foreign nationals, and Afghans leave Afghanistan if they choose. Let me talk briefly about the Americans who remain in Afghanistan. We made extraordinary efforts to give Americans every opportunity to depart the country, in many cases talking and sometimes walking them into the airport. Of those who self-identified as Americans in Afghanistan who are considering leaving the country, we've thus far received confirmation that about 6,000 have been evacuated or otherwise departed. This number will likely continue to grow as our outreach and arrivals continue. We believe there are still a small number of Americans, under 200 and likely closer to 100, who remain in Afghanistan and want to leave. We're trying to determine exactly how many. We're going through manifests and calling and texting through our lists, and we'll have more details to share as soon as possible. Part of the challenge with fixing a precise number is that there are longtime residents of Afghanistan who have American passports and who are trying to determine whether or not they wanted to leave. Many are dual citizen Americans with deep roots and extended families in Afghanistan who've resided there for many years. For many, it's a painful choice. Our commitment to them and to all Americans in Afghanistan and everywhere in the world continues. The protection and welfare of Americans abroad remains the State Department's most vital and enduring mission. If an American in Afghanistan tells us that they want to stay for now, and then in a week or a month or a year, they reach out and say, "I've changed my mind," we will help them leave. Additionally, we've worked intensely to evacuate and relocate Afghans who worked alongside us and are at particular risk of reprisal. We've gotten many out, but many are still there. We will keep working to help them. Our commitment to them has no deadline. Third, we will hold the Taliban to its pledge to let people freely depart Afghanistan. The Taliban is committed to let anyone with proper documents leave the country in a safe and orderly manner. They've said this privately and publicly many times. On Friday, a senior Taliban official said it again on television and radio, and I quote, "Any Afghans may leave the country, including those who work for Americans, if they want and for whatever reason there may be," end quote. More than half the world's countries have joined us in insisting that the Taliban let people travel outside Afghanistan freely. As of today, more than 100 countries have said that they expect the Taliban to honor travel authorizations by our countries. And just a few short hours ago, the United Nations Security Council passed a resolution that enshrines that responsibility, laying the groundwork to hold the Taliban accountable if they renege. So the international chorus on this is strong, and it will stay strong. We will hold the Taliban to their commitment on freedom of movement for foreign nationals, visa holders, at-risk Afghans. Fourth, we will work to secure their safe passage. This morning, I met with the foreign ministers of all the G7 countries, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Canada, Italy, Japan, as well as Qatar, Turkey, the European Union, and the Secretary General of NATO. We discussed how we will work together to facilitate safe travel out of Afghanistan, including by reopening Kabul's civilian airport as soon as possible. And we very much appreciate the efforts of Qatar and Turkey in particular to make this happen. This would enable a small number of daily charter flights, which is a key for anyone who wants to depart from Afghanistan moving forward. We're also working to identify ways to support Americans, legal permanent residents, and Afghans who have worked with us and who may choose to depart via overland routes. We have no illusion that any of this will be easy or rapid. This will be an entirely different phase from the evacuation that just concluded. It will take time to work through a new set of challenges, but we will stay at it. John Bass, our former ambassador to Afghanistan, who returned to Kabul 2 weeks ago to help lead our evacuation efforts at the airport, will spearhead our ongoing work across the State Department to help American citizens and permanent residents, citizens of allied nations, special immigrant visa applicants, and Afghans at high risk, if any of those people wish to depart Afghanistan. We're deeply grateful for all that John did in Kabul for his continued commitment to this mission, as well as the extraordinary consular officers who were serving by his side. Fifth, we will stay focused on counterterrorism. The Taliban has made a commitment to prevent terrorist groups from using Afghanistan as a base for external operations that could threaten the United States or our allies, including al-Qaeda and the Taliban's sworn enemy, ISIS-K. Here, too, we will hold them accountable to that commitment. But while we have expectations of the Taliban, that doesn't mean we will rely on the Taliban. We'll remain vigilant in monitoring threats ourselves, and we'll maintain robust counterterrorism capabilities in the region to neutralize those threats if necessary, as we demonstrated in the past few days by striking ISIS facilitators and imminent threats in Afghanistan, and as we do in places around the world where we do not have military forces on the ground. Let me speak directly to our engagement with the Taliban across these and other issues. We engaged with the Taliban during the past few weeks to enable our evacuation operations. Going forward, any engagement with a Taliban-led government in Kabul will be driven by one thing only: our vital national interests. If we can work with a new Afghan government in a way that helps secure those interests, including the safe return of Mark Frerichs, a U.S. citizen who's been held hostage in the region since early last year, and in a way that brings greater stability to the country and region and protects the gains of the past 2 decades, we will do it. But we will not do it on the basis of trust or faith. Every step we take will be based not on what a Taliban-led government says, but what it does to live up to its commitments. The Taliban seeks international legitimacy and support. Our message is any legitimacy and any support will have to be earned. The Taliban can do that by meeting commitments and obligations on freedom of travel, respecting the basic rights of the Afghan people, including women and minorities, upholding its commitments on counterterrorism, not carrying out reprisal violence against those who choose to stay in Afghanistan, and forming an inclusive government that can meet the needs and reflect the aspirations of the Afghan people. Sixth, we will continue our humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. The conflict has taken a terrible toll on the Afghan people. Millions are internally displaced. Millions are facing hunger, even starvation. The COVID-19 pandemic has also hit Afghanistan hard. The United States will continue to support humanitarian aid to the Afghan people. Consistent with our sanctions on the Taliban, the aid will not flow through the government, but rather through independent organizations such as UN agencies and NGOs. And we expect that those efforts will not be impeded by the Taliban or anyone else. And seventh, we will continue our broad international diplomacy across all these issues and many others. We believe we can accomplish far more and exert far greater leverage when we work in coordination with our allies and partners. Over the last 2 weeks, we've had a series of intensive diplomatic engagements with allies and partners to plan and coordinate the way ahead in Afghanistan. I've met with the foreign ministers of NATO and the G7. I've spoken one-on-one with dozens of my counterparts. Last week, President Biden met with the leaders of the G7 countries, and Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman has been convening a group of 28 allies and partners from all regions of the world every other day. Going forward, we'll coordinate closely with countries in the region and around the world, as well as with leading international organizations, NGOs, and the private sector. Our allies and partners share our objectives and are committed to working with us. I'll have more to say on these matters in the coming days. The main point I want to drive home here today is that America's work in Afghanistan continues. We have a plan for what's next. We're putting it into action. This moment also demands reflection. The war in Afghanistan was a 20-year endeavor. We must learn its lessons and allow those lessons to shape how we think about fundamental questions of national security and foreign policy.
All right, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in to Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about the complete U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. They say the U.S.'s longest war is over and essentially the mission is complete out there. So currently joining us here this morning on Live Now from Fox again is Mr. Mike Pregent. He is a former military intelligence officer, just to kind of talk about this deadline that was looming. Matter of fact, they still had hours if they chose to, but we say that we are completely out of Afghanistan. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us again on Live Now from Fox. How are you doing?
Very good. Thanks for having me.
So what is your initial reaction when you learned that we completed the troop withdrawal early, essentially a day ahead of deadline?
Well, the military has never said, ever in our military history, that we tried to get all Americans out, but we couldn't do it until yesterday. The military left and left Americans behind. And all of our leaders yesterday congratulated themselves on the largest airlift in American history and left out this part, that left Americans behind.
I don't know if you have heard or seen the video, but there were celebrations at the Kabul airport after that final flight yesterday. I have the video right here. There was celebratory gunfire, other things going on at the time. What are your thoughts there that essentially the Taliban, they may have helped assist here with these evacuations, but it appears that they are extremely happy that we are gone?
Well, I argue that they helped assist with evacuations. There were a lot of Americans that couldn't get to the airport, a lot of Afghans that couldn't get to the airport. And we basically just gave the Taliban a victory for 20 years. And of course, this was the ceremony the president wanted to have, celebrating the end of the war. And the way this ended, and looking at these pictures right now of the Taliban wearing our equipment, trying to look like us, you know, this is devastating to anybody who served in this war. The U.S. military is demoralized. The military has a creed: you never leave an American behind. That is until yesterday. And I have no faith in what Secretary Blinken said about being able to get Americans out. We couldn't get Americans out while we had military on the ground. How do we get them out now? Leaving that facilitation terrorist organization.
Mr. Pregent, it is at 1:30 Eastern Time this afternoon that President Joe Biden is going to be addressing the nation, talking about ending the war in Afghanistan. Again, that's 1:30 Eastern Time. What are your thoughts, and what are you essentially expecting to hear from the president?
The president is going to say it was time to wrap the war up. The president is going to talk about the 13th following, and then he's going to say that the military did a great job. State Department did a great job, and this was the right decision. I have seen nothing from this administration that leads me to believe that they did the wrong thing. You can see it in their eyes that they know that they messed this up. They haven't said a single word shows regret or shows that they could have done it differently. They blamed it on the generals. The generals blamed it on the State Department. Nobody's being held accountable. The president today will give a speech and congratulate himself on the largest airlift in American history, and he'll leave out that they left Americans behind. And they put him in this group, Regina. They put him in this group of Americans that chose to stay behind, and it's so disingenuous. They didn't choose to stay behind. They had a choice to stay because they were left.
So where do you think we go from here? What's next? You just heard Secretary of State Antony Blinken say that there is a plan in place. What do you think's next?
The plan in place is to rely on the Taliban. Turkey and Qatar are going to take over. Both countries are keeping embassies in Afghanistan, yet we are closing ours. I have no faith, and I'm hearing from Americans on the ground that they have no faith in this process. The only faith they have is in the all-volunteer military and the veterans and the special operators and the intelligence officers that are putting together this Dunkirk movement, getting Americans out because the government failed to get Americans out. This is the first time in our history where we have left Americans behind and congratulated ourselves.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me before we wrap?
Yeah, this doesn't end the forever war in Afghanistan. This just continues it. Basically, our mission was always to keep Afghanistan from falling back into the hands of terrorist groups. There are 3 active terrorist groups now in Afghanistan: the Taliban, the Haqqani group, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS-K. So there's 4. And we're likely to see the next existential threat to the West, to the region, come from this territory. This territory continuously incubates existential threats, and we do not have the ability to stop it. Over the horizon doesn't exist. We don't have an intelligence footprint right now, and all we did was reset the conditions that led to 9/11 to begin with.
All right, Mike Pregent, former military intelligence officer on the Afghanistan withdrawal and deadline. Thank you so much for joining us again here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Taking a Live Now look this morning, everybody, at New York. We're continuing on with top stories from across the country, breaking news, live events. We appreciate you being here. We are about 8 minutes away from hearing from Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Sirigliano. It has been a full week since we last spoke to him here about the pandemic latest. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back.
As Ida headed for Louisiana, the roads were packed with vehicles trying to get out of danger. These are some of the unlikely evacuees who made the long trip to Central Florida.
If we can get animals out of overcrowded shelters before the impact, then they're able to actually redirect their services to owned animals and the humans in their areas.
These dogs were already looking for forever homes in Louisiana. Now they'll be ready for people in Florida to take them in.
Cowboy and 27 of his friends relocated here to Central Florida from St. Landry Parish in Louisiana. He's one of 6 dogs now up for adoption in Sanford.
The others are Marshall, Tiger Man, Cleopatra, Ava, and Marlin.
They are here to stay and will be going up for adoption, yes.
Staff at the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando and Sanford say they're happy to help now that the shelters in the impact zone are dealing with the storm.
The shelters are really, stressed and just have so many more animals than they can really care for. So it is really great that we're able to kind of help ease that burden a little bit for them.
They say all the dogs will be altered, chipped, vaccinated, and ready to go home with loving local families.
They're going to find a place and a home environment probably fairly quickly where they wouldn't have in rural Louisiana.
If you'd like to take home Marlon or one of his friends, you can find the details on our website, fox35orlando.com. In Sanford, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
I'm so glad that Central Florida has welcomed all those pups here. We got to save the pets, especially when severe weather moves through. Good morning, everybody. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Happy to be here with you each and every morning. I usually start off the show from 6 to 8 a.m. Eastern time. Then Regina Gonzalez takes over for a couple hours, and I rejoin you all again from 10 to 11 a.m. Eastern time. Don't forget, regardless of how you watch the show, please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here. The more, the merrier. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to go to a segment from our Fox 13 Tampa team. It is a COVID-19 vaccination update, kind of on a nationwide scope. Let's listen in.
Dr. Bashar Shakir is coordinating national vaccination efforts from the White House. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Craig.
Best guess, or what reasonable time frame can we have in terms of when 5 to 11-year-olds could expect to be eligible to get a vaccine?
Well, this is a hard question to answer with specificity. Now, what we know is there are clinical trials right now that are going on for kids 11 and under. And we should be hearing some data back from Pfizer in September. That's what they've been saying publicly. Shortly after that, we'll likely get some data from Moderna. So sometime in late fall, early winter, once those applications have been submitted to the FDA, we should expect some determination by the FDA.
We're dealing with elementary school students who are not yet vaccinated. The governor has banned mask requirements. Most counties are not violating that order. There's no social distancing in the schools. Under those circumstances, what is the risk at this point that they will be exposed, and if so, that they will be infected without a vaccine?
Well, I mean, the CDC guidance is so clear, Craig, about the safe reopening of school. We know we can reopen schools safely. One, you need universal indoor masking in schools, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. The CDC guidance is crystal clear there. The second piece is we want to make sure that everybody who's eligible to get vaccinated, and you've mentioned the 11 years and under, we have to create a safe environment for those kids who aren't eligible yet to get vaccinated. And that means we have to be masking indoors, and everybody who's eligible around those kids, their older siblings, their parents, their grandparents, the teachers, the staff in school who are eligible need to get vaccinated.
We have academic models showing that we're at or near peak in Florida, which should mean that case counts should begin to go down week by week, but without changes in policy and adherence to CDC guidelines, will we just be on a roller coaster from here on out where we'll have yet another wave after another?
Well, look, it's this pandemic has been unpredictable. This virus has been unpredictable, and yet we have the tools that we need to be able to keep ourselves safe, to keep our families safe, to keep our community safe. That's masking, that's social distancing, that's getting vaccinated. We have to be able to do those. Those are common sense, tons of data, tons of science to support that. And that's how we're going to be able to help put this pandemic behind us.
We're hearing a lot of myths and false statements about the vaccines, unsubstantiated claims of it falsely causing infertility, for example. But help us understand from your research, what are the most common myths and misconceptions at this point?
I hear questions about were the vaccines developed way too fast? Are they safe during pregnancy? Well, let me just start by saying that CDC just a couple of weeks ago strengthened its recommendation for people who are pregnant or thinking about getting pregnant or breastfeeding about the importance of getting vaccinated. The CDC is tracking tens of thousands of people who are pregnant and now delivered, and there is no signal that there is any concern there at all. That's why the CDC, as well as the two largest women's health doctors associations, came up strongly recommending that pregnant people get vaccinated. The other question I hear is the vaccines developed too fast? Well, the answer is no. We have been working, researchers and scientists have been working on the messenger RNA platform for the vaccine for 2 decades. And it happened that once that new virus were detected, we were able to adapt that platform and get to develop the vaccine. So I know it might feel that it was developed too fast, but the reality is the platform, scientists and researchers have been working on that for a couple of decades.
Dr. Shakir, thank you for your expertise.
Thank you so much for having me, Craig.
Big thanks to Fox 13 Tampa for that update there. We are going to stay with coronavirus top stories and updates. Currently joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Srigliano. He has been a great resource for us during the pandemic to get us all up to speed with the latest top stories and updates. Good morning, Dr. Mike. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Pilar. Hope you're staying dry with all this weather and all this stuff going on.
Certainly are, but I know that the rain is headed up your way, so be careful there, please, Dr. Mike. All right, let's get straight to it. The EU, they have voted to take U.S. citizens off its safe travel list. Should we be traveling at all during this time, internationally, nationally, or should we just be staying put?
Well, everything, Pilar, in life is a risk-benefit ratio. If there is a tremendous benefit to going to Europe, and then you take the risk. But if it's like this with risk and benefit, forget about it. I wouldn't go because numbers in this country are almost as bad as they were last January. And traveling in an airplane I tell people, you want to get on an airplane, you pretend you're a FedEx package. You put your mask on, you sit there, you don't get up out of the seat, and you don't eat anything. You just sit there. So, look, if you have something critical, you have a loved one, or there's a big business deal that you can't miss, take your chances, but be careful. Very careful. Make sure you're vaccinated.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Mike, a judge in Ohio has ordered doctors at a local hospital to give a ventilated COVID-19 patient ivermectin, despite the fact that we continue to hear advisements not to use it by the CDC. What are your thoughts on ivermectin? We've chatted about it before.
Did you see the movie Home Alone? Remember that scene? What is going on here? A judge is making medical decisions. What is that all about? There have been 14 ivermectin studies. So far, 31 are pending. None of them have shown that ivermectin prevents, cures, reduces symptoms, or prevents death. None of them. In fact, one was halted because it absolutely showed nothing. And people are taking horse grade stuff, like veterinary grade ivermectin, and they're ending up in the hospital and poison centers. Right. So, look, everyone wants an inexpensive, cheap thing. And then it gets into the whole conspiracy world. You know, well, they could have used this, but the pharmaceuticals are making too much money. Look, vaccination, that's the way to go. Vaccines. And we have things like monoclonal antibody treatment, steroids, all of that. The ivermectin doesn't do, based on science, it doesn't do anything. There are some studies in the laboratory, Pilar, that show that it may block adhesion of the virus to cells. But that's in a lab. It's not in human beings. Show me the data. Where's the data? Let's see it.
Dr. Mike, I heard out there in the Northeast that students don't go back to the classroom until after Labor Day, which is going to be this upcoming Monday. Is that right?
Some are. My kids are back. They started yesterday. A lot of the schools started yesterday, some today, and some after Labor Day.
All right. The reason I asked is because we've learned that an unvaccinated teacher in a classroom not wearing a mask has infected 22 students. What does that mean for the coming school year?
It means that everyone needs to be vaccinated that's over the age of 12. It means that everyone needs to wear a mask in school. I know that is like an un-American statement, all right? I'm sorry. But the bottom line is it protects everyone because those 22 kids went home and infected other people. This Delta variant is very contagious. And what happens is that virus can infect grandma. And even if grandma got vaccinated, there are two things that could happen. One, she might be high risk, getting cancer treatment, and even getting a breakthrough infection could be very dangerous for grandma. And remember, grandma may have gotten her vaccine last January, and as we're hearing from the Biden administration and scientists throughout the world, antibody levels start to decline after about 6 months. Well, guess what? It's been 6 months. So this is not a good scenario. Protect our kids, protect everyone by wearing a mask and getting vaccinated if you're of age. We need a vaccine for kids under 12. They're studying it. We're not going to rush it. We need to get good data on that because kids are not little adults.
Right.
They're kids. And the dosing probably will be adjusted, blah, blah, blah.
Absolutely. Dr. Mike, I'm hearing that a patient asked you about whether giving out boosters is an ethically correct decision, given that many third world countries have no vaccines. What are your thoughts?
Well, we're taking a beating from the World Health Organization and a lot of other, I mean, look, it's tragic. A pandemic is bad. But as I said to that patient, well, that patient gets a mammogram every year. There are parts of the world where there are no mammogram suites. There are no mammogram machines. And so it's a privilege. It's an honor. We are so lucky in this country. All we hear about are problems and devastating news, but we really have it good here. So in my humble opinion, if you need a booster, let's get a booster. And anything that we're not using, send to third world countries. We can do both. Ramp up production, make sure that we are protected and that we are socially and ethically responsible world citizens. Bottom line.
All right, Dr. Mike Swigliano, anything else you'd like to tell me as we wrap up this segment for the day?
You're the best, Pilar. That's about it. You rock.
Thank you, Dr. Mike.
That's what I have to say.
You rock too, and hopefully we will be able to see you this Friday.
Take care.
Take care.
Love you.
Love you too. Taking a live now look, everybody, at the New York skyline. Looks like it's going to be a nice day out there, but I'm going to head on over to Fox 5 New York's website to see exactly what the weather is like out there. Again, everybody, it is Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. Labor Day is already going to be this Monday. It is currently 74 degrees in Manhattan. They're going to reach still the summertime, everybody, high of 84 degrees today. In terms of the rest of the week, let's see here, 72 tomorrow with some showers. 70 on Thursday, some more showers. Friday, clear and a beautiful 75 degrees. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, we're going to listen in to New Orleans officials providing the latest on the recovery efforts following Hurricane Ida.
The worst case scenario, it did not happen. We did not have another Katrina. And that's something, again, we should all be grateful for. However, the impact is absolutely significant. While we held the line, no doubt about that, now is not the time for reentry. And I'm just wanting to put that out there to our residents who did heed our warnings, took our advice, and evacuated the city. But now is not the time for reentry. We'll tell you a little bit more as we move through this press conference. Today is going to be a day for assessments across the board. We are only at the beginning of that process, determining what the actual impacts have been across the city of New Orleans. City agencies have been out since daybreak. They're going block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood. No one will be left out. No one has been left out. NOPD began making checks last night and transmitting that information to our Orleans Parish Communication District, who is the receiver of that info and ensures that our departments gets the necessary information and the data to respond accordingly. But this is how we collect our data as relates to the full extent of the impacts to the city of New Orleans, again, block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood. We must absolutely address all of our challenges, and we will. And we did, and we do have some. Currently, as you know, we lost power citywide. We have Ms. Deanna Rodriguez, the CEO of Entergy, who will speak to that issue. But it is a challenge that, again, we will address and we will get through it as partners do. The Sewerage and Water Board were impacted by those challenges, but at the end of the day, held the line, did what we needed, our systems, our utility, what we needed our utility to do. Again, held that line. We did not experience any widespread structural destruction. We're still assessing, but from our assessments thus far, this remains a fact. Of course, we had some buildings collapse, we had some fires and the like, but I'm talking about extensive damages in terms of destruction. So far, we have not had reports of massive loss of life, but we did have a tragedy. And one is too many. More details on that will come as we're able to thoroughly assess, and particularly the coroner's office. But we do know that it was a tragedy where we believe an individual was driving a car and therefore drowned. Again, that information will become official through our coroner's office. One is still too many. The systems, again, we depended on to save lives and protect our city did just that, and we are grateful. But there's so much more work to be done, and that's why now is not the time for reentry into the city of New Orleans, especially as we determine how the city may need to respond to the needs of our surrounding parishes as well. We will be a neighbor, and we will be a good neighbor in spite of the challenges that we have. Again, if you evacuated, we're asking you to stay where you are. We will notify you as soon as possible when it's safe for you to come home. And this is mainly associated with a lack of power sources in our city and throughout the city. Residents that are here now in the city of New Orleans and visitors, We need you to be careful. We need you to stay in your homes, stay in your neighborhoods. Now, you've heard me say many times, the residents are first responders amongst themselves in their neighborhood. We'll be working closely with our New Orleans City Council members, side by side, addressing district-wide and neighborhood issues in terms of how we can respond in real time and as best as possible where you are in the neighborhoods that you're in. Neighborhood leaders, we know who you are. You know us as well.
All right, everybody, you're hearing from New Orleans, Louisiana officials saying we did not have another Katrina. The city was a lot more prepared for Hurricane Ida than the devastation that rolled through the area 16 years ago. Here's a live now look this morning, everybody, at Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It looks like the sun has risen. It is shining brightly out there, and believe it or not, it absolutely looks gorgeous. So currently joining us, who is there right now, is the state of Louisiana's Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. This is not his first time on the show, but he is currently speaking over the phone with us here on Live Now from Fox to talk to us about the rescue and recovery efforts out there in the state. Good morning, Lieutenant Governor. How are you?
I'm doing good. Good morning.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, please telling us, first and foremost, how are you and your staff doing?
We're doing good. You know, a lot of people have lost their homes, but we'll get through this like we always do. It's just going to be a long road to recovery over a wide area of Louisiana.
What have you seen so far since Ida rolled through on Sunday?
Well, we yesterday toured Plaquemines Parish, where I'm from, and where I rode out Katrina, and we had to use the Mississippi River levee because the south end, the middle of the parish, is still underwater, and we saw unbelievable devastation. The town of Ironton, which is a small community along the river there, was totally devastated. And, you know, we expect to see more today. I'll be flying out this morning with the governor, making several stops. You know, this hurricane did not just devastate the coast. The strong winds came far inland, but also the rainfall from the sky flooded many areas like Laplace and Hammond, where usually the coast gets the brunt of the flooding. But the rainfall for this event made it more challenging, both for rescue and recovery.
So many people, they heard that Ida was heading that way, and they're just like, again, it was absolutely positively devastating news. What do you want to say about Louisianans who literally, they go through this time and time again?
Well, you know, that's what we do, and thanks to the kindness of the country, in times of need, people really rally together. And, you know, I rode out Katrina 14 miles from the eye in Plaquemines and had 30 people living with me I didn't even know. But volunteers came from all over the world and all over the country to say, what do you need? And already today we're getting calls of people wanting to come feed and help. And from the hurricane last year in Lake Charles, we still have faith-based groups over there gutting homes, helping people. And when people show up and put their lives on hold to help you, it helps your spirits. It lifts your spirits up, because you're right, it's tough to keep rebuilding over and over. I guess it's something in the soil that makes them keep coming back to Louisiana and the great seafood.
Absolutely. I do love Cajun food myself. I live in Beaumont for about a year. Hey, Lieutenant Governor, in all seriousness, no, we've unfortunately heard that 2 people have lost their lives. Have you heard any update on that, or is it the same numbers?
It's the same numbers. We expect today, as the first responders and firefighters and National Guard, they do a quick through, and then they go back and do a full check of the homes. When they do that first go through, it's looking for anybody that's alive to rescue those people that may be injured or rode out the hurricane in their attic, or standing on furniture all night in water up to their waist. And then when they go through the second time, it's looking for bodies. And so that's when we fear that we may find additional people that have perished. And it's sad, but every time we have one of these, people stay behind and think they're going to ride it out. And everyone that survives it say never again. And some people won't get that chance.
You know, I feel like you read my mind into the segue for the next question. Do you think more people certainly heeded the warnings this time around and got out or hunkered down or got to safety ahead of Ida?
Well, you saw those lines on the interstate the night it was coming ashore. A lot of people thought they were going to rot it out, and I personally was on the phone making phone calls, begging people to get out. From someone that rode out Katrina 14 miles from the eye of the storm, and my house happened to be 6 foot above the Mississippi River levee on a mound of mud, so we never flooded. But the wind and hearing that roof rip off, it's something nobody needs to go through. And so I'm a great example of begging people to get out. Unfortunately, I know close to a dozen people that stayed in Grand Isle, people stayed in Lafitte, and some of those have been rescued and some we're still looking for.
For those who are watching right now and they're saying, because we're showing a lot of drone footage, we're showing a lot of the damage and destruction, they want to help. What's the best way for them to do it?
Well, we have a site, volunteerlouisiana.com, where we can take donations, and then a lot of church groups will sign up on that site that want to come in and feed people, and we try to coordinate that as well. And but all that money goes directly to the relief of the and we've got over 10,000 volunteers that sign up on that site that actually go out and help those people physically gut their homes, because some don't have flood insurance, and this will be all on the back of the homeowner. And a lot of people don't realize that after Katrina, if you didn't have flood insurance, the government assistance is not what it was before Katrina. So that's why the volunteer efforts are so important after something like this.
I do want to show the gorgeous sunrise out there. You're currently in Baton Rouge right now, right?
Yes, ma'am. We'll be flying out this morning with the governor to visit some of the hard-hit areas.
How long are you going to be out during that flight? Several hours, all day?
We'll be back. We touch back down, I believe, at 3:40.
All right, so it's going to be a day. We really appreciate you joining us. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us about either the storm or the recovery or rescue efforts, anything?
No, just the country, you know, the people that reach out and offer their thoughts and prayers and their assistance makes all the difference. You know, this is a little bit tougher because we're coming off a year of COVID where there's so much uncertainty, and you got to give a shout out to those nurses and hospital workers. They brought their clothes and slept in the hospitals through this to care for those people that are suffering from COVID and delivering babies, and they're just great heroes. We've got a lot of heroes through COVID, but it's just a step up here for this storm to continue to serve those in need.
All right, Louisiana Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser joining us yet again here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your time, and we are all thinking of you. And I know Louisianans are strong, so we all wish you the best, and we're certainly thinking of you during this time.
Thank you so much. You have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. Again, everybody, you're watching Live Now from Fox. It is the last day of the month of August. It is August 31st, 2021. You're taking a Live Now look at Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Gorgeous sunrise out there. That is where the Louisiana Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser was joining us from this morning on the phone due to, you know, there's a lot of cleanup efforts that are underway, rescue, recovery. It is all just getting started out there in the state of Louisiana. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We're getting a clear picture this morning from George County, Mississippi. Unfortunately, a partial highway collapse out there. We are hearing so far left 2 people dead and 10 injured, but those numbers could change. Again, the highway collapse in Mississippi, taking out a section of road with cars on it. The road collapse happened near Loosedale on Highway 26 out there in George County. Mississippi Highway Patrol say 2 lanes of the road collapsed, opening up a chasm below in between sections of the highway. 7 vehicles fell into the opened up hole. At least 10 others, again, we are hearing, are injured, 3 of them critically. The collapse happened in the wake of Ida's tropical storm churn through the southeast, following landfall Sunday as a Category 4 hurricane. The local Fox station out there actually just spoke with a highway patrolman to get the very latest details. Let's listen in.
But do you guys think that Ida and the rain that brought with it definitely contributed?
I would say it would have, yes. You know, and this is a main east-west corridor through our district. You know, it connects Alabama and Louisiana. It goes through George. So this is going to affect a lot of people on the daily commute. It's going to affect school bus routes and emergency response times.
And do you guys have any, you know, contingency plans as of right now with schools, with emergency response, things like that? Is there a better, you know, a detour that people can take?
The MDOT's working on the detours. The school districts, I'm sure today they're going to have a meeting and formulate a plan for the best alternative routes.
And how do you know, have you talked to anybody with school districts of how they're going to get to school?
I have not.
This? Gotcha. And anything else you wanted to add I didn't hit on? Perfect. Just wanted to hit on
you got
that stuff,
the 7 cars. 10
right, yeah, got all that.
All right, everybody, again, that was a local Fox affiliate reporter there on the scene in George County, Mississippi. When and if we get any additional updates, we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. Here's another live look at the scene there. You can just see that gaping hole, what once was a through highway out there. Regina Gonzalez is going to be joining you here in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, everybody, let's hear the latest from the Pentagon on the evacuation efforts from Afghanistan.
We do have a hard stop at 5 o'clock, so I will not waste up any more time. General, can you hear and see me okay?
Hey, John, I can hear and see you just fine. How many? Over.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here today, and I turn it over to you, sir.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to announce the completion of our withdrawal from Afghanistan and the end of the military mission to evacuate American citizens, third country nationals, and vulnerable Afghans. The last C-17 lifted off from Hamid Karzai International Airport on August 30th, this afternoon, at 3:29 p.m. East Coast time. And the last manned aircraft is now clearing the airspace above Afghanistan. We will soon release a photo of the last C-17 departing Afghanistan with Major General Chris Donahue and the U.S. Ambassador to Afghanistan, Ross Wilson, aboard. While the military evacuation is complete, the diplomatic mission to ensure additional U.S. citizens and eligible Afghans who want to leave continues. And I know that you have heard, and I know that you're going to hear more about that from the State Department shortly. Tonight's withdrawal signifies both the end of the military component of the evacuation, but also the end of the nearly 20-year mission that began in Afghanistan shortly after September 11th, 2001. It's a mission that brought Osama bin Laden to a just end, along with many of his al-Qaeda co-conspirators. And it was not a cheap mission. The cost was 2,461 U.S. service members and civilians killed, and more than 20,000 who were injured. Sadly, that includes 13 U.S. service members who were killed last week by an ISIS-K suicide bomber. We honor their sacrifice today as we remember their heroic accomplishments. No words from me could possibly capture the full measure of sacrifices and accomplishments of those who served, nor the emotions they're feeling at this moment. But I will say that I'm proud that both my son and I have been a part of it. Before I open it up for questions, I do want to provide some important context to the evacuation mission that we just completed, in what was the largest non-combatant evacuation in the U.S. military's history. Since August the 14th, over an 18-day period, U.S. military aircraft have evacuated more than 79,000 civilians from Hamid Karzai International Airport. That includes 6,000 Americans and more than 73,500 third country nationals and Afghan civilians. This last category includes special immigrant visas, consular staff, at-risk Afghans, and their families. In total, U.S. and coalition aircraft combined to evacuate more than 123,000 civilians, which were all enabled by U.S. military service members who were securing and operating the airfield. On average, we have evacuated more than 7,500 civilians per day over the 18 days of the mission, which includes 16 full days of evacuations, and more than 19,000 on a single day. These numbers do not include the roughly 5,000 service members and their equipment that were sent to Afghanistan to secure the airfield and who were withdrawn at the conclusion of our mission. The numbers I provided represent a monumental accomplishment, but they do not do justice to the determination, the grit, the flexibility, and the professionalism of the men and women of the U.S. military and our coalition partners who were able to rapidly combine efforts and evacuate so many under such difficult conditions. As such, I think it's important that I provide you with what I hope will be some valuable context. When the President directed the complete withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan in April, the team at U.S. Central Command began to update and refine our existing plan for a potential non-combatant evacuation operation, or a NEO, in Afghanistan. We have a framework of plans that included numerous branches and sequels depending on the nature of the security environment. Over time, we continued to refine our plans, which included the interagency, the international community, and other combatant commands. Plans such as this are built upon a number of facts and assumptions, and facts and assumptions change over time. While observing the security environment deteriorate, we continued to update our facts and assumptions. As the security situation rapidly devolved in Afghanistan, we took a number of actions to position ourselves for a potential NEO, based upon direction from the Secretary of Defense. We positioned forces in the region and put them on increased alert. We began to pre-position supplies, and we began some preparatory work on intermediate facilities in Qatar with the support of our gracious host nation. When the evacuation was formally directed on August the 14th, we began to carry out our plan based upon the initial assumption that the Afghan security forces would be a willing and able security partner in Kabul, defending the capital for a matter of weeks, or at least for a few days. Within 24 hours, of course, the Afghan military collapsed completely, opening Kabul up to the Taliban's advance. On August the 15th, in a meeting with Taliban senior leadership in Doha, I delivered a message on behalf of the President that our mission in Kabul was now the evacuation of Americans and our partners, that we would not tolerate interference, and that we would forcefully defend our forces and the evacuees if necessary. The Taliban's response in that meeting was in line with what they've said publicly. While they stated their intent to enter and occupy Kabul, they also offered to work with us on a deconfliction mechanism to prevent miscalculation while our forces operated in close quarters. Finally, they promised not to interfere with our withdrawal. It's important to understand that within 48 hours of the NEO execution order, the facts on the ground had changed significantly. We had gone from cooperating on security with a longtime partner and ally to initiating a pragmatic relationship of necessity with a longtime enemy. Into that environment, Rear Admiral Pete Vaisley and Brigadier General Farrell Sullivan of the Marines, and subsequently Major General Chris Donahue of the Army's 82nd Airborne Division, deployed and employed their forces and did extraordinary work with the leading elements of our reinforcement package to safely close the embassy in one period of darkness, or one evening, to establish a deconfliction mechanism with the Taliban, to establish security at the airport, and to bring in the rest of our reinforcements into the airport. They accomplished this difficult list of tasks within 48 hours of supporting the transfer of the embassy to the airport. I visited Kabul on Tuesday, August the 17th, to see the work being done to establish security firsthand and to observe the transition to the evacuation. I left on a C-17 that brought more than 130 Afghans and American citizens out from Karzai International Airport to Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Our men and women on the ground at the airport quickly embraced the dangerous and methodical work of defending the airport while conducting the hand-to-hand screening of more than 120,000 evacuees from 6 different entry points under the airfield. We also conducted 3 separate helicopter extractions of 3 distinct groups of civilians, including at least 185 American citizens, and with our German partners, 21 German citizens. Additionally, U.S. Special Operations Forces reached out to help bring in more than 1,064 American citizens and 2,017 SIVs or Afghans at risk, and 127 third country nationals, all via phone calls, vectors, and escorting. We have evacuated more than 6,000 U.S. civilians, which we believe represents the vast majority of those who wanted to leave at this time. It would be difficult to overestimate the number of unusual challenges and competing demands that our forces on the ground have successfully overcome. The threat to our forces, particularly from ISIS-K, was very real and tragically resulted in the loss of 13 service members and dozens of Afghan civilians. I've said this before, but I'd like to say it again. We greatly appreciate the contributions of the many coalition partners that stood with us on the ground at Karzai International Airport. I'm just going to single out one nation as an example of the many, the Norwegians, who maintained their hospital at the airport and who were absolutely critical for the immediate care of our wounded after the Abbey Gate attack. Even after the attack, they agreed to extend the presence of their hospital to provide more coverage for us. Our diplomats have also been with us in Kabul from the beginning, and their work in processing over 120,000 people stands right beside that of their military partners. We were a team on the ground. As I close my remarks, I would like to offer my personal appreciation to the more than 800,000 service members and 25,000 civilians who have served in Afghanistan, and particularly to the families of those whose loved ones have been lost or wounded. Your service, as well as that of your comrades and family members, will never be forgotten. My heart is broken over the losses we sustained 3 days ago. As the poem by Lawrence Binion goes, we will remember them. The last 18 days have been challenging. Americans can be proud of the men and women of the armed forces who met these challenges head on. I'm now ready to take your questions.
Thank you, General. We'll start with Lita at AP. I would ask you to, because we're limited on time, to please limit your follow-up so that more people can get questions asked. Go ahead, Lita.
General, thanks for doing this. It's Lita with AP. Can you give us a sense of whether or not there were any American citizens or other civilians who were taken out on any of those last couple of C-17s that flew out this afternoon? And can you give us a picture of what you saw with equipment and other things getting either destroyed or removed at the airport before they left?
Lita, so no American citizens came out on the last, what we call the Joint Tactical Exfiltration, the last 5 jets to leave. We maintained the ability to bring them in up until immediately before departure, but we were not able to bring any Americans out. That activity ended probably about 12 hours before our exit, although we continued the outreach and would have been prepared to bring them on until the very last minute, but none of them made it to the airport and were able to be accommodated. We brought some of it out and we demilitarized some of it. Let me give you an example of something that we demilitarized. You're very much aware, of course, of the rocket attack that occurred yesterday, where 5 rockets were fired at the airfield. Our CRAMs were very effective in engaging the 2 rockets that did fall on the airfield, and we believe they probably kept them from doing more significant damage. We elected to keep those systems in operation up until the very last minute. It's a complex procedure, complex and time-intensive procedure to break down those systems. So we demilitarized those systems so that they'll never be used again. And there was just we felt it was more important to protect our forces than to bring those systems back. We have also demilitarized equipment that we did not bring out of the airport. That included a number of MRAPs, up to 70 MRAPs that we demilitarized and will never be used again by anyone. 27 Humvees, the little tactical vehicle that will never be driven again. And additionally, on the ramp at HKIA, are a total of 73 aircraft. Those aircraft will never fly again when we left. They'll never be able to be operated by anyone. Most of them were non-mission capable to begin with, but certainly they'll never be able to be flown again. Thank you.
David.
General David Martin with CBS. Was there any attempt to interfere with the final flights out either by the Taliban or by ISIS or any other group? And at the end, did Americans just vacate the premises, or did they turn it over to the Taliban?
Oh, we know that ISIS-K has worked very, very hard to strike us and to continue to strike us. We feel that the strike we took yesterday in Kabul actually was very disruptive to their attack plans and threw them off stride. And I think that was one of the significant reasons why they were not able to organize themselves and get after us as we conducted the final withdrawal. I will tell you the Taliban have been very pragmatic and very businesslike as we have approached this withdrawal. We did not turn it over to the Taliban. General Donahue, one of the last things he did before leaving was talk to the Taliban commander that he had been coordinating with as soon as about the time we were going to leave, just to let them know that we were leaving. But there was no discussion of turning anything over of that at all.
Jen?
General McKinley, Jennifer Griffin from Fox News. If I could just have you reflect personally, after 20 years of war, you've served there, you've now watched the last troops leave, you've lost troops in recent days. How did it feel leaving Afghanistan to the very group that you overthrew 20 years ago, the Taliban?
Well, as I sort of said in my remarks, as you know, I've been there a couple times. My son's been there a couple times. And it was I was very conflicted, actually. But I would tell you, I was pretty much focused on the task at hand. I'll have days ahead to actually think about that, but there was just so much going on in this headquarters, and we were so completely focused on getting our troops out, and in the days before getting our citizens out and vulnerable Afghans to the best of our ability, that I did not have a lot of time for reflection. I'm sure I will do that in the future, but right now I'm pretty much consumed with the operational task at hand. That's a good question, and I am going to be thinking about that in the days ahead.
Your message to Americans and Afghan allies who were left behind?
So the military phase of this operation has ended. The diplomatic sequel to that will now begin. And I believe our Department of State is going to work very hard to allow any American citizens that are left, and we think the citizens that were not brought out number in the low, very low hundreds. I believe that we're going to be able to get those people out. I think we're also going to negotiate very hard and very aggressively to get our other Afghan partners out. The military phase is over, but our desire to bring these people out remains as intense as it was before. The weapons have just shifted, if you will, from the military realm to the diplomatic realm, and the Department of State will now take the lead on that.
Nancy?
So just to clarify just a couple points. Can you tell us how many people are on that final C-17 flight? Can you tell us where that flight is headed? And you mentioned that General Donahue talked to his Taliban, essentially his counterpart. Can you give us any sense of what role the Taliban played from a security perspective to allow the U.S. to safely depart Kabul?
Yeah, so I'm not going to be able to answer the first two questions because those operations are still concluding as to where those aircraft are going and the exact disposition of our forces on the aircraft. I can tell you this, though, about what the Taliban has done. They established a firm perimeter outside of the airfield to prevent people from coming on the airfield during our departure. And we've worked that with them for a number of days. They did not have direct knowledge of our time of departure. We chose to keep that very information very restricted, but they were actually very helpful and useful to us as we closed down operations.
I want to go to the phones. I haven't done that yet. Dan Lamoth.
Hey, thanks for calling on me. General, can you give us a deeper level of detail on what this last day looked like?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for watching Live Now from Fox, playing an In Case You Missed It segment here as we are a little past the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Probably some of the biggest news that we were following yesterday, along with Hurricane Ida. The final U.S. military transport aircraft lifting off out of Afghanistan Monday, and Pentagon officials briefing the nation on what happened and what we can expect moving forward. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we are going to run through the top stories that we are following here on this Tuesday, August 31st, when you return.
A few hours ago. And we were able to bring out some people earlier in the day, although, as I've noted earlier, we had to cut it off sometime before this operation began. But we were intent on maintaining that capability. We were also intent on maintaining our force protection because of the threats from ISIS were very real, very concerning. And so we did a number of things. We had overwhelming U.S. air power overhead should there have been any challenge to our departure. And again, there was absolutely no question we were not going to be challenged by the Taliban. If we're going to be challenged, it was going to be by ISIS. And I think some of the things we've done yesterday, particularly the strike, and other things we've done have disrupted their ability to conduct that attack planning. But they remain a very lethal force, and I think we would assess that probably there are at least 2,000 hardcore ISIS fighters in Afghanistan now, and of course many of those come from the prisons that were opened a few days ago. So that number is up and is probably as high as it's ever been in quite a while, and that's going to be a challenge for the Taliban, I believe, in the days ahead.
Idris.
Thank you, General. Two quick questions. There were about 500 Afghan soldiers who were protecting the perimeter. Did you evacuate them and their families? And secondly, just on the airport, now that you've departed, do you believe it can take on civilian aircraft pretty soon, or will it require some type of repair or expertise?
Sure. So to the best of my knowledge, which is actually pretty good, I believe we brought out all the Afghan military forces who were partnered with us to defend the airfield and their family members. I believe that has been accomplished. We need the airport to be operational, and we need the airport to be operational quickly for civilian traffic. So we're going to do everything we can to help with that. Let me give you an example. One of the things we did not demilitarize as we left were those pieces of equipment that are necessary for airport operations, such as a fire truck, some of the front end loaders, things like that. We left that equipment. So that is available to allow that airport to get back and get operating as soon as possible. And it needs to get operating as soon as possible.
Louis.
General, today is August 30th, and the deadline had repeatedly been said that it was going to be August 31st. Do you think that there may be some people who had some false hope that they had at least one more day before this happened? And can you explain the tactical decision as to why you completed this mission on the 30th as opposed to the 31st?
Sure. So it's actually the 31st in Afghanistan. As we take a look what day of the week, what day of the month it is, it's the 30th here, 31st in Afghanistan. So we actually went out on the 31st, not the 30th, if you look at Afghan time. Look, there's a lot of heartbreak associated with this departure. We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out. But I think if we'd stayed another 10 days, Louis, we wouldn't have gotten everybody out that we wanted to get out. And there still would have been people who would have been disappointed with that. It's a tough situation. But I want to emphasize again that simply because we have left, that doesn't mean the opportunities for both Americans that are in Afghanistan that want to leave.
All right, everybody. Once again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is August 31st, 2021. We are coming up on another month. Hard to believe that we are nearing the end of this year. My name is Regina Gonzalez, everybody, with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. To the side of your screen, you can see some of the live guests and reports that we've got coming up here on our show this morning. In just a couple of minutes at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be joined by a Houston business owner known as Mattress Mac. He is undergoing some extreme efforts along with his whole gallery furniture team to get resources and help to the victims of Hurricane Ida out there in Louisiana. We will be continuing to follow the devastating aftermath and any updates coming out of Mississippi and Louisiana, and we'll also be tracking where Hurricane, now Depression Ida, is heading within the next couple of days. The depression is currently over Tennessee, and it's important to remember that they just suffered devastating, deadly flooding only about a week ago, so we are following the impacts of the rainfall that they will see there. Ida is going to make its way to the northeastern region, the two Virginias, before heading out to the Atlantic. They'll also probably see some heavy rainfall in Pennsylvania as well. Then at 9 a.m., we will be joined by an expert of military and Middle Eastern affairs on the situation in Afghanistan. The final U.S. troops leaving yesterday, a little earlier than today's August 31st deadline, marking the end of America's longest war. Again, President Biden is expected to address the nation on the troops withdrawal at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, and you can bet that you can watch it here on Live Now from Fox. Then at 9:40, as we continue to follow the impacts that Hurricane Ida had on Louisianans, we will actually be speaking with a man who was able to film the moments that a roof was blown off of his home in Louisiana. So lots of live interviews and special guests to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to take you out to a Live Now look we have right now of the Kabul airport, the skyline out there in the Middle East. Guys, we are out. After nearly 20 years, the final U.S. service members have departed Afghanistan, leaving behind perhaps hundreds of Americans and loyal Afghans who were unable to secure flights out of the country. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more from Washington this morning, where President Biden is preparing to address the nation.
Celebrations break out in Afghanistan as word spread that the Americans had left. There was celebratory gunfire, too, and it didn't take long for Taliban fighters to take over Kabul's airport, the last scrap of land that had been controlled by U.S. forces. Just hours earlier, though, it was this searing image that may forever capture the moment. The final U.S. soldier to leave Afghanistan, Major General Chris Donahue, under cover of night, approaching the last plane out.
There's a lot of heartbreak associated with this departure. We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out.
The timeline held, but the mission fell short. Some Americans and many Afghans loyal to the U.S. cause are now stranded in Afghanistan, facing an uncertain and potentially dangerous future under the Taliban. It is a stark contrast to a commitment made less than 2 weeks ago by the president.
If there's American citizens left, we're going to stay till we get them all out.
We believe there are still a small number of Americans, under 200 and likely closer to 100, who remain in Afghanistan and want to leave.
But the administration isn't sure about that number, and we are now relying on promises from the Taliban to allow those who want to leave to get out.
Abandoned vehicles are scattered throughout Kabul International Airport after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. These photos released this morning show abandoned and disabled vehicles and aircrafts at the northern military side of the airport. The U.S. withdrawal completed yesterday, one day before President Biden's deadline. Evacuations continued after the Taliban seized Kabul on August 15th, taking over the country and unseating its central government. So this is something that we are going to bring up at 9 a.m. Eastern time when we speak to former senior advisor for Middle Eastern Affairs of the Department of Homeland Security, Christopher Hinn, about these resources and what we can expect to happen to them now that these troops did withdraw. Meanwhile, everybody, again, we are continuing to follow the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, closely following the situation out in Louisiana and Mississippi. We actually do have some really sad news to bring you this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Here is a live look right now in the George County area of Mississippi as we are learning that 2 people have died and at least 10 are injured following a highway collapse out there. Now we're going to bring you some images of the situation and read you a little more on this situation here on Live Now from Fox in just a couple of minutes. But I do want to bring you the latest story from our Fox News correspondent, Madeline Rivera. She's been out there in New Orleans for the last couple of days. And, you know, for many folks in Louisiana, Hurricane Ida definitely triggered some painful emotions. The Category 4 storm slamming the Pelican State the same day Hurricane Katrina infamously did 16 years ago when it claimed roughly 1,800 lives. So far, at least 4 have died during Ida, but officials say the number could go up as rescue crews continue searching through the floodwaters. So again, let's get the latest from Fox's Madeline Rivera before reading you the latest information on this breaking news situation that we're following out of Mississippi this morning.
Weather experts say Ida is tied as the 5th strongest storm to ever strike the U.S., and the damage left behind is proof of its might.
Officials across Louisiana focusing on 2 main concerns in the wake of Hurricane Ida: rescues and recovery.
No one will be left out. No one has been left out.
Thousands of first responders continue scouring neighborhoods for anyone trapped inside their homes or on top of roofs due to rising water levels.
The ceiling in every room caved in, and it was unbelievable. 4 feet of water just came rushing in.
Ida first made landfall south of New Orleans Sunday as a Category 4 hurricane. Wind speeds up to 150 miles per hour, combining with heavy rain to decimate buildings, cause immense flooding, and snap power lines like toothpicks, leaving more than 1 million people in Louisiana and Mississippi without power as of Monday. But officials say power outages could last for weeks.
Ida packed a very powerful punch. She came in and did everything that was advertised.
Meanwhile, Ida also leaving parts of Mississippi underwater, the storm downgrading Monday, but not before torrential downpours overwhelmed waterways.
Forecasters predict Ida will continue moving north, bringing rain to parts of Tennessee, West Virginia, and New York in the coming days. In New Orleans, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Meanwhile, here is the video from this breaking news situation earlier this morning. A highway collapse in Mississippi takes out a section of road with cars on it, killing at least 2 people Monday night. The road collapse happened near Loosedale on Highway 26 in George County. Mississippi Highway Patrol say 2 lanes of the road collapsed, opening up a chasm below in between sections of the highway. 7 vehicles fell into the opened up hole. At least 10 others are injured, 3 of them critically. The collapse happened in the wake of Ida's tropical storm churn through the southeast following landfall Sunday as a Category 4 hurricane. So again, a lot of devastation being seen across Louisiana, Mississippi, but a lot of people reaching out to help in this time of need, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to be joined by a Houston business owner who's been working over the last 48 hours to bring relief to these victims. So stay with us, everybody. That interview coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 8:35 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a Live Now look over the White House in our nation's capital. Now, as you heard Doug Lazater say in his last report, President Biden will address the nation on the Afghanistan withdrawals today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You can bet that we will be airing it here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We do have a special event made over on our YouTube page, so if you are planning on watching the president's remarks, be sure to tune in to our platforms. You can watch us on your phones, you can watch us on your laptops, computers, televisions, anything you name it. We will bring you the president's address on the ending of America's longest war here on Live Now from Fox. Mattress Mac will be joining us a little bit later in the show today. Just let us know that. So we're going to move on here and continue on with some more Afghanistan-related stories here on Live Now from Fox. Doug Lazater working double duty today, telling us more about the 13 U.S. service members who were killed in the horrific bomb attack in Afghanistan last week. We actually still do have that live picture right now of the Kabul International Airport as American troops left yesterday. So let's get the latest from Doug Lazater here on Live Now from Fox.
The Pentagon has now released the complete list of the 13 U.S. service members who were killed in that horrific bomb attack in Afghanistan on Thursday. These are individuals that hail from all over the country, from California to Texas to Massachusetts, and pictures are emerging of some of them. We will start with Maxton Soviak. According to the Wall Street Journal, he was a former high school athlete, and he leaves behind 12 brothers and sisters. Riley McCullum was just 20 years old. He had recently gotten married. His wife is expecting a baby in just 3 weeks. 20-year-old David Lee Espinoza. His mother told the Wall Street Journal that her son had only been in Afghanistan for a week before he was killed. 20-year-old Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz. He grew up in the St. Louis area. His father told a local radio station that he is devastated, of course, by this, and that his son had always wanted to become a Marine. And Kareem Nakui, also just 20 years old. His father, Steve, spoke with Tucker Carlson last night. He said his son had expressed some concerns about this mission.
I'm still in shock. The family is devastated. From what I saw of the airport that they were in, it looked like a turkey shoot. Basically, it's funneled into like a single file type entry point.
And again, the Pentagon has now released the full list of those killed in the attack. These are individuals who served in the Army, the Navy, and the Marines. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. We are going to switch gears here and bring you out to a Live Now look of our XRAD radar here on Live Now from Fox this morning. You can see that green color just spreading its way entirely across the Northeast. Those are flood watches in effect for all of those states, as now Tropical Depression Ida is making its way up the Northeast. It will be impacting the two Virginias as well as Pennsylvania within the next 24 hours before also heading up towards the New York area and then making its way through the Atlantic. If you joined our Live Now from Fox coverage a little bit earlier here this morning, Pilar Arias spoke with Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick, who was out there in Alexandria, Virginia, where people were packing sandbags and getting ready for some heavy expected rainfall out there. So again, this is something that we are closely monitoring here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We actually also do have a live vantage point right now of the damage out in New Orleans, Louisiana. A lot of the city still without power this morning. Again, stay with us on Live Now from Fox. In just about an hour, we will be speaking with a Louisiana resident who actually filmed the moments that his roof was blown off of his home. In the meantime, I also do want to show you a lot of the devastating video that is making its way on the internet this morning here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow the impact that then Hurricane Ida had when it made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Widespread damage from Ida reported across the New Orleans metro area yesterday. Evacuated Louisiana residents were instructed to stay away while emergency crews dealt with debris amid new flash flood and tornado warnings. This footage filmed by Mike's weather page shows extensive debris across Kenner and LaPlace. Down power lines are seen in both communities, while drone footage shows fire damage in Kenner and flooding in LaPlace. According to officials, more than a dozen fires were reported throughout the city of Kenner. The U.S. Coast Guard and local emergency responders continue to assess damage and provide medical services across impacted regions yesterday. Moving on here, we're also going to take a look at some drone footage. So this is showing you the devastation and damage being assessed by the U.S. Coast Guard on the coastal Louisiana area after Ida devastated the region. This footage released by the United States Coast Guard Heartland shows the damage specifically in Grand Isle. More than 28 aviation assets and about 21 shallow water response assets were dispatched to flooded and damaged areas, according to the United States Coast Guard. The Coast Guard will continue to provide search and rescue capabilities, assess the damage done by Ida, prepare aids to navigation, and ensure the ports along the Gulf Coast can be safely reopened for the flow of maritime commerce. That's according to Captain Tracy Phillips, the area commander for the Ida response team. So again, absolutely tragic to see. You can see homes completely brought to the ground, debris all over the streets, lots of sand brought to the streets as well. So something that we are closely monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we do have specific families posting video here.
We had a fence here. Yeah, that's not normal. Those were pecan trees. That's our railing to our staircase. All my mom's tree plants are snapped. We don't have a patio. Not a lot of shingle damage right now.
Again, everybody, homes and businesses were left flooded in and damaged in LaPlace, Louisiana yesterday after Ida tore throughout these neighborhoods. This video was posted on the night of the 29th, showing the damage Ida inflicted on a LaPlace home. The uploader saying, "This is our backyard. The upstairs part of the building is pretty much ruined. The doors on both sides came off of the hinges. It looks like a tornado literally hit the living room." Absolutely tragic to see there, everybody. Meanwhile, drivers also bracing long gas lines in the wake of Tropical Depression Ida in New Orleans yesterday after it pummeled the city as a Category 4 hurricane. This video shared by the New Orleans Health Department shows drivers lined up outside a gas station, saying it is important to have a full gas tank in case of emergency. Also showing you some videos of some rescue efforts here. Fire crews helping rescue a pony from beneath fallen debris in Covington, Louisiana after Tropical Depression Ida wreaked havoc across the region. This footage was uploaded by the St. Tammany Fire District, showing a rescue worker guiding the trapped animal from beneath a corrugated iron sheet. So devastating to see all the animals impacted due to this storm as well. Actually, a pretty cute video to bring you here, although it is despite a tragic situation. A Great Dane named Magnolia May was one of the few residents of Covington to enjoy the floodwater in her neighborhood yesterday as she lapped at the aftermath of Storm Ida. As Ida headed for Louisiana, the roads were packed with vehicles trying to get out of danger. And shelter dogs are some of the unlikely evacuees, everybody. We actually did have a lot of shelter dogs making their way out here to Central Florida. Our own Fox 35 Orlando team covering that is exact news. I do want to bring you that report here on Live Now from Fox.
As Ida headed for Louisiana, the roads were packed with vehicles trying to get out of danger. These are some of the unlikely evacuees who made the long trip to Central Florida.
If we can get animals out of overcrowded shelters before the impact, then they're able to actually redirect their services to owned animals and the humans in their areas.
These dogs were already looking for forever homes in Louisiana. Now they'll be ready for people in Florida to take them in.
Cowboy and 27 of his friends relocated here to Central Florida from St. Landry Parish in Louisiana. He's one of 6 dogs now up for adoption in Sanford.
The others are Marshall, Tiger Man, Cleopatra, Ava, and Marlin.
They are here to stay and will be going up for adoption, yes.
Staff at the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando and Sanford say they're happy to help now that the shelters in the impact zone are dealing with the storm.
The shelters are really, stressed and just have so many more animals than they can really care for. So it is really great that we're able to kind of help ease that burden a little bit for them.
They say all the dogs will be altered, chipped, vaccinated, and ready to go home with loving local families.
They're going to find a place and a home environment probably fairly quickly where they wouldn't have in rural Louisiana.
If you'd like to take home Marlin or one of his friends, you can find the details on our website, fox35orlando.com. In Sanford, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
All right, everybody, we've got a news alert to bring you some chilling live feeds coming to our Live Now from Fox desk right now. We've got these feeds of the Caldor fire intensifying as evacuations are ordered near the Lake Tahoe area. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are actually going to bring you a full story that our Fox News correspondent William LaJeunesse filed on the Caldor fire and everything you need to know if you are joining us from this area. These flames red and really scary out there in Douglas County, Nevada. Again, this is live feeds coming to our Live Now from Fox desk this morning. This is what our show is all about, everybody. We bring you front row to any breaking news and aerials of weather, of live events, of anything you want to know and see here on our show. Stay with us, everybody. More Live Now from Fox is coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. These are live images, live video that we are getting to our Live Now from Fox desk this morning, courtesy of a Fox station that we have near Douglas County, Nevada. Now, we are learning that the Nevada governor has declared a state of emergency in response to the ongoing Caldor fire, as you could see it burning very viciously here. The governor's office says the emergency has been declared with the anticipation of the fire crossing in Nevada from California in the coming days. And as you can see right now, it is doing just that. Now, thousands of people have been asked to leave their homes since the flames erupted 2 weeks ago out in California. I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse, who has more on this devastating, large, vicious fire.
The Caldor fire inches closer to mountain towns near Lake Tahoe, prompting evacuations.
Stay informed, have a plan, be prepared, and stay safe.
Fire managers say protecting the area remains their top priority, but not easy. Since breaking out about 2 weeks ago, the Caldor fire burned more than 276 square miles and destroyed hundreds of structures. But it threatens at least 18,000 more as it closes in on the famous resort.
We all are just so tired, you know, we just want to be home, just like everyone else.
Firefighters face treacherous conditions as spot fires continue to breach containment lines. This week they'll face strong wind gusts and extreme heat. The weather prompting a red flag warning across the northern Sierras through Tuesday.
Coming into this red flag warning, it's definitely concerning for us. We have a lot of resources in place to mitigate the problem, but we're making sure everybody's safe right now. That's our focus.
Caldor is one of a dozen large fires burning in California. More than 1.6 million acres have burned here this year alone, prompting fears of another record-breaking season.
Definitely the worst it's been. Every year there's usually a fire, but it's a real small one.
Right now, the Caldor fire is spreading rapidly, and Cal Fire ordered 10 new communities Monday morning to evacuate, bringing to some 30,000 ordered to leave their homes. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
Once again, everybody, here is a Live Now look that we have of these vicious flames burning through the mountains of Douglas County, Nevada. The Nevada governor declaring a state of emergency due to this fire. This is something that we are going to monitor closely here on Live Now from Fox. We are also following several stories this morning as we are also ending the United States' longest war after troops all withdrew from Afghanistan yesterday. Here's a Live Now look we have of the Kabul International Airport. We are just minutes away from being joined by a former senior advisor for Middle Eastern affairs of the Department of Homeland Security. He's going to be giving us some insight on what we've seen in the last 24 hours, as well as what we can expect from President Biden's address today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, the big focus of today also is the fact that there are still families out there in Afghanistan, still Americans out there in the Middle East. Now, our very own Andrew Kraft actually spoke with a representative at a California Union School District about a California family that is eager to return home safely as Americans and U.S. allies attempt to flee the country. Let's get the latest from Andrew Kraft here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are just minutes away from a live interview as well.
There have been numerous stories of the evacuation efforts and how they are connected to communities across the country, one of which is a school district in California in which several families and students of the Cajon Valley Union School District were stranded. A majority of them have made it now out of Afghanistan, but still others remain. We're being joined right now by Dr. David Miyashiro. He is the superintendent of Cajon County Unified School District in California. Doctor, so good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Can you update us on the situation of those families?
This morning, I visited 8 students who have made it home from Afghanistan. Actually, in their classrooms today, it was joyful. And we also visited with their parents, who are extremely grateful. But we have 3 families that are still en route back to Cajon Valley. And at the time, we were excited because we're making such good progress this morning. We have 2 families that were left, still trying to be extracted, and 1 that was at the airport. And I don't think, based on what we learned this afternoon, that they made it out. They were left behind.
And we were just listening into the Pentagon briefing from earlier. We've heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken earlier as well that some 200 to possibly 100 Americans still remain. They don't have a precise number. And that very well includes these remaining members of your community, of your school community there. How are you doing right now? Are you hopeful? Because right now we know that the last soldiers have left Afghanistan. Are you worried?
Congressman Issa, who's been helping with his tactical team there, has some alternative strategies that we hope to learn about tomorrow. But the reality is that we had eyes on our 24 students because our family and community liaisons kept in touch with them through social media. The truth is there are probably closer to 1,000 U.S. children that are either American citizens or children of FIVs that are still there. And additionally, what the parents that we brought home today said that there are about 25,000 plus American citizens and SIVs that are invisible to everybody else, the invisible Americans whose passports and whose paperwork has been destroyed by the U.S. Embassy. So we've left, I think, 20,000 plus behind based on our estimates from people that were there on the ground, and people that are here trying to help them come home.
Now, that number is dramatically different from the official numbers we have been getting. We also know that a lot of the efforts to get Americans out have been centered around the capital city of Kabul. So that question remains, other places in the country. Are there Afghan allies or U.S. citizens still in those holdouts, in those cities that the Taliban took over? Can you kind of, recount for us what their ordeal was, how they got out? Was it safe? Was it fraught with danger? Can you just kind of maybe anecdotally, what did they say about their passage out of the country?
Yeah, one of the 8th grade students I spoke to today, when I asked him, how are you? How did you make it home? Was it okay? His eyes showed just anxiety, and he said it was chaos. And his father said the same thing. The reason why it was such a concerted effort was because these are our former U.S. operatives that assisted as allies. So they're not safe to be out on the streets. They were extracted from their home by careful operations coordinated by our employees from Family and Community Engagement, and then Congressman Issa's team on the ground there in Afghanistan, and also at Washington, D.C. It was a very, very intense and dangerous process to get home.
And just let's go back a little bit, Dr. Miyashiro. Why were these families and students in Afghanistan in the first place? Had they been there for a while? We know we're just coming off the summer months and people are getting back to school, but why were they there in the first place?
Yeah, I think all of them were there to see their grandparents. So when an Afghanistan person serves the U.S. military, the U.S. Embassy, and they get a special immigration visa to come here, they can only bring their children and their spouse. So if they wanted to have their children see their grandparents, and especially after the COVID long travel ban, of course you'd want to have your children see their grandparents. That's why they were there.
And can we kind of talk about what the school district is providing as far as support services to what has no doubt been a pretty traumatic experience for, mind you, like very, very young kids?
Yeah, our first ask was of the teachers to create a welcoming environment and to make it a non-event so that we can start having some normalcy for the kids. And we watched them, all 8 students today. They look happy as a clam to be back where they were, solving very complex math problems in a couple of circumstances. And our counseling team, we have a world of support around them, not just for the children, but also for their families. And we've been in contact with them all day today. We hope to have 3 more families home soon. And next steps are phase 2. What about our 2 families that have children that are still there, and the 20,000 plus invisible Americans that we left behind?
Can we kind of just go into a little bit also just your efforts with Congressman Issa's office? You know, how responsive have they been? Are you getting constant updates, from the congressman in his office?
We've spoken daily, and we were in contact with his ops command 24/7 for the first 72 hours, trying to relay enough intel so that his team on the ground could find and extract our families that were there. And we couldn't be more grateful to Congressman Issa and all the U.S. military and operatives there helping to try to bring Americans home.
All right, and we will leave it at that. We heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken today. Now that the military mission has drawn down, it has now moved into a diplomatic mission. So please update us here at Live Now if you do have any more news on the families from your school district that are still there in Afghanistan. We thank you for coming on the program.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez here with you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. It is a little past the 9 a.m. hour here on the East Coast, but you are taking a Live Now look at the Kabul International Airport. Again, America's longest war ending there yesterday when troops withdrew from the airport, the final troops. Now, we do want to bring on a special guest with us here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We are being joined right now by a former senior advisor for Middle Eastern Affairs from the Department of Homeland Security. His name is Christopher Hinn, and he is joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Christopher, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Morning. I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being with us here. Now, I understand, Christopher, that you have really had some thoughts on the last couple of days. So we saw that final soldier board the plane and they made their way to the United States. So what do you make of the last 24 hours, us ending the withdrawal a little bit earlier than scheduled?
Well, I think the last soldier probably signifies the end of the war of 20 years or the support of 20 years. But what concerns me is it really the last soldier? And if it is, that's great. What about the other people who are there, the Americans and the people who have supported? And what I've seen is just the fact that there was not coordinated effort between the U.S., the administration, and the Afghanistanis military and the Taliban. It concerns me because there's somebody still out there that we probably don't know about. But the good news is, if that's the case, well, great job. Now we have to wait to see what happens next and what develops between Al-Qaeda, the Afghanistan, and of course ISIS-K, which is Khorasan.
Yeah, Christopher, I actually do want to show this video of a legitimate celebration from the Taliban. So why, in a sense, are they excited that we have left?
Well, 20 years ago, the United States went through a horrific time, but we were united. We were not divided, either Republicans or Democrats or whoever. Today, we're so divided that they know it. Now, we left them something that they have $85 billion or less of equipment that they can use against us. They have the freedom to rebuild their terrorist groups. And you will see some tremendous amount of new groups will be rising up in that area. And that's the concern that I feel. I'm in the Middle East right now, and I listen to people. I talk to the different minds in the community here in Dubai, and it just seems that they're concerned about where are we going next, and that's the concern. So I pray that the Taliban would form a government, will be accepted, and they will get their act together, the new generation, the new generation of ISIS-K, which is a Khorasan. They're the new generation of ISIS, if we remember ISIS several years ago. But I think there's going to be some clash between the two. And I mentioned yesterday the fact that Pakistan is behind this whole thing and supporting them. I think that's a concern for the United States, especially when it comes to the SIS, which is the security service in Pakistan.
Yeah, and Mr. Hind, going off a little bit about what you just said, I myself have learned, over the last week as we've seen these events unfold, the fact that suicide bombings like we saw last Thursday, they are actually relatively common out there near Kabul International Airport and the Kabul area. Is that correct?
They are. One of the questions I think no one asked yet, how did these suicide bombers got into Kabul? How did they get in, and from what country did they come in? And nobody from the administration ever asked that question from the military side. Our military soldiers are amazing. I see them here, I see them everywhere. They're so dedicated. I think we need to show them a little dedication, how much we care about them, to bring them home, to make sure they're safe, and to bring the people that have helped us, their families. But I don't think that's the problem here. The problem is that individuals in that region don't care. They don't care about the US. I'm talking about, let me be clear, Afghanistan, because the region does care. But Afghanistan, especially the Taliban, they will be loyal to their tribes, not to the United States. They don't care. That's the key. That's where the problem is.
Now, Mr. Hind, we heard from the Secretary of State yesterday. We heard from Pentagon officials. Do we know exactly how many Americans remain in Afghanistan right now? And do they have any other options of getting out?
Well, I hope the diplomatic side of it will help the diplomatic, evacuation. But it's still just sad that they don't have that information today, that they don't have how many Americans are stranded in that country. Why? Who dropped the ball? And no one's going to stand up, come to the, to step up to the plate. So we don't know. Nobody knows. I honestly don't think that they know.
Now, Mr. Hind, we are nearing that anniversary of 9/11 20 years ago. That's the reason we went there, was to avenge, in a sense. So are there concerns on what could happen if we leave them to basically do whatever they want?
Absolutely. I mean, what a great play art for them. When the Taliban came in, a lot of the Afghanistani military that we trained left. They just disappeared. They took off their uniform and they left their guns, and we also helped them leave tremendous amount of weapons and artillery and airplanes and what have you to use against us. I do hope that they will not do that, but still there's great concern in the whole region of what's next, and is that going to affect the entire Middle East? It's going to affect the US. No one knows, because it's really scary time. I've never felt so unsure about a situation. We built 20 years and took to destroy. I mean, think about it. We built 20 years of logistics, and what it took to destroy. So all the 20 years that we've built, they've gone down, and that's what the concerning is.
Yeah, and Mr. Hind, I actually do want to go off a point you just made, because it was a question that I had myself when I've been watching these updates for the last 24 hours. We have 20 years worth of resources, of equipment, of helicopters. So was it possible for them to just clean out house, or what happens to that equipment moving forward?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of it given to Pakistan to sell on the black market. A lot of it will be sold on the black market, reverse technology to China. Yeah, they'll use it to good use for them, not for us. So there is concern. I'm very familiar with, ITAR, the International Tariff Arms Registry. I was a broker. What happened to all that? The end user, when we bring a weapon across the international waters without the government, what happens to that weapon? We don't know who will use those weapons. And that's the part, again, there's so many factors are so scary. And that's the part I think that we just need to I just pray to God, our Defense Department, our government, and everybody else that is involved in this situation would be more put their feelings and the political issues aside and work on resolving this problem for the future.
Mr. Hin, we are expecting to hear from the president at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time today on his deadline about the withdrawals. What do you see him saying to Americans today?
I respect the president's office. I don't think he'll say anything that really with substance that will reassure us Americans that he's truly going to do something. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but I want to be fair to him. But I think the president is trying, but I don't think he's going to say anything that is going to really matter.
Now, my last question to you, and you've touched on it a little bit, relatively speaking, what are your concerns about the future of Afghanistan now that we are gone?
As I said earlier, I think it's going to become a hub. It's going to be harboring terrorism. It will continue to grow in different directions. They may tell us now, yeah, we're going to be following the laws and the rules. They have no idea what they're going to follow because they have leaders. Again, I still have a bit of hope that they will try to coordinate better with the U.S. and our allies to have a better future for them. I remember the Palestinians back in the 70s, they were considered a terrorist group. Today, they have a country or they have a government. I think that's what the direction they're going. But we have to probably work with them, and it looks like they may be a chance. And that's the only hope that I can see, that chance to be real. That's all.
All right. Well, Christopher Hin, you are the former senior advisor for Middle Eastern Affairs for the Department of Homeland Security. Is there anything else you want our viewers to know about this situation before we send you off?
Well, again, as I said earlier, I think we need to work together as a united front to work towards bringing everybody home. Don't leave anyone behind. I think that was a great famous word of President Bush. Let's just bring everybody home and figure a way. And let's not charge them $300,000 to bring them there because that's a highway robbery. Let's just get them home.
Mr. Hin, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, all the way from the Middle East. That's where you are yourself. We really appreciate your time, and we hope to speak with you again soon.
Thank you. I'm in the safest city in the world right now, Dubai. So it's great to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much for making time for us here. You have a great rest of your evening over there.
Thank you again. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, here is another Live Now look at the Kabul skyline. Again, President Biden will address the nation on the Afghanistan withdrawals at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. You can absolutely bet that we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a special event made for it over on our YouTube page, so if you plan on watching it with Live Now from Fox, be sure to head over there to that stream at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Taking a Live Now look over the White House in our nation's capital. Reminding you that President Biden will address the nation on the Afghanistan withdrawal at 1:30 in the afternoon Eastern Time. We will be bringing it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. That is who we are and what we do. We bring you live events, breaking news, and any feeds we get to our Live Now from Fox desk, raw and unfiltered, because that is what we are all about. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for about the next hour before Pilar Arias hops back on for another hour, and then we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where you've got Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. They bring you all of your afternoon and evening news from out there on the West Coast. We are also joined by Stephanie Weaver on the weekends from Los Angeles, California, hosting our show Saturday and Sundays, while Rain Augustine starts the weekend show on Saturdays and Sundays as well. So a nationwide effort and team here on Live Now from Fox. We, your hosts, control everything that you see on the screen, but it is an entire team effort to bring you the content and news that we do each and every day. Like I said, we bring you live feeds that we get here to our Live Now from Fox desk. I actually do want to continue to show you a Live Now look we have of the Caldor fire burning in Nevada. This is actually specifically Douglas County, and I do want to read you the latest that we are learning this morning as the flames intensify and have spread from the California area. Now, we have learned that the Nevada governor has declared a state of emergency, which will ensure resources from the local, state, and federal levels that will be available to assist as needed during this emergency. Now, we have learned that state agencies are continuing to work in close coordination with those in California, local and federal levels. This is regarding, again, the Caldor fire, as you can see, burning through the mountains near Douglas County, Nevada. We are also following the path of now tropical depression Ida, continuing to bring you any video we get here this morning of the devastation being seen across Mississippi and Louisiana. We are expected to be joined by a Louisiana man who unfortunately, devastatingly, was able to film when a roof was blown off of his home out there in Louisiana. So he'll be joining us a little bit later here on our show to tell us all about his experience, how him and his family are now searching for a new place to stay while cleanup and recovery efforts get underway within the next couple of weeks. At 10:15 Eastern Time, we'll also be joined by Mattress Mac out of the Houston area. He is a businessman, not only sending resources to the Louisiana area in light of Hurricane Ida, but he's also letting Hurricane Ida evacuees sleep on mattresses in his furniture store and providing them resources, clothes, food, anything, you name it, as well. Now, we did hear from President Biden yesterday after Hurricane Ida made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane on Sunday. He spoke with FEMA officials about the resources and teams that will be heading down to the impacted states. So I do want to bring you his remarks here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're waiting for a few more people to get on, but we're going to get started, if that's okay with you all. And thanks for joining me. I'm here. The FEMA director is on. FEMA Director Criswell, she's on. And I'm here with my senior advisor and boy who knows Louisiana very, very well, man. And New Orleans, and Cedric Richmond. And what I'm going to do is make a brief statement here and then go through and tell you what we're doing, but then hear from all of you if that's okay. I know you're busy as the devil. I know you've got a lot to manage in your states, but the fact is that I want to hear from you. We both want to hear from you. And we know Hurricane Ida had the potential to cause massive damage. And that's exactly what we saw. We already know there's been at least one confirmed death, and that number is likely to grow. And we've got 1 million people in Louisiana without power. And for a time, Ida caused the Mississippi River to literally change its direction. And some folks are still dealing with the storm surge and flash flooding. And there are roads that are impassable due to debris and down power lines. And we need people to continue to shelter in place if it's safe for them to do so. And for those who have lost their homes, states working with the American Red Cross have already opened 50 shelters in the affected areas across the Gulf Coast. We've already begun search and rescue efforts, and we get folks who out there who need assistance, and we're doing the best we can. More than 5,000 members of your National Guard have been activated from Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas to support search and rescue and recovery efforts. And FEMA has prepositioned literally millions of meals and liters of water. They're already prepositioned, as well as other resources in the immediate area. And we've deployed more than 200 generators, and we already moved into the region. They've been moved in ahead of time. And the Administrator Griswold and her team at FEMA is working, getting more of those into the area. We're in close contact with local electric providers to see what they need. They're all private providers. We don't control that, but we're doing all we can to minimize the amount of time it's going to take to get power back up for everyone in the region. And we've been working with the electric sector throughout the night and all day today to assess and understand the full extent of the damage. To accelerate the process, I've asked the Federal Aviation Administration to work today with Louisiana and Mississippi electric companies to authorize the use of surveillance drones to assess Ida's damage to energy infrastructure, while ensuring those flights do not disrupt aerial search and rescue operations. And I've also asked the Pentagon and the Department of Homeland Security to immediately make available any satellite imagery that can assist in assessing the damage in your states and cities and parishes. Local utilities are going to soon begin restoration work, including prioritizing getting transmission lines into New Orleans and get them back up and running. A lot of them have been taken down. More than 25,000 debris crews and linemen from at least 30 states are rolling in to support you. Some are already pre-positioned and close, and hopefully are already underway. But we need to be prepared, that we're about as prepared as we could be for the early stage of this, and there's a lot more to do. We also know a lot of people lost their cell phone service if their particular carrier tower is down or damaged. So this morning, the Federal Communications Commission has worked with the cellular providers to initiate their cooperative framework agreement. That agreement allows customers on one line with one provider to go to another provider if that provider is down. So it allows customers to use roaming access carriers to any of the carriers that are up and running. And that means you should be able to get a signal no matter who your carrier was or is. The main thing I want to make clear to all of you is we're providing any help that you're going to need. And so I've got, as I said, I've got my senior advisor, Cedric Richmond, here with me. You all know him. He's a New Orleans native. He's a congressman in Louisiana, was a congressman in Louisiana's 2nd District for 10 years. He knows the area. He knows the people, and he who have been affected by Ida, and he knows how to get things done in government. While FEMA is our lead for on-the-ground response, if there's something you needs my attention, Cedric's your direct line in the White House throughout this recovery, and I mean that. Whatever you need, go to Cedric. He'll get to me. We'll get you what you need if we can. The people of Louisiana and Mississippi are resilient, but it's in moments like these that we can certainly see the power of government to respond to the needs of the people if government's prepared and if they respond. That's our job if we work together. If folks get knocked down, we're there to help you get back on your feet. The most important element, though, is coordinating all the branches of government, state, local, and federal. And that's what we're trying to make sure that we tried to do before this hurricane hit. That's why we've begun working together. We're going to stand with you and the people of the Gulf as long as it takes for you to recover. And so I'm now going to turn this over to John Bell, Governor Edwards of Louisiana. And Governor, give us your assessment of what you have, what you're seeing out there. Tell me what you're hearing and what your team on the ground and anything you need that we haven't gotten to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And you couldn't pick the better person than Cedric Richmond, and we look forward to working with him as well. First of all, let me thank you for signing my request for a pre-landfall declaration, and then last night signing the major disaster declaration. That's going to be very helpful. Hurricane Ida came on shore with everything that was advertised. Yep. The surge, the rain, the wind. The good news first is all of our levee systems, particularly our federal levee systems and the hurricane risk reduction systems, performed magnificently. They were not overtopped. None of them were breached. Even our levee systems that were paid for with state and local funding in LaFouche and Terrebonne Parish performed extremely well. It would be a different story altogether had any of those levee systems failed. Having said that, the damage is still catastrophic, but it was primarily wind-driven. But we know that there were some areas that received tremendous rainfall as well. But we're going to be dealing with this damage for quite a while. And you mentioned the power outage. That is critical for us. And it's really 1 million homes and businesses that are out. And my best guess is you're getting closer to 2 million people without electricity right now. And of course, we're trying to prioritize the restoration so that our hospitals come back up first. Because while they're all on generator power, generators typically, fail after some period of time. So we want to get them back up first. And in the meantime, we already have the Corps of Engineers on the ground identifying additional generators that we can bring to these hospital locations so that should we have a failure before power is restored, we're going to be able to switch them over. They're working extremely hard on that. And we have FEMA embedded with us here since before the storm. The truth of the matter is they've been at GOSEP since the day I became governor. They haven't left because of one disaster or emergency after another. But they're doing really well. We look forward to visiting with Administrator Griswold, who I think is going to be able to come down tomorrow, Mr. President. But this is going to be a long haul, and we know that we're going to need assistance with a housing program. We're putting together preliminary information this week that can potentially drive an appropriation for CDBG. We'll be getting with you all, and I'll work through Cedric Richmond on that, Mr. President, to make sure that we can get a program up and running just as soon as possible. But I want to finish with really the most important thing. We are still in a life-saving mode here doing search and rescue. The roads, the highways into the most affected area were completely clogged with debris, down power lines, trees. We're making really good progress. We actually started our ground search and rescue this morning at daylight. We dispatched those forces. And by the way, we already had search and rescue teams from 16 states in Louisiana as of yesterday. They started moving to the affected areas at 3 o'clock this morning. At 6 o'clock, they were actually doing search and rescues from 911 calls that came in over the night that couldn't be responded to. And then by 6 o'clock this morning, we actually were effecting rescues out of the air as well. And the last thing I want to say is that the very first rescues occurred at a hospital in Galliano down in LaFouche Parish by the U.S. Coast Guard, because they were able to fly before before any other assets could. And they were able to move about 7 patients from a hospital down there. You probably saw the hospital that had the roof just completely taken off yesterday. Your Coast Guard rescued and relocated those patients first thing this morning, and we are very appreciative of that.
Well, thank you. Well, look, we worked real hard with you to get the search and rescue teams in place, but you say they have been able to respond in a timely way.
Yes, sir. And I can't tell you they're everywhere we want them, but they started responding first thing this morning. And those 16 teams, that doesn't include the National Guard or the Wildlife and Fisheries officers here. You know, I've got all 5,000 of my National Guardsmen activated. We're going to end up with about 5,000 more coming in from out of state through an EMAC request. And one of the reasons this is important, Mr. President, is we've got 2,400 of our soldiers in our 256 Brigade Infantry Combat Team. They're deployed to the Middle East. And so we're going to have EMAC requests where I think as early as tomorrow, we're going to have additional soldiers coming from National Guards from sister states, and that's going to be very helpful as well.
Well, good. Well, look, if there's anything else you need, just call. I mean, you got the team at the table there, a lot of them, and so just holler. All right, now Cedric, who are we going to next?
Governor Reeves.
You are. I understand, Gov, you're not on video, but you are on the telephone. So, Gov, fire away.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. When we spoke on Friday, you assured me that when we asked for the pre-landfall declaration that you would immediately sign it, and you did exactly that, and I want to thank you for doing so. We're in a little bit of a different position right now, obviously, than our friends in Louisiana. The storm is, the eye of the storm is currently west of Jackson, and so we probably have between 18 and 22 more hours of the eye of the storm being in the state of Mississippi. We also have, because it's such a large storm, our largest threat in terms of tornadic activity still remains along our coastline and in the counties just north of there. The storm, which really is challenging, has slowed down to about 8 miles an hour, and so that's the reason it's going to stay in the state for so long, which leads to more and more rainfall. So the bad news for us is that we're going to get even more rainfall than maybe we originally anticipated. The good news is because it's moving so slow, the wind speeds have not reached where we thought they would be in the 65 to 75 mile an hour range here in central Mississippi. They're really closer to 30 to 40 miles an hour. Certainly still providing some significant challenges, but not to the extent that it otherwise could have been. Because of that, we know that our greatest threats here in Mississippi are with respect to rising water and power outages. The storm has been in the state for about 8 to 10 hours now. We've got 135,000 plus Mississippi dwellings that have not and cannot receive power right now. We're working on that, but we anticipate that number to significantly increase over the next 20 hours as the storm continues to move north. We have determined in meeting with our team, Mr. President, as well as your team at FEMA earlier today, that the SARS assets, the search and rescue teams from FEMA in our state are not currently needed in our state. We believe our state and local assets can meet the needs, and so we have encouraged our FEMA counterparts to release those individuals over to Louisiana to help with those search and rescue.
Good.
As well as I have directed General Boyles, my adjutant general, as we progress over the next 8 to 10 hours, he has already reached out to his counterpart in Louisiana, and we're going to be sending men and women in uniform from Mississippi to help in Louisiana because that's who we are. And so we've got, again, about 20 hours ahead of us of winds and lots of rain, but all things considered, because the storm slowed up so considerably, we're seeing more rain, more water, but a lot less wind, which is certainly helpful.
Well, thanks an awful lot, Gov. And again, thanks for your generosity in sending some of those search and rescue teams to Louisiana. And is Mayor Cantrell on? Mayor Cantrell, are you on? I don't think she was able to get connected.
I don't think so, Mr. President, but we have Cynthia Lee Shane.
Oh, okay.
Parish president from Jefferson Parish, which includes Grand Island and other places hard hit.
Well, you were hard hit, weren't you, Madam President? Especially
Thank you.
down
Yes,
in Grand
we were.
Island.
Thank you, Mr. President, Congressman, Governor. Thank you. We have not had contact with Grand Isle. Congressman, you know Mayor Carmodell. I talked to him yesterday evening. He thought 40 people were on the island, couldn't get them off, including some firefighters. We have not had contact with them since yesterday. I'm told that the Mayor Carmodell's in Galliano, and Governor, I think he's on a helicopter by the state police, is what I heard, to get him to the island. And as long as there's communication, we'll be able to communicate with him and see what's going on there. But it's very hard to not have any word from that island and the people on it since that time. In Lafitte, the water was very high to the roofs of houses. Our first responders, Sheriff Joseph Lapinto, our firefighters, Louisiana National Guard, some Coast Guard are there doing search and rescue. They're having to get boats in and out. We are sheltering those people at Park Playground, and then I believe the state is going to coordinate, Governor, for a pickup and move them out to Alexandria is my understanding. And then, of course, our systems are down. We have no electricity, no communication. Our water systems are down. We're losing pressure. We had to do a boil water advisory. Our sewer system, as you know, is based on electricity, so we're going to start having backups there, so that's going to be a hygiene problem. And we're encouraging residents who are out of the area to stay out because we do not have the modern amenities to bring them back home. And the people inside, you know, we're going to have to take care of them. But some of the people in here who stayed during the storm and are okay, in the next couple of days, they may want to get out, and it might be a best idea for them to get out because it's going to be difficult life for quite some time.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Cedric, what about the oil port?
Well, the governor or Parish President Shane could talk about that. The president's inquiring about the oil ports down in Port Fourchon and the effect and where we are there.
I personally do not have eyes on that situation, so actually the visual I get is if I see something on the national.
Very brief ending to that video there. But again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we wanted to play out those full remarks from the president. You heard him speaking with the governor of Louisiana as well as the governor of Mississippi, describing the catastrophic damage that both states saw when Hurricane Ida made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Now, it is making its way around the Tennessee area. I actually do want to show you a live look at our XRAD radar before I explain to you what that event you just saw was. So you could see that green color making its way to the northeast. That is a flash flood watch and warnings in effect for all of those states out there due to Tropical Depression Ida now making its way again over Tennessee toward the two Virginias. It is expected to bring rainfall into Pennsylvania as well as the New York area within the next couple of days before making its way to the Atlantic. So it's something that we're following closely here on Live Now from Fox, as well as trying to monitor the damage that is still being assessed out there in Mississippi and Louisiana. But however, I did bring you out to this event quickly. This is slated to get underway in the next couple of minutes. The Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney is going to speak to the media and give a briefing on the fact that they are still expecting more Afghan refugees there in the Philadelphia area. He's also going to be talking about the organizations that will be working with these refugees to get them accustomed to culture here in the United States and really help them start a new life. So When these remarks get started, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez, here with you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida, but you are currently taking a Live Now look over the damage and devastation that is being seen across the New Orleans, Louisiana area. A lot of the area still without power this morning. Now, we have learned that President Biden has approved a major disaster declaration for the state of Louisiana. Residents and business owners who sustained losses in the designated areas can be applying for assistance by registering online at www.disasterassistance.gov. You can apply for FEMA aid if you live in certain parishes. Those go from the Ascension area to West Baton Rouge to New Orleans to West Feliciana. So again, you can look up if you are eligible for FEMA assistance. Again, you can see this absolutely devastating impact here in New Orleans. This building non-existent anymore, debris all over the street when Hurricane Ida made impact and landfall as a category for a hurricane. Much of, really all of New Orleans lost power, many still without power this morning. And we are seeing lots and lots of devastation, not only in New Orleans, but across the state of Louisiana, as well as the state of Mississippi. So once we get more of those videos for you here on Live Now from Fox, we will bring them to you here, because that is what we are all about, showing you the impacts of major weather events like this one. It is going to be weeks and months of recovery and cleanup efforts. I also do want to let you know that we are on standby for a live event out of the Philadelphia area. Going to bring you out there right now. We are currently taking a Live Now look at a press conference that is about to take place regarding the Afghanistan refugees that have come to Philadelphia. Now, we do see some officials making their way to the podium, so let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow. Pilar Arias will be joining you guys shortly.
Gather here at one of Philadelphia's most diverse high schools, home to students from over 70 countries who speak 28 different languages, to talk about Operation Allies Refuge, PHL. The effort's underway to welcome Afghan individuals and families through Philadelphia International Airport. From Saturday through Monday, 2,386 evacuees arrived at PHL. At least 35 city, state, and federal agencies, local hospitals, and nonprofit partners are providing services after evacuees deplane and are cleared by customs. These services include culturally appropriate food, basic essentials, a medical evaluation, and physical and mental health support services. A COVID test is part of this process, and we also offer the opportunity to get a COVID vaccination. The city is providing on-site interpretation in Dari, Pashto, Urdu, and Farsi, thanks to a tremendous response to the health department's call for volunteers. I want to be clear that this is a federal-led process. We are proud to have the opportunity to aid in this humanitarian effort. We greatly appreciate the leadership and resources provided by our partners, and I'm also moved by the support the Philadelphians have offered since we announced the operation last week. To those who signed up to volunteer or donated cash or supplies to one of our local resettlement partners like HIAS and Nationality Service Center, thank you very much for showing the evacuees what it means to touch down in the city of brotherly love. Please keep in mind that donated supplies cannot be accepted at the Philadelphia International Airport for security reasons. Details on ways you can help our Afghan brothers and sisters are available at phila.gov. And looking further into the future, we anticipate that some evacuees may choose to make our city and region their new home. The Department of State is leading resettlement and lodging, but we welcome any and all new residents and are committed to helping them get the resources they need to thrive in our neighborhoods and in our schools. Wherever the evacuees choose to live, I sincerely hope they find the stability, community, and opportunity that everyone deserves. And now I'll take some questions. No, we expect 7 flights today. This could go on for a couple weeks. I know that I got a call this morning from the mayor of Chicago because apparently the federal government have reached out to them to see if they can be part of this process. I don't know the number of flights or how long it's going to take, but as long as it takes, we'll be there.
You said 7 flights today?
I think 7 today is expected. Sometimes things change because of timing and when they leave Germany or when they leave wherever they're coming from. You know, there may be some delays or it may roll over into tomorrow.
Now is the city making the public housing available for?
No, folks are being processed through customs They go get some kind of medical checkup. They get some respite with food and water and snacks, and get a chance to acclimate themselves, and then they get on buses and are taken either, I think, Fort Dix or some other various locations while they're processed to, and they may be coming back to the airport and flying off to other cities in the future. But
in case they have family somewhere else?
If they have family somewhere else, or if they have family here, we're willing to try to accommodate that. But as I've said before, I view us as Ellis Island for the Afghans, where they come through port of entry, they're processed, and then they move out to where they're going. And the federal government is running the whole operation.
Now, I spoke to an organization yesterday. They're saying that they're helping these people apply for, to change their status so they can get a work permit and things like that. They were saying that the application process is $575, which is a lot for these people. Yeah. Is the city going to do anything?
I'm not aware of any monetary expenditure that we're making. We expect that most, if not all, of this will be covered by the federal government, so we don't see any financial downside for us.
How's it going at the airport? I know Dulles had some backups.
Yeah, I mean, everything seems to be pretty smooth. I mean, we had a lot of folks yesterday. There was a little bit of a delay, but nothing where, well, put it this way: people coming off the Afghan flights complain a lot less than normal domestic travelers. We haven't had anybody drug out of the terminal and screaming and yelling about anything. I mean, these folks are just, for me, phenomenally strong, brave, and patient, and it's just interesting and very uplifting to see little kids coming down through the escalator to hit the Red Cross and get a teddy bear and some snacks and water, and then a half hour later they're running around playing tag with each other and just being kids. It's wonderful to see how resilient they are.
Is there any timetable as to how long this is going to last?
Yeah, as long as it takes. As long as people keep coming, and we expected about 2 weeks, I think, originally. Yeah, Dominic.
Thank you. Yeah, as the mayor said, as long as it takes, but we're geared up right now and planning to be there at least through September 17th, and so just making staffing plans and making sure preparations are available locally to support that long.
Any number on how many of the immigrants receive COVID vaccinations?
We're not going to talk about medical issues. It's private. Tests and vaccinations are available for those who want it. We're not, we're not insisting or, cajoling people to get it done. And any testing stuff is done by choice. Okay. Thank you.
All right, everybody, good morning. Watching live now from Fox. You heard from the Philadelphia mayor there, as well as someone from the Office of Emergency Management about the Afghan refugees that are going to be there in the city, how they are planning on helping them. We'll bring you any and all updates here on Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, the last day of the month of August. Here's a Live Now look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. Stocks started trading about 30 minutes ago. Now they are currently down about 80 points. We'll keep a very close eye on the situation unfolding there for the stock exchange right here on Live Now from Fox. Pretty good indicator in terms of how the economy is doing there, so we want to provide you that live update. I do want to show you we are on standby for another live update from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. As soon as that gets underway, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But first, we're going to go back on out to Fox 29 Philadelphia, and that's because their very own Steve Keeley filed this report about what the city of Philadelphia is doing to help those refugees from Afghanistan.
We could use some positive news in the newscast once in a while, and here we go. And you're going to like to see these pictures we just took. So we went down to a packed terminal. They are flying in by the plane load, waiting to leave for parts of Philadelphia and South Jersey by the bus load. And you'll be smiling when you see the little kids wearing American clothes for the first time in their lives, even guys trying on Nike T-shirts. So many people donated so many things, and you can see those donations were very much appreciated and very much needed by people after a long flight. And you know, they left with whatever they were wearing. It's not like they could take every possession that they had. They just wanted to get they and their families out alive. You even notice a guy drinking out of a Wawa cup for the first time. One of the first things he'll remember about America. And they're going to look at that emblem on there and wonder what that is, right? So many things they're experiencing for the first time. So many little kids, so many families, it looks like. And they're trying on clothes, doing everything they're doing for the first time in America, and then getting a ride somewhere to start their new life. There are translators in there, lots of police, FEMA, federal officials, state officials, the Philadelphia Fire Department, so many ambulances on the ready if needed, and it looked like nobody was needed. It looked relaxed. We saw some smiles, and we saw so many people in there. They are here in Philly now by the thousands for sure. They started coming on Saturday and then nonstop since. We saw some flights arriving overnight. This terminal at one point quiet today, now just packed. And it's just terrific to see a welcome sight as Philadelphia lives up to that brotherly love motto and a welcome to the world. So Philly International really living up to the international part of its name today and doing some good for the world. And these Afghans happy probably to be out of their war-torn country because not knowing what would have happened to them had they stayed behind, and now starting life in a new country that we hope will be a better life, especially for the young ones. This is Steve Keeley for Fox News Now.
Big thanks to Steve Keeley for that update there. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. It is Tuesday, August 31st, 2021, the final day of the month. A lot of people already feeling those fall vibes, even though, you know, Labor Day is the unofficial end of summer, that is, and a lot of people just excited for September, October. Believe it or not, it'll already be the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's before we know it. All right, well, Fox's Doug Luzader is going to start us off here at the top of the 10 o'clock hour to provide us the latest. The U.S. says its mission is complete in Afghanistan, completing the nation's longest war ever, and all troops have withdrawn from Afghanistan.
We expect President Biden to say that he was following the recommendations of his top military advisors. He stuck with his timeline for U.S. troop withdrawal in Afghanistan, despite criticism from both sides of the aisle. Celebrations break out in Afghanistan as word spread that the Americans had left. There was celebratory gunfire, too, and it didn't take long for Taliban fighters to take over Kabul's airport, the last scrap of land that had been controlled by U.S. forces. Just hours earlier, though, it was this searing image that may forever capture the moment. The final U.S. soldier to leave Afghanistan, Major General Chris Donahue, under cover of night, approaching the last plane out.
There's a lot of heartbreak associated with this departure. We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out.
The timeline held, but the mission fell short. Some Americans and many Afghans loyal to the U.S. cause are now stranded in Afghanistan, facing an uncertain and potentially dangerous future under the Taliban. It is a stark contrast to a commitment made less than 2 weeks ago by the president.
If there's American citizens left, we're going to stay till we get them all out.
We believe there are still a small number of Americans, under 200 and likely closer to 100, who remain in Afghanistan and want to leave.
But the administration isn't sure about that number, and we are now relying on promises from the Taliban to allow those who want to leave to get out. And the State Department is promising to provide support for stranded Americans and Afghans, but their options now may be quite limited. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that update here on Live Now from Fox. I was going to take you guys out to New Orleans, Louisiana next here, but it appears we may have lost that live picture. So here's another Live Now look at how stocks are doing, the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. We are about 10 minutes away from a live interview here on Live Now from Fox at the East Coast Hub. Until then, let's listen in to a Fox 4 News Dallas segment about how hospitalizations are at an all-time high.
It's as bad as it has ever been in Texas hospitals, with a record number of people with COVID, including many children. Good morning to Stephen Love, President and CEO of the Dallas-Fort Worth Hospital Council. Texas, one of at least 6 states with the same problem in hospitals. What do those states have in common?
Good morning, Tim. Yeah, the states have in common 3 things. One,
they have acute shortages of staffing. 2, they're having to deal with the Delta variant, which is something we've never dealt with in surges before. And you said number 3, we've got more pediatric patients now with COVID than we've ever had before.
And that number of children kind of disproves what's kind of a dismissive line to people who don't think this is real, that kids don't get that sick.
Oh yeah, kids do get sick, and we have some kids, unfortunately, that are in ICU. We have some kids on ventilators. Now, admittedly, most children handle it pretty well, but the other thing, they're very contagious. They can infect those unvaccinated adults.
Stress and burnout are hazards we've been hearing about. We've been hearing stories of groups of nurses going in and just quitting. They just can't take it any longer. We've heard about some replacement nurses coming in, but they're not really a replacement for somebody who's been there for a while and knows the systems.
You know, that's a very good point, Tim. You're exactly right. Burnout, turnover, people just have gotten out of the profession. They've been at this over 18 months. And as you pointed out, the traveling nurses, we'll take them. We're appreciative of having them, but they have not worked in that particular hospital previously. So while they can do a really good job, it's just not the same as someone who may have been there for 5 or 10 years.
So the state seems to be defending itself by saying, well, we're sending in all these extra workers. This might not have been necessary had we done some things on the front end?
Well, you know, the state, to their credit, in the previous 3 surges, did a really good job of contracting with traveling nurses, and they deployed them very well. I think this time things were kind of getting back to normal, and all of a sudden that Delta variant hit, and things escalated quickly. So we're kind of playing catch up. But I do think the state's doing the best they can at this point under these circumstances.
I made the statement last week on air that masks work and vaccines work, and I got a very angry email, a detailed email, telling me I was wrong on both counts, and that in fact the vaccine is more dangerous than it's worth, and the masks don't do a bit of good, Stephen.
Yeah, that's just not true. You know, I'm not a physician, Tim, but I do talk to the infectious disease doctors. Masks do work, and the vaccines do work. And if you look at the risk versus the benefit, you would get vaccinated. It is something, they're the 2 best tools in our toolbox to fight COVID.
Yeah, and we're unfortunately hearing that from some people in their deathbeds that I wish I had. Stephen Love, thanks very much.
All right, but we just got word that President Joe Biden is going to be making his remarks on the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan at 1:45 Eastern time this afternoon. Could possibly be even later. It was slated for 1:30 p.m. From the state dining room there at the White House. In about 20 minutes or so, it's on his schedule that he is going to be meeting with the national security team to receive intelligence, security, and diplomatic updates on the evolving situation there in Afghanistan. So, well, we just got update there that the time has been pushed back just slightly, but regardless, you're going to be able to watch the full remarks right here on Live Now from Fox. Actually, I just found out it's going to be 2:45 Eastern time, so even more pushback there. Again, 2:45 Eastern time. That's a schedule update that we just found out about from the White House. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
I want to thank you for coming back. As many of you know, it's been a tragic 2 weeks, culmination of watching 13 of our servicemen and women give their life. 18 who are seriously wounded, dozens of innocent civilians dead. Yesterday we saw a solemn scene of their bodies being returned. Today I got a phone call from the Secretary of Defense saying the military is completely out of Afghanistan. Many of you have been working to get Americans out. There are still hundreds of Americans left in Afghanistan. Even before coming down here, I got a text coming from a pregnant American woman who'd been beaten with her children. She's back into her apartment. College kids trying to get out. A mother with children, State Department told to go to the airport, not being able to. The decision by this administration to leave Americans there. My question to the Secretary was, what is the plan? What is the plan now to get Americans out? We'd asked Speaker Pelosi to bring us back in session. We are a co-equal branch. We have responsibility of oversight. We have responsibility of the thousands of constituents we represent for their voice to be heard. And this room consists mainly of veterans, those who have served their nation. And to everyone who has served, I want to thank you for coming to the call and doing what was asked of you. The Gold Star families, who will always be in our prayers, they will not have died in vain. Congressman Gallagher has a bill we tried to bring up on the floor last week that he wouldn't set a political decided date. When that occurs, it's designed to have fatal national security consequences. That's exactly what we watched happen. What we need is a date to be determined once every American has left Afghanistan. That was voted down. Congressman Gallagher has updated his bill. Tomorrow is pro forma. We'll ask for it to be heard for passed unanimously. For the administration to tell us what weaponry was left, what's the plan to get Americans home safely, so everyone could know and we could work towards that. Here we have a number of members who served as veterans in Afghanistan themselves. I want to first turn to Michael Waltz.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you for your leadership in pulling us together to try to deal with this crisis. I want to thank also so many congressional offices, so many of you, Republican and Democrat, where congressional offices, members of Congress and their staffs have had to step up and step in with so many other veterans groups to try to save Americans and to try to save our allies, and frankly have had to fill the void of this administration's leadership. Just this morning, I personally was on the line with 2 American citizens and their children outside the gate of Kabul International and had to give them the heartbreaking news that I understood it to be closed. We're now trying to smuggle them out through other means, and that is happening organically from veterans, from Republican and Democrat offices, from nonprofits. Basically everybody but this administration is getting Americans and our allies out. So where do we go from now? I think you're already seeing.
Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in on a roundtable hosted by Representative Kevin McCarthy on the Afghanistan departure. Again, we just got word that President Joe Biden's remarks on the topic, they've been pushed back. They're now slated for 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. You'll be able to watch them in its entirety right here on Live Now from Fox. But we're going to switch gears. We are very grateful that we have this next live guest here on Live Now from Fox. He is known as Mattress Mac, but his official name is Jim Mackingvale. He's out there in Houston, Texas. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. How are you doing?
Great, Pilar. Glad to be on.
Perfect. So Louisianans know, Texans know, when the call comes in for help You are the one who likes to answer. If you wouldn't mind, please let us know, what is it that you guys are doing right now to help those impacted by Hurricane Ida?
Well, Hurricane Ida is a tremendous tragedy in New Orleans and all over Louisiana. So a lot of residents have fled to Texas because no power, no cell phone, no sewage in the New Orleans area. So we're finding housing for these people. We're feeding them, and we're trying to take care of them. At the same time, we have thousands of Texans and different people from the Houston area donating bottled water, baby diapers, even generators, as we're going to take them to Louisiana. We're on have a convoy going there right now. So we'll be sending supplies to the people in Louisiana for the next several weeks, trying to help ease their pain from this tremendous natural disaster that's hit them once again.
So many people are so grateful for your help. Matter of fact, you tweeted on Sunday that the Gallery Furniture flood truck would be heading down to Louisiana with relief items. You talked about the efforts you and your team have made, but what does this mean to you, actually helping in this way?
Well, when you see these people walk in here and they're so stressed out, who wouldn't be? They've been uprooted from their home, from their family. They're in a strange city. They have little, if no funding, and it's just terrible. So we're trying to understand what happened to them and how can we empathize and make their situation better until they can get back to New Orleans and rebuild their lives. So there's lots of people out here this morning. We're feeding them. We're making sure they're comfortable in this furniture showroom. We got lots of places for them to sit or sleep, obviously, and we're trying to find them a place for housing until they can get back to New Orleans. So it's a terrible situation. Thousands of people have been, their lives been totally disrupted, and we're praying for the people in Louisiana and sending help as fast as we can. When we had Hurricane Harvey here, the people in Louisiana and all across the United States helped us. Now it's our time to help them, and it's certainly what we're doing. Texans are a very giving lot, and we're going to continue to give until we help the people in Louisiana get through this crisis.
Absolutely. We heard that on Sunday about 100 hurricane evacuees actually slept at Gallery Furniture. More were expected yesterday. We heard that it's free for those who have a Louisiana ID. Do you happen to have those numbers of how many people were there yesterday?
Yeah, we had hundreds here all day, and then we found a better place for them to sleep last night that had showers and toiletries and those type of things. So not many people slept here last night, but they were here all day, getting their bearings, having cell phone coverage, etc. So we're continuing to work with these people. They are shell shocked. They're coming in thousands, and the mayor's office in Houston and the other city officials have done a great job of helping to find housing for these folks. Now it's a matter of how do we help them get back on their feet when they can get back to Louisiana and start rebuilding their lives.
Absolutely. Those who are impacted, where can they go to receive the donations that are being sent?
They can come to Gallery Furniture. We'll help them find the resources. We don't have gift cards or FEMA vouchers, but we certainly have food and water and air conditioning where they can calm down, and then we'll help them find the right government service agencies. There are social workers across Houston that are working very hard on this problem, so they can come here. They can call the City of Houston, the mayor's office. Sylvester Turner's done a wonderful job helping people. My friend Janice works down there. She's terrific. So a lot of people working very hard to help ease the pain of this terrible situation, but the trauma is very high, and we're going to continue to work till we help get these people back to their daily lives in Louisiana. A lot of them may end up moving to Houston like they did after Katrina.
I feel like your name is synonymous with helping for natural disasters such as this. People see you, they hear your story, they want to know, are you doing this from the goodness of your heart, and do you afford all this assistance on your own?
Yeah, we have a GoFundMe account. People are donating. They brought thousands. We loaded 8 truckloads of supplies, baby diapers, non-perishable foods, water, generators that were taken to Louisiana today. So the people of Houston have reached out. Yes, we spent a lot of money on this effort, but you know, the essence of living is giving. At the end of the day, I'll not be judged by how much money I made. We'll all be judged by how much of a difference did we make. So we're trying to make a difference in these people's lives who have been devastated. The psychological trauma is real, and we need to help these people, and that's what we're going to do. Our team members love helping people. We're going to continue to do that until the need is done.
All right, businessman and owner of Gallery Furniture Stores, Jim Mackingvale, otherwise known as Mattress Mac. Thank you so much for your time today, and appreciate all you're doing for all the people impacted by Hurricane Ida.
Thank you. We're staying the course to get everybody helped.
All righty, take care. Maybe we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. Again, it is Tuesday, August 31st, 2021, the final day of the month. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are keeping tabs of a bunch of different live updates from across the country, bunch of cameras as well. I'm trying to find out, there's a National Faith and Blue weekend live event that's going to be coming up here. I'm trying to figure out exactly where this is happening at. This is going to be in Washington, D.C. So as soon as that update gets underway, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now. Meanwhile, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back.
More people got vaccinated. That means every single one of those folks were able to get a bonus themselves, the $100 incentive, but it also means that every house of worship got $100 for each person that they convinced to come in and get vaccinated. This is a powerful approach, and it's going to grow. And the referral bonus approach, I want to be clear, the beauty of it is the individual is rewarded for coming forward. But whatever the organization is, a house of worship, a community group, a business, they get a boost too, and a thanks from the city for doing the right thing and helping to get people vaccinated. A lot of great examples around the city. A nonprofit organization, houses of worship, businesses, small businesses, community businesses, restaurants that are already participating in the referral bonus program. One great example, East Flatbush Village, an amazing community group, does great work. They have really focused on getting the community vaccinated in a place where we need extra help reaching people. And they've already referred over 450 people in the East Flatbush area to get vaccinated. 450 more people who are going to be safe, helping to move the city forward, but also thousands of dollars in referral bonus support for East Flatbush Village. Everyone wins in this equation. East Flatbush Village does after-school tutoring for kids. They do really important anti-violence work in the community. They do youth sports. Great work to make the community better, leading the way on vaccination as well. I want you to hear from the executive director of East Flatbush Village, who's done so much to help the community. My pleasure to introduce Eric Waterman.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. Greatly appreciate it. And thank you for having us on today for your press conference. So I just want to say, again, thank you for this initiative. It's been a great opportunity for us as a community stakeholder to be able to get access to our community in a way that continues to bolster the idea of being a community stakeholder and being a trusted voice in the community. I think that is what also speaks to this particular initiative. Not everybody could come in anybody's community and just say, hey, I want to provide information, vaccine information, The numbers that you stated in terms of our vaccination success has come solely on the fact that we have been doing work in all those other areas that you spoke of, whether it be in schools and after school, our anti-violence initiative, our sports and cultural enrichment programs allowed us to be in spaces where people trust that when we say this is an opportunity for you to, of course, be safe, make sure your families are safe, and also get access to something that maybe not be as accessible to you, that we can get you access and we can get you that opportunity. So we were wonderfully glad to be a participant in this, and we're greatly appreciative of the trust of the city, but also the community and the constituents across the board throughout the city.
Eric, thank you so much. I really want to thank you. You've given a great example of what a community group can do. I mean, one community group bringing in well over 400 folks. I'm so happy that's benefiting the good work you do in general, but I'm particularly happy that we got over 400 more New Yorkers who are vaccinated. And then that means more people will hear the story that it worked, that it was easy. There's going to be a huge multiplier effect here. So I really want to thank you for what you're doing for the East Flatbush community and for giving a great example to everyone that so many community organizations and other organizations can be a part of this and make a huge impact. Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Now, again, I mentioned it's not just community-based organizations or houses of worship. We welcome small businesses. We welcome barbershops and beauty salons. We welcome restaurants. We welcome bodegas. Anyone who wants to be a part of this, encouraging community members to come in and get vaccinated. We want those small businesses to benefit. We want to make sure that the individuals from the community come in and get vaccinated. First and foremost, we want them to benefit from it, but we want the small businesses to benefit as well. Here's an example. A restaurant in Harlem, Safari, great restaurant, serves up wonderful Somali food. And they recognize, after everything they've been through, the restaurant is hit hard like so many others by the pandemic. They recognized that they could not only bring the restaurant back, but do something great for the community. In a second, you're going to hear from Shakib Faras, who, with his wife Mona, are doing great work educating the community about the power of vaccination. So here's a community-based business. Customers love it, community loves it. And here's another place where people are hearing how important it is to get vaccinated, and an opportunity for the restaurant to benefit from the referral bonus program. Everybody wins in this scenario. I want you to hear this great example from the wonderful Safari restaurant in Harlem. Shakib Farah, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our experience with this program of vaccine. To tell you a little story, Safari is the only Somali restaurant to base it in New York City, and we're very glad to take part of the referral program to provide our staff and patrons to have a convenience way to find a vaccination. The vaccine referral program helped us send our loved community members to get vaccinated so they can be safe and save their lives and help all our New Yorkers get back to business and beat the pandemic together. We also encourage our other restaurant owners to participate in this program so they can too can bring it to life and save the lives of the people and vaccine our community. And the revenue of $100, it's really kind of a way to help our own and the expenses. So whenever we refer, it's a win-win. We refer our community members and our clients to get healthy, but also.
All right, everybody, we have a news alert here this morning for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in here on the Senate floor, and then I'll provide more context.
The Senate will come to order. Senator from Maryland.
I ask unanimous consent to be recognized, notwithstanding the order that no business be conducted during today's pro forma session.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Madam President, I ask consent that notwithstanding the order that no business be conducted during today's pro forma session, it be in order to receive H.R. 5085 from the House, that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, the motion to reconsider being considered made and laid upon the table, all without intervening action or debate, and that the Senate stand adjourned in accordance with the order of August 10th, 2021 for previously ordered pro forma sessions.
Is there objection? Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. on Friday, September 3rd, 2021.
All right, but we were told from colleague Peter Ducey that the vice president was going to gavel in a pro forma session in the Senate to enable the passage of a bill that will help with the repatriation of Americans coming from Afghanistan. But you just see there, the Senate stands adjourned until Friday, September 3rd, there at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to return back out to New York City, where Mayor Bill de Blasio was still providing some COVID-19 updates. Most of you, though, are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. You will be hearing from de Blasio when you return.
That's why we spent weeks on outreach and education, and that's why enforcement doesn't begin until September 13th. But we want to make it as clear as possible. We want to answer questions. We want to work with restaurant owners and other business owners to get it right. One of the things we heard from restaurant owners is they wanted a simple message that they could put up at the entrance to a restaurant so everyone understands the rules. And they understand it's a city rule. It's not something made up by each restaurant. It's universal now. This is the poster we're going to have available and in multiple languages for restaurants in a variety of communities. To make clear, this is something everyone has to do for the well-being of all of us, to keep us moving forward, to defeat COVID once and for all. Now, I want everyone to know we make clear on this poster, by the way, let's say someone goes to a restaurant and they didn't know about the rule, but they really want to go to the restaurant and they're ready to get vaccinated. We've done a lot of research. We know the vast majority of unvaccinated people are actually willing to get vaccinated. They just haven't done it yet. You really want to go to that restaurant? You really want to go to that concert, whatever it may be? Here, there's a way you can access the information, the nearest vaccination site. You can literally go to that vaccination site, get your first shot, get your card, come right back, go to that restaurant, go to that movie theater, go to that concert. That's how flexible this rule is. We just want people to get going on vaccination. We know people get the first shot, end up getting the second shot as well. So the information is there, and anybody who wants these posters or wants to get them in other languages, and we'll be reaching out to small businesses, but also small businesses, of course, can go to nyc.gov/key-NYC, as can all New Yorkers, to get the facts about this new approach. Remember, it's for indoor dining, indoor entertainment, it's for indoor fitness, and we, in the guides we're providing, the information we're providing today, are showing the best practices. We're showing how to go about, if you're a business or a gym, whatever it is, the best way to simply check a vaccination card. Now, remember, restaurants and bars have plenty of experience checking IDs. You check in when you go to a fitness center or gym. There's lots of history here that we can draw on, but we're showing real templates. So it's clear how a business can manage this and make it work, and also how to know when there's a fake vaccination card and what to do about it. And by the way, when there's a fake vaccination card, that means someone has committed a very serious crime. Literally, that could lead to prison time for anyone who fraudulently creates a fake vaccination card. That is a major offense. So we make that clear to business owners and what to do about it. I want you to hear about this new guide and what it's going to mean helping New York City businesses to protect their customers, their employers, and the entire city, and move us all forward. Someone who's been fighting all the way through COVID to help small business, our Small Business Services Commissioner, John L. Doris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everywhere I go around the city visiting small businesses, our restaurants, our mom and pop shops, you can just feel the city coming alive again this summer. You can see our small businesses coming back. We want that to continue. We need that to continue. And the way to make sure this continues is by safely getting people vaccinated through the Key to NYC program. The first day the Key to NYC launched, I visited Ricardo Steakhouse in East Harlem, one of the 11,800 plus restaurants in our open restaurants program. The atmosphere was full of life and energy, and most importantly, customers. They have already had the flyer up. They already began the process in asking customers if they are vaccinated or not. And they said something to me, I think, that was so important. The manager said to me that this took away the ambiguity of what it is and who's coming in and what to do, and the need to make their customers and their workers understand the processes that were implemented. They said that it was consistent. They said that it was clear, and everybody understood what was expected. And that is what we've done here at SBS, which is walk in the corridors, speaking to small businesses, East Harlem, Coney Island, all around the city, to hear from them about what we need to do to make sure they fully understand and grasp what is being implemented here. The key to NYC is protecting our workers, our customers, and also our small businesses across the city. Our job here at SBS is to keep training them and educating them to make sure that whatever is needed is possible, and that we give them the resources to do it. Already we've hosted various online trainings. We have 600 plus canvassers out in the field speaking to small businesses now. And I thank our BIDs, our business improvement districts, our chambers, our small business council, all of who are doing this significant outreach and support this mandate that is out there now. And today we're putting our brand new industry-specific guidance that will further help business owners with the mandate. If you are a restaurant, you'll be able to look and see exactly what you need to do. If you're a gym, you'll have specific help on how to put your plan in action. If you're a movie theater, you'll find out on how to keep the line moving, or any business for that matter. We have specific guidance for you. There are free weekly online trainings as well every Wednesday, and trainings also come in Mandarin and in Spanish. And to help you create your business implementation plan, we've created a template that you can quickly and easily fill in. How to put your plan into action, know what to check, how to keep things moving quickly when verifying vaccination cards, all of that and more. Go to nyc.gov, key to NYC, to find out all the information you need there. These resources will be available in 13 languages. To our small business owners, we are with you every step of the way, provided the necessary resources and education, incentives for vaccine referrals. We will make this easy as possible. If you have any questions, as we've done throughout the pandemic, our team is here to help you with a personal one-on-one support. Just give us a call at 888-SBS-4NYC. 888-SBS-4NYC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. I love when you remember to give that phone number. Thank you very much. Everyone, throughout the pandemic, we've been focusing on the needs of all New Yorkers, but we all as New Yorkers, we love our restaurants. We love all the parts of this city that make us so special. You know, the restaurants in New York City are part of our personality, part of our heart and soul, part of our energy, part of why people come here from all around the world, but also our restaurants represent all of us. They represent all of our cultures. They represent the dreams of people who thought, maybe I could create something great, and then they do it. So from the very beginning, I've been listening to the voices of restaurant owners as they've talked about what they need to survive, and we've tried every step of the way, starting with outdoor dining and so many other steps, to help them through, and thank God so many have made it. One of the people who's been there with us every step of the way, literally every step of the way, and he has offered ideas, critiques. If he likes something, he says it. If he doesn't like something, he says it. He's been a great advocate for his industry, but he's been someone who's worked with us to always find the next step that we could take to keep people safe and protect the employees and the patrons of the restaurant industry and everyone who loves it. He's been with us every step of the way, and I want to say thank you for that. The Executive Director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance, Andrew Ridgie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Commissioner. You know, our city's restaurant industry is just amazing. I mean, we saw the owners of Safari Restaurant, I think up on 116th Street. That is what our city is about. And this pandemic has been so challenging for our small businesses, particularly our local restaurants and our bars. And, we felt like we were on this great path to recovery. And then sure enough, Delta hit. And what the mayor said is correct. We cannot go back to the restrictions that we saw throughout the pandemic. If you remember, going indoors, having to have your temperature taken, having to do contact tracing information, you couldn't stand at a bar. The list goes on and on and on. And throughout the pandemic, we had to make a lot of tough decisions. But today we have the vaccine. We have the tool to get us through the pandemic. And if we want to help New York City recover, we need to help our city's restaurants recover. And when we first heard about a vaccine requirement for indoor dining, as you can imagine, an organization that represents restaurants has to reach out to restaurants throughout the 5 boroughs and get your feedback. And if you know restaurant people have a lot of opinions, just like all New Yorkers. And there's a lot of people that support this requirement. There's a lot that have concerns. There's other people that just say, I understand we need to get New Yorkers vaccinated if we want to get to the other side about this. But what is going to be the impact on our business? So we need to recognize that these requirements do have an impact on people's businesses. I've heard from some where their customers say, you know what, I'm finally more comfortable to go eat indoors now because of this vaccine requirement. We've heard from others that may be losing business. But at the end of the day, we cannot go backwards. If we don't do anything, we know what's going to happen. There was some recent survey data that was national, but I think it really hits home here in New York. Because of Delta, 19% of adults have stopped going out to restaurants. 9% have canceled reservations. 37% have ordered takeout or delivery instead of going out to a restaurant, and 19% are choosing to sit outside instead of inside. So we know that if we don't get more people vaccinated, if we do not work hard as a restaurant community, as a New York community, to get people vaccinated, this pandemic is going to continue to impact our industry. Sometimes we think about the short game, and I understand when you're a restaurant owner, it's day in, day out. This is a penny's business. You've gone through an extraordinary amount throughout the past 18 months, and now having to deal with these requirements will make it tough. But we need to do it together. We were just up at Melba's restaurant in Harlem last week, getting people vaccinated. And we get it. There's some real hesitancy out there. A young woman was so nervous. She called her mom, should I get vaccinated? And then we walked in, people held their hands. She got vaccinated. More and more restaurant workers that were hesitant are getting vaccinated. We need to keep our restaurant workers safe. Vaccination is the way to do it. We need to provide an environment for our customers to be safe, and we need to do everything to ensure that we don't go back to the earlier days of the pandemic. So that's why our industry always says we need a seat at the table, and we have a seat at the table with the mayor, with the commissioner, making sure our industry's voice is heard and working with them to come up with clear guidelines so businesses can follow them. And remember, regardless of what your opinion is about the requirement, there's the respect song, RESPECT. We need to respect restaurant workers. They're trying to make a living. We need to support our local restaurants. So please go out, get vaccinated, participate in these programs. If we want New York City to recover, we need our city's restaurants to recover, and vaccination is the way to do it. We have definitely tough days ahead of us, but we also have a really bright future, and we need to work together to get that done. So I want to thank you. We'll continue to be the voice, be supportive, critique, but make sure that you know that we have a partner in the restaurant industry so we can get through this together.
Amen. And you're at the table right now. I just want to say we need to see at the table. You're at the table.
That?
So yeah, it worked. Andrew, thank you. You've been a stalwart, and to you and your colleagues.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is next.
These guides, I just want to make sure everyone sees this is the kind of thing you'll see online for indoor dining, for indoor entertainment, for fitness facilities, specific detailed plans on how people can make this work effectively, and where to go for more information. And that's crucial. We obviously want to put forward proactively the information that business owners need. We want to make it as easy as possible, but we know there's going to be a lot of questions. So we welcome those calls from business owners to work it through. And the team at SBS is ready, willing, and able, including going out to businesses and working with them on the scene to show them the best way to approach this new effort for the good of all. Now, I want to hear from a city council member who has been a strong advocate for small business and a strong advocate for ending the COVID era. And he has supported the key to the New York City approach and the understanding that we need the right kind of mandates to make sure we never slip backwards. He's worked with small businesses in the community to make sure this plan comes to fruition for the good of all, and he really understands what it's going to mean when we get this right for the future of New York City. My pleasure to introduce from Manhattan, Councilmember Keith Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I always appreciate hearing Andrew Ridgey do his Aretha Franklin impression. So nice to see you all.
Never before seen, Councilmember.
I recorded it, so for the archives. But thank you for having me here today. Nice to see all of you. I feel like for the last few months, it's been a dozen times I've been with you, Mr. Mayor, on here or in Times Square and other parts of my district talking about the need to help rescue our tourism and hospitality industry and to deliver much needed support for Broadway and our performance art spaces and just other ways to bring back New York City. And we know, and you know, because you've been talking about this so much, that there is a way to do that. And that is to get vaccinated, to keep yourself safe, and to keep your fellow New Yorkers safe. As we talk about bringing back New York City and the comeback, it really requires us to be able to safely congregate again. And the only way to do that is to have vaccinations be a large part of the equation. That means that helping people get the vaccination easily, but also making sure that we are requiring it for any spaces where there's going to be people congregating together. I represent Broadway. I represent so many parts of the tourism industry here in New York City, and I always say there's really nothing like seeing your favorite Broadway show for the first time or seeing your favorite band play, but we are unable to do that if the risk for COVID continues to be high and the numbers are where they are. So we do need to have some way to make sure that we can push folks to be able to get vaccinated and make sure that we are doing our part to keep everyone safe. And I have to say, I've been, in talking about the restaurant industry, I've been really encouraged what I've seen so far. I've been to countless restaurants that have asked for vaccination. Every restaurant I've walked into has asked for vaccination and ID before entering. I got to go see the Killers last week, right before the homecoming concert, and the venue had all the protocols set up to make sure that people were vaccinated and they were checking. And for many events that I'm seeing coming up, vaccination is a prerequisite. So I think it's working. I think New Yorkers, for the most, are encouraged and feel safe in environments where they are getting asked ahead of time for their vaccination. Makes us all feel safer, making sure that we can go out and support all those industries like our restaurant industry that have been hit so hard during the pandemic. So I want to say I really think this is a strategy for us to come out of the pandemic and enter the holiday season and enter a big part of New York City's tourism season in a safe way. And of course, I want to encourage New Yorkers all to get back to Broadway or attend the U.S. Open or go to your favorite restaurant or go to a concert. And the only way you can do that right now safely is to get vaccinated. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, of course, Andrew Ridgey and everyone who's pushing so hard to make sure that we are doing our reopening in a very safe way. And of course, encourage every New Yorker to go get vaccinated.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember, I just have one thing that always puzzles me, and I bet Andrew Ridgey's with me on this. You know, you've been on this press conference many times, and every time you have a number of vignettes, not just one, a number of vignettes of restaurants you've been to, and yet you never seem to gain weight. I want to know what that's about. I mean, you seem to eat out a lot.
I do eat out a lot. It's the life of a busy council member. I'm not sure. Genetics is a fantastic thing, I suppose.
I think it's all the dancing.
Yeah. It's the Keith Powers diet plan. You heard it here first.
I like it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
All right, so now
all right, everybody, we're going to be departing New York right now and take you out to Virginia, where Governor Northam is speaking on a clemency progress out there. Again, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam holding a brief media availability to discuss clemency progress. Let's listen in live, raw, unfiltered.
Obviously, we have worked a lot on pardons in Virginia. Now have done over 600, and we heard from the families today and some powerful stories that 7 men were convicted and executed for a rape, and we just know that that's not right, and it's been proven over the years that the punishment has to fit the crime, and it didn't in this case, and so it meant a lot to these families. I think you could see the emotions that were in the room today, and so it was a step forward in equal justice, and I'm proud of what Virginia has been able to accomplish.
Core part of the legal appeals and the sentences way back then involved the disproportionate nature of convictions and executions of black men. How does it reflect that we're still having this conversation 70 years later?
Well, we're making progress, but we still have a lot of work to do. Systemic racism exists in our society. Black oppression exists, and I think a lot of people need to step back and realize that that black oppression and racism didn't stop with slavery. It continued into Jim Crow. We then had massive resistance, massive incarceration. We saw the police brutality with George Martin in Minneapolis. So the point is, and what people need to understand is that black oppression continues to exist here in 2021, just in a different form in slavery. And so this is part of Virginia, and I really think this country being a welcoming, an inclusive commonwealth, a commonwealth that embraces diversity. We know that our commonwealth is becoming more diverse every day, and that's what makes us strong. And so again, this is a step in the right direction, and it's about righting a wrong that happened back in 1950.
Andre?
Governor, you've been on the forefront of so many of these issues of race, equality, justice. As a white male,
yes,
what have you learned, and what should others learn who may not understand all that has happened and in some terms continues to happen?
Yeah, well, I've had the honor and the privilege of being able to listen to a lot of Virginians, and certainly people of color, and hearing of the stories, and now having a better understanding of our 402 years of history. I mean, this is where democracy started in Virginia. It's also where the first enslaved Africans landed on our shores. And so I think that what we need to do as a society is to listen to each other. And then the more we can listen, the more we learn, and the more we know, the more we can do. And so certainly I've been in a position as governor to be able to listen and learn and make Virginia a more diverse and more inclusive commonwealth. And so for that, and along with my administration, I'm very proud of what we've been able to accomplish. But we still have a lot of more work to do.
Governor, if you could look at Andre, because he's better to look at anyway, but just take me inside that room, if you could, and what was it like with those families? Was there a story or a moment that really stuck out to you when you had that conversation?
Well, I knew that they wanted to talk. And this had been scheduled a while back, and obviously I took an interest in learning about the Martinsville 7, and as we sit here in 2021 and think about what happened, the rapid trials, the trials by juries that were all white men, it was wrong, and to have those families here today that pleaded their case, if you will, and why this was so important to them. And I listened to that, and then to see the emotions after we made the announcement, it's just a very powerful experience, and I'm happy for them. And I think we all, again, as a society, need to work together to do right for the Commonwealth, and to make sure that Virginia is welcoming to everybody. It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is, it doesn't matter what religion you practice, what country you came from, or who you choose to love. We need to embrace diversity, and that's what will make us a better Commonwealth.
Last question, Gabriel Salas.
You talked in the last year when addressing civil rights issues, social injustice, racial justice, about listening and awareness.
Yes.
Martinsville 7 is a story that many people maybe in the article of the conflict just don't know anything about. How important do you think it is that today we continue the conversation and continue the awareness about what happened?
It's very important, and this is why I'm such an advocate for education. And we have talked to our Department of Education and looked at what we're teaching our children. We want to make sure that it's accurate information and it's also adequate. And so there's a lot of improvements that we can make, but there's nothing more powerful than knowing of our past history so that we can move in a better direction, moving forward. And so that's why this is so important. And, whether it be the Martinsville 7 or other things that happened during slavery or the Jim Crow era, or massive resistance, just took down a statue behind me of Harry Byrd. I mean, learning about our history and realizing that it was wrong is an important step in moving forward.
All right, thank you all so much. We got to
ask a question about COVID.
Yes, sure.
As infections are at their highest points.
I'm going to eat on you. I'm going
to appreciate that. As infections are at their highest points since February, I wonder if any of the measures you had in place then are on the table at all to control it, or is it still just vaccines?
Well, we look at the data every day. We had about 3,500 new cases today. Our positivity rate is around 10. We're averaging probably 15 to 20 deaths a day. And so all options are on the table. My main objective has been all along is to keep Virginians safe. The key to getting this pandemic behind us is to encourage everybody that is eligible, and those are age 12 and above, to get vaccinated. I mean, the virus is going to continue to mutate unless we can get rid of it altogether. So just to anybody listening, roll up your sleeve, get a shot, and let's all work together. I make the point as I've traveled around and worked on the folks coming from Afghan, and we certainly welcome them. We have 3 facilities in Virginia now, at Pickett, at Quantico, and at Fort Lee. But we're fighting a biological war. We're fighting a war against a virus, and it shouldn't be whether you're Republican or Democrat or independent or whatever. We should all, as a country, say that the only way that we're going to win this war, the only way we're going to beat this virus is to get vaccinated. So there are other things that are helpful, wearing masks, keeping our distancing, washing hands, but the key to getting the pandemic behind us is to get vaccinated. So I encourage everybody. We've got 3 safe and effective vaccines. Our supply is good, so they're free. So go out there, do the right thing for this country and for the Commonwealth of Virginia, and get vaccinated. Thank you.
A quick update on Afghanistan. At our military bases in Virginia.
Yeah, I've been so impressed. I've visited Fort Lee, and then yesterday I was at Fort Pickett and Quantico. First of all, I want to thank our armed forces. I mean, we, as a veteran, military men and women are trained to fight wars, but something that the communities also need to realize, we do a lot of humanitarian work, and to see these men and women that wear the uniform that have stepped up to be part of this process and working with our Department of Emergency Management, our Social Services, our Department of Health. We've learned a lot during this, as we always do. We can always do better the next time, but the collaboration at the state, the federal, and the local levels has been amazing. And just to talk to some of these families from Afghanistan, they're just so grateful that they're here in the United States, where they're being taken care of, they're safe, their families are safe. I asked them yesterday, I was talking to them, and a lot of them speak very good English. I asked the children, I said, what can we do to make this better for you? And their first answer was, we want more soccer balls. And I said, well, we can handle that. And then the adults really wanted the ability to be able to communicate with their family members back in Afghanistan. So Verizon has stepped up, T-Mobile. There's just the outpouring of just goodwill from Americans to take care of not only our Americans that are returning, but also Afghan refugees. It's been very impressive, and I commend everybody for being part of that.
All right, we really do have to head out.
600 pardons as the Republicans have been hitting the public safety.
The Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub is about to pass things off to the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. You've been listening to Virginia Governor Ralph Northam talking about the progress made in the clemency process. That is the process by which a governor, president, or administrative board may reduce a defendant's sentence or grant a pardon. It has been used in cases for a variety of reasons. Here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to take you out to the Faith and Blue Weekend announcement in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Ms. Ferranto. I'm Reverend Markel Hutchins. I am Chairman and CEO of Movement Forward Incorporated. We are a modern and inclusive human and civil rights organization based in Atlanta, Georgia. But I'm also national lead organizer of National Faith and Blue Weekend. We come today to the nation's capital, to this hallowed and sacred space called the National Law Enforcement Museum, because there's a sickness in our country of division and dissension. There's division and dissension with regard to how policing can be transformed, how communities can engage with law enforcement. There seem to be so many loud voices who are focused not on the things that we have in common, but the things that we have to disagree about. But we've never progressed as a nation when we segregate our morality, when we separate ourselves one from another. We have the capacity as a country and as a nation to turn our pain into power, to focus not on the things that divide us, but have the capacity as a country and as a nation to turn our pain into power, to focus not on the things that divide us, but the things that unite us. That's what National Faith and Blue Weekend is all about. Figuring out a pathway forward. The challenges that we face in this country when it comes to policing, both with regard to police-involved tragedies that should never have happened, like George Floyd and so many others. But as well, we have to deal with crime and violence that is taking away too many of our young people, robbing too many of our seniors of their dignity and decency of being able to live in their homes in peace. We have to deal with both of those issues at the same time. We have the capacity. The question is, do we have the courage? I believe we do. And that's why today, with our national law enforcement partners and our sponsors, we're announcing National Faith and Blue Weekend 2021. This has become the largest and most collaborative police community outreach project in American history. Never before had all the organizations that you'll hear from today come together on a single police community outreach project. But the time is now. There's been too much division. There's been too much dissension. While there have been too many tragedies. So in the aftermath of these tragedies, we have to figure out how to turn our marching and our protest into action. I've been at the forefront of civil and human rights advocacy the sum total of my adult life. I had the benefit of being mentored by the likes of Coretta Scott King and John Lewis and Jesse Jackson. And while I was born a decade after Martin Luther King Jr. was killed, I believe that Dr. King was right, that our objective must not be to defeat our enemies, but to transform our adversaries into allies. That's a message that we want every faith community, every community organization, every law enforcement agency in our nation to embrace. There's been too much tension. And when the tension and the dissension and the rhetoric and the protests turn to riots, it's the most vulnerable in our communities that suffer. It's those people that need good public safety. So while I believe in human and civil rights, I've been leading marches and protests my whole life. The best march that we have today is to march hand in hand with our public safety professionals to figure out a way forward. Too much fear and anxiety on all sides is what has gotten us to this place. But we need our nation to stand up. Dr. King used to talk about the difference in the vocal minority and the silent majority. The truth of the matter is, there was a recent study done by Gallup that said more than 80% of African Americans and Hispanics, and a larger portion of white Americans, want either the same or an increased level of law enforcement. That's the silent majority. We've given too much credit to the vocal minority, some of whom are legitimate advocates for social justice, but too many of whom are intentionally creating a movement of division and dissension that's not focused on solving problems, but perpetuating them. National Faith and Blue Weekend is an effort to give voice to the silent majority in our country. There's never been a movement for social change in America that was not anchored in the faith space. The faith community has always been the backbone of social change in the United States of America. It's time for the faith community to stand up and be counted on this subject matter. Issues around policing and criminal justice are the prevailing issues of our time. and National Faith in Blue Weekend is an effort like never before to bring the voices of the majority of the American people who recognize that change and transformation is necessary, but also recognize that law enforcement cannot do it by themselves. The law enforcement organizations that are partnered together and our sponsors recognize that we have to do some things differently. There needs to be some change and reform. There needs to be some legislative reform. But the true answers to the questions that the American people have, most especially those in communities that are most vulnerable, the answers to the questions about how we move forward as a nation after George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery and Tamir Rice and so many others, the answers about how we police with fairness and justice and equity, and at the same time engage communities in reducing violent crime, those answers will not be printed in a policy or procedures manual, nor in the ink of a piece of legislation. They will be imprinted in the hearts and minds of every law enforcement professional and every resident in every local community. There's a lot of talk today about the need for police reform, and there does need to be some reform. I think our partners would agree. But the greater need for reform is reformation of our culture. We need not just reform, we need to transform how communities and law enforcement see each other and work together. Because when we work around our commonalities and not focus on our differences, we see that there is more that unites us than there is that divides us. We need every law enforcement agency in this country to join this movement. We need every faith-based organization, every school, every social organization, every fraternity, every sorority to get involved. Go to www.faithandblue.org and be the change that you seek. This year we anticipate thousands of events happening in communities of every kind. During these events, law enforcement, faith-based and community organizations will come together and reach for one another, not just reaching out to one another. We can do this. We can change the environment. We can shift the discussion. We can reduce officer-involved tragedies. We can reduce officer deaths. We can get more young people who are educated and trained, interested in careers in law enforcement. But we cannot do this if we don't have the courage and capacity to sit together and reason together. The power to reduce crime and violence, the power to stop officer-involved tragedies, the power to stop assaults and attacks on law enforcement officers lie in the hands of these local communities. These communities where faith-based organizations, churches and synagogues and mosques and temples still have the largest number of volunteers of any kind, those organizations should be resources for law enforcement in this moment in time. So with that, I'm going to bring on our law enforcement partners. You will see today that this is truly unprecedented. We have every single major national law enforcement association in our country and the nation's leading police union united together with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the U.S. Department of Justice, and more than 50 state police chiefs and sheriffs and prosecutors associations from coast to coast. Again, this is the largest and most collaborative police community outreach project in American history. So with that, I'm going to first introduce our sponsors who will make remarks in this order. We could not do this without the support of our sponsors. This effort is just over a year ago. And when I had this vision, I called together our law enforcement partners, our partners at the Department of Justice and Homeland Security, but we needed some resources to do it. So we called upon FirstNet, built with AT&T and the Motorola Solutions Foundation, and they answered the call. I hope that more corporations will get involved in actually solving problems, facilitating relationships between law enforcement and communities. We cannot continue to pick one side over another. And I'm thankful to Motorola Solutions and to FirstNet, built with AT&T, for recognizing that fact. So with that, I'm going to bring up Jack Malloy, who is Executive Vice President at Motorola Solutions and a board member of the Motorola Solutions Foundation. He will be followed by former Atlanta Police George Turner, who is a senior consultant with FirstNet built with AT&T. Jack?
Thank you, Reverend Hutchins. The creation of safer cities and equitable, thriving communities sits at the core of the Motorola Solutions Foundation purpose. We firmly believe that communities are safer when there is more trust and collaboration between those who serve and the communities that they serve. That's why we're so honored to support the National Faith in Blue Weekend for the second consecutive year. Last year, the National Faith in Blue Weekend encompassed over 1,000 events in over 43 states. This year, we'd like to double the impact. Fundamentally, the impact that can have it is about sparking important dialogue and meaningful connections, ultimately helping us build bridges between the community and law enforcement. We're also grateful to our law enforcement leaders around the room tonight, as well as those community leaders. I'd also like to highlight and thank the sponsors as well. But we wouldn't be here today without the leadership of Reverend Markel Hutchins and Movement Forward. So I want to thank you. And lastly, I'd say we're a company that cares. We think the Motorola Solution Foundation is an exact replica of what we believe in. With all the social justice issues that have come to a head here in the United States, we believe now, more than ever, it's a responsibility of corporations like Motorola Solutions and our foundation to stand up and be counted. And again, thank you, Reverend Hutchins. Thank you.
Good morning. I am George Turner, the former Atlanta Police Chief. I spent 35 years in our business. I'm also a principal advisor for FirstNet, built by AT&T. On behalf of the entire FirstNet team, and I think we've got a number of folk here, if you would just please stand, our FirstNet people, thank you for being here. On behalf of all of us, we'd like to thank today as being a part of us strengthening our opportunities, strengthening our communities. We're proud to support the National Faith in Blue Weekend activities this year, just as we did last year on the inaugural weekend. Our business is bringing first responders and communities together with a wireless communication network built just for public safety. And it's events like these that make those ties even stronger. FirstNet exists to provide first responders nationwide with the communication capabilities to connect the connectivity that they need to achieve their mission. It is designed with the first responders, and we're working hard every day to meet our mission, which is helping public safety achieve theirs. And many thanks to the National Law Enforcement Museum for hosting us today. We're honored to support faith-based organizations and law enforcement professionals who are working together to foster an environment of problem solving, resolution, and also reconciliation. We'd like to thank you for this opportunity to being a part of this amazing national organization and moving forward to make our cities and our communities stronger. Thank you.
Thank you again to Chief Turner. The nation's largest and most powerful organizations are here today, every single one of them. And our next group of speakers will be the heads of each one of those organizations and associations. They will come in this particular order. Patrick Yos, the National President of the Fraternal Order of Police. He'll be followed by Anthony Chapa, the Executive Director of the Hispanic American Police Command Officers Association. Then Chief Patrick Ogden, National President of the International Association of Campus Law Enforcement Administrators. Then Chief Steve Castevens, immediate past President of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. He'll be followed by Baltimore County Chief Melissa Hyatt, who's a committee chair with the Major Cities
All right, guys, thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, listening in as, again, we've been hearing that the National Faith and Blue Weekend is going to be taking place this year. That's a time for police to help go out into their communities, try to make better connections. But we do have a lot of other live events going on that I want to get to. Let's head out to New York, where we're listening in with a press conference with the new governor, Kathy Hokel.
I will not be micromanaging, but I'll be giving guidance based on your input. I'll be giving you the cover you need. I'll be there to be the ally, but I will not be imposing state people and locations on all of you without consultation. You tell us where there's gaps. Tell us where something needs to be enhanced by the state, and we'll be there without stepping on the local public health agencies. How does that sound? We game for that? And let me give a quick assessment of where we are by the numbers. Our vaccination rate, if you look at across the nation, it's good. But we were the hardest hit. We suffered the most. We lost the most economically, when you think about New York City being the epicenter, but it spread to all of our communities. But also it took a huge human toll. And I know there's not a single person who wants to have a rerun of that horror movie we experienced last year. And that's why my administration is 1,000% committed to making sure that we stay vigilant. We pull together all the resources and we fight, because we can do better on the vaccination rates. No doubt in my mind. I know there's hesitation. Many people wanted to see that there was final FDA approval. That's now an excuse that is gone. It has been approved. We need to get the vaccine approved for younger children under the age of 12. We're not doing that well getting our 12 to 17-year-olds vaccinated, and they are vulnerable to the next virus, which is dangerous. So our New York State vaccination rate, one dose is 76%, ages 18 over. That's not good enough. 76% one dose. It only really works when you have two doses, my friends. So if someone comes in the door and thinks, okay, at least I'm probably okay, they're not okay with this new variant. We need to get, in Western New York, that's 72%. We need to get more people vaccinated. Our infection rate, you're all watching the numbers. We watch them like a hawk. We did all last year. We're doing it again. They're starting to creep up. The New York State daily infection rate was 3.9%, approaching 4%. Western New York, 5.6%. Don't like those numbers, my friends. Don't like those numbers. But I also monitor hospital capacity. And to my friends in the hospital world, you know we're okay there right now. We are, and you'll let me know if we're not, and you'll see the early warning signs. But from my conversations with you, our bed capacity as of today, yesterday, is still 35%, New York State. In Western New York, it's 31%. So we have the capacity. But anything shifts, we know how to have surge. We know how to get the resources, and we've done it before. So I know you stand ready to trigger what you have to do to make sure that no person who needs health care anywhere in the state will be denied that health care because we weren't prepared. That's whether they have a COVID-related illness or they have a non-COVID related illness. We have to ensure that. So the bed capacity is very, very important, and right now we are in good shape. But the hospitals are filled up with the unvaccinated. Yes, there's some breakthrough cases, but the people who have been vaccinated who do contract the Delta variant, it's basically like having the flu. There are exceptions. But basically, the symptoms are so much more minor than they would have been if you had not been vaccinated. So the hospitals that have patients related to COVID, the Delta variant, are because they're unvaccinated. That's something that can be changed and must be changed. Also, we're just around the corner from school. Labor Day for joyful parents triggers the end of summer. The kids are ready to go back, and it's been a brutal year for our children, year and a half. Denied that normal support system. And many kids are leaving homes where they're not getting an education. Parents have tried their best. They've struggled, but they also have had to go to their own jobs or work from home or be an essential worker and leave their kids to someone else to educate them. We can no longer hemorrhage the education of our children. It has to stop, and it has to stop this fall. But every parent, and I'm a parent, your greatest anxiety pertains to the safety of your child. And that's why we're making our schools safe. I announced and wanted to give enough notice to school districts that we will have a mask mandate. Now, this may seem uncontroversial to many of you. I assure you that it's not. I assure you that I've heard that it's not. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to make tough decisions any day, anywhere, if I think they'll protect the people of the state. So this is not a problem for me. We'll take bold, dramatic action to protect individuals in the state, but particularly our children as we start schools. But also, we'll have them masks. And I reflect on people who say, well, it's an infringement on the child and they can't do it. I remember my 4-year-old Katie throwing a meltdown over having to put little sneakers on to go to preschool, okay? She eventually was able to handle something on her feet. Kids are resilient. They can handle a mask on their face. I've seen countless kids with cute little masks on, their favorite characters. They can do it. But one thing I'll tell you, I'm not leaving open-ended mandates. We'll do it now and we'll assess, because there'll be parts of our state where the numbers drop. You get the vaccination numbers and we get the vaccine out to children. The circumstances are going to change in some areas. So I'll be very flexible in allowing localities to talk to me about what's happening on the ground in their communities. So this is not it's a universal imposition, but it does not have to be universal lifting at the same time. That's what I want to introduce into this dynamic as we deal with COVID issues. But also I want to make sure that our school staff, anybody who enters that building, will have to be vaccinated or undergo mandatory testing. Mandatory testing. And we're in the process of getting the legal clearance for that as I speak. I think that's a compromise, but it's also, I want everyone vaccinated. I don't have the authority. I don't have the same executive power that was in place last year. But if I did, sure as I'm standing here, I would mandate it. But given the limitations I have right now, I want to make sure that everyone, and many teachers are vaccinated. Many school administrators are vaccinated. People are vaccinated. And I don't want to dismiss the people who already went forward and did it. But it's those outliers who could hold back the opportunity for all of us to open up schools in a safe way, and I don't want that to be the case. They'll be having to be tested once a week. So we'll be making that a reality very shortly. Also, vaccine mandates for staff in healthcare facilities. We're going to be exploring all of our options to expand this, expanding mandates, not test outs, to all state-regulated facilities and congregate facilities. We have to let people know when they walk into our facilities that the people that are taking care of them, their loved one in a setting, are safe themselves and will not spread this. And we saw what happened with that last year. And with respect to booster shots, we all know how to get this done. We have the mechanism in place. We know how to set up mass vaccination sites where needed. We also know it has to be a targeted approach because everyone who got vaccinated 8 months ago is vulnerable. As soon as we get the approvals from the federal government to have the ability to do this, we'll want to have the infrastructure in place to make sure that everybody gets a booster. It's a lot of anxiety. A lot of our most vulnerable citizens last December and our seniors in nursing homes and senior citizens last January got their shots, and they want to know when they can get that booster. It's good. We're going to get that to them. But we're going to have to work with all of you to figure out where to do this and whether we're going to have to open sites. And I'll make sure you have the funding to do that. You tell me what you need, and we'll make sure that there's funding available. In fact, I'm going to announce today that I'm making $65 million available to the localities to help you set this up. So you can go into your communities. You figure it out. You know your communities better than anybody. Tell me how to take it literally to people door to door, after churches, at senior centers, drive-through. You know all the options. You've been there before. Boosters are just as important because as much as I'm an optimist, and we all thought we'd be turning the page on anything related to the pandemic, certainly by this time, we have not. The battle rages. We have to fight back. And as sure as I'm standing here, there may be another variant coming again. And we have to be prepared. I don't want to say that, but we have to be prepared. And it's something we're going to have to accept as part of life. Because the last thing I ever want to do is to have a shutdown like we saw last year. And there is no need for that. People stay vigilant. They now have the best weapon available to them that we did not have last year, and that is the vaccine, and continuing to wear masks and to make sure that people stay distant, keep washing your hands, do everything we did, because we will get through this together, my friends. We know the recipe. We know how to get this done. We have to. We have no choice. And I look upon all of you for being part of this story, the narrative, that someday you'll tell your children and grandchildren, yes, I was on the front line. The people who are the essential workers, they were out there. And I want to make sure that they still feel the sense of pride that comes with, whether you're a veteran of World War II and people talk about it decades later, this will be known as the greatest generation, the people who defeated COVID. And I'm very proud of what we've done. So we're getting kids back to school. We're working with local health departments, getting our vaccinations out, making sure that there's money available. We have to make sure I didn't forget something. There might be some other great announcement, but I like to wing it a little more than I should. I know. My staff's like, why don't you stick to the script? I'm going to remain unscripted. Hokel unscripted. Just get used to it. But I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. And I know we can do this again. We need to do this again. Let's stay strong. Let's stay together. And we'll look back at this day. And I'll continue to celebrate with all of you in person, because this is my home. I care about this area deeply. But I know what we do here can also be a model for the rest of the state. The rest of the state needs to follow the example that we can lead right here in Western New York. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming out today, and I truly appreciate every one of you. Thank you.
New York Governor Kathy Hokel there making some remarks on COVID-19. Just want to give some people a heads up. You are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break as we continue to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
So first, Governor Hokel, I want to take a moment and on behalf of all of us, thank you, and I mean really thank you, for being with us today and to update us about this critical public health issue that we're facing across the state. We appreciate your thoughtful leadership during this trying time for all of us in New York and in the United States and the world for that matter. And we want you to know that all of us at the University of Buffalo and in the Jacobs School of Medicine and Biomedical Sciences remain committed to working with you to combat COVID-19, end the pandemic, and work toward a healthy future for everyone in our state and beyond. So again, thank you for taking the time to join us today. And with this, we conclude the program that we've just had. So thank you for all of you for traveling to the Jacobs School and for joining us this morning.
All right, so remarks wrapping up there again, COVID-19 being the topic as it continues to have the Delta variant spread across the United States. We do also have another press conference taking place live right now. It is out of Utah, so let's jump into it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Fluidly move patients in and out of those units. That's not the way it is right now. In fact, we're delaying elective cases right now. Now, that may not seem like a big deal to you, but let's say you've had incredible back pain for months and months, and you've been looking forward to the opportunity to get that solved. You may be delayed. Let's say your heart surgery could maybe wait another month, maybe not. You may wait. We are providing less optimal care than we would like because of the capacity constraints caused by the 30 to 40% of ICU beds that are taken up by COVID patients. We are happy to care for everybody, but it's extraordinarily difficult for our caregivers to manage this extra surge. I will tell you that, like the rest of the country, we have lost some really valuable clinicians over the past year. Some people just can't take it anymore. It has been unrelenting, the stresses that these folks have faced, and they are particularly disheartened by the amount of unnecessary death and destruction that they are seeing. So let me be very specific here. You heard that we have about 1.7 million vaccines that have been administered here in the state of Utah. I think we're close, Dr. Hoffman, to about 3,000 Utahns have died. Is that about right? There has been 0 deaths from vaccination. 3,000, 0. People who are vaccinated can get breakthrough infections, as you heard. It's still extremely rare. They still can die. It's actually people like me, the old, the immunodeficient, the people with multiple medical problems, heart failure, asthma, diabetes, obesity, etc. Those are the people who die when they have a breakthrough infection. That said, I'm going to actually call on a friend here. Eddie, there are fewer than 50 people with breakthrough infections who've died. Is that correct? 3,050. In our ICUs right now, more than 90% of the people who are in there are unvaccinated. It's vanishingly rare for vaccinated people to end up on a ventilator. If they even end up in the hospital, it's unusual for them to end up in the ICU. If they end up in the ICU, it's vanishingly rare for them to end up on a ventilator, and they virtually never die. That is not true for the unvaccinated. So I visited one of our ICUs. I've been in 3 of our ICUs, emergency departments, and wards in the last week. I visited one of them at the end of a shift in the evening, and my nursing colleagues were distraught. They had had a previously healthy 40-year-old and a previously healthy 50-year-old die in the past shift of COVID-19. Their families were beside themselves. And they were confused and angry because they hadn't really realized how serious an illness this is. Those families, along with 2,998 other families, are changed forever by these deaths. That doesn't even account for the folks who are long haulers, who have multiple complications and comorbidities from living through the pandemic, and physical trauma aside, the mental pressure and trauma that they've faced. As Dr. Hoffman said, the behavioral health crisis, both for patients and for caregivers, is beyond belief. When I asked our nurses what they wanted me to do, they said, "Mark, I don't think you can do anything except we would really like for people to realize what we're doing. We'd like for them to tell us, just like they did at the beginning of the pandemic, that we are heroes, that we're going above and beyond." They said, "I wish people would understand that what we're seeing is preventable." Now, some of you might say to yourselves, well, you know, when you sign up to be an ICU doctor like me, by the way, I spent 20 years doing pediatric critical care at the bedside, or an ICU nurse like them, you kind of sign up for death and destruction. Well, to some extent that's true, but most of that is not preventable. So over the weekend, we had 5 more Utah families lose a loved one. My guess is, based on statistics, that every single one of those was a preventable death. And the trauma that these families and the caregivers are experiencing is very difficult, and it's demoralizing. When you work in an intensive care unit and you lose a patient, it takes a little bit out of your emotional bank account. A little bit of capital is withdrawn. Now, we usually get it replenished by big saves that we make, by helping families through extraordinary circumstances and helping patients survive. Right now, the balance is out of kilter. The withdrawals are far exceeding the deposits. And this is a tragedy. I will remind you one more time that that stress and that damage that is being done to our healthcare system affects even folks who don't have COVID. Get hit by a car, fall off your bike, have a heart attack, get cancer like me. We rely, every single one of us, rely on a high-functioning healthcare system. Utah has one of the very best in the country. Intermountain is world-renowned for quality and for affordability and for keeping people well. And my folks are frustrated because their ability to do that is diminished by individuals who are choosing not to get vaccinated. And in this case, not to wear masks in the context of the COVID-19 surge. So here are the asks for you. The asks are for you to stamp out disinformation. The asks for you to personally get vaccinated and encourage your friends to do so. The ask for you is to wear a mask. And the ask for you, most importantly, I bet each and every one of you know multiple people who work in the healthcare field. Put your virtual arms around them. Provide them with support. Tell them they're heroes. Tell them that you appreciate their sacrifice. Ask them how you can help them heal their inner wounds that they are suffering from absorbing other people's misery and suffering. I'd like to thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for having me here today. And I too would like to express my admiration for our legislative leadership. President Adams and Speaker Wilson, I know how much they care as well, and it's a privilege to work in concert with them. God bless our healthcare workers.
Thank you, Governor Cox, and everyone here for giving us the opportunity to talk about children today and the COVID pandemic. In May, Primary Children's Hospital averaged 0 patients in the hospital with COVID-19. 3 weeks ago, with the start of the school season, we started to see an average of 3 to 4 patients every day in the hospital for COVID-19. And just last week, that average jumped to 7 to 9 patients on any given day. With over the weekend, at one point, we had 10 patients in the hospital for the undergoing care for COVID-19. This is near the max census that we saw last year during the school season. So combined with other Intermountain hospitals in Utah, we are now treating between 12 to 17 children on any given day in one of our hospitals, with 5 to 7 of those children being in one of our ICUs on any given day. Intermountain Hospital and Clinics over this past week has treated anywhere between 31 and 52 children for COVID across the system. So not only are we also seeing acute COVID-19, we're also seeing the multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, otherwise known as MIS-C. At this point, we've cared for almost 100 patients with this syndrome that causes severe inflammation in a child's body, including their heart and lungs. As we speak, we are currently taking care of several patients up at Primary Children's with MIS-C. As Governor Cox mentioned, in addition to acute COVID, we're also seeing the number of respiratory syncytial virus cases, or otherwise known as RSV, also steadily increasing over the last 10
Hoy
weeks.
estamos aquí con la
Normally,
familia
this
de
is a
Isis
virus that we
Calderón, que
only
en
see
un punto fue
in the
conocida como
winter
Esther
months.
González,
Just this
para
last
hablar
week,
acerca
we
de
are now
qué es lo
averaging
que sigue con
209
el caso
cases per week,
y qué estamos
which is
haciendo ahorita
rapidly
para
approaching
asegurar
our
que
usual
al
peaks that
final
we
del
see in
día
prior seasons.
la
So
familia
again, we're
Calderón
also,
tenga la
in
justicia
addition
que
to
ellos se
COVID-19,
merecen.
we're seeing
So,
RSV and other respiratory illnesses
we have
quickly
been working
creep
with the
up.
family for a few
Finally,
weeks now. This is a
over the
very
last few weeks,
complex
Primary
case,
Children's Hospital has
but
been
at this
at
point we
or
are
near
able
full
to
capacity.
we have been able to help the family out with 3
due
things.
to
Number 1
a
is
recent
for them
flooding on
to
August
actually
1st,
have
as well
access
as
to
ongoing
ISIS while she is in
construction
custody.
and the rising
Number
cases
2 is
of
we have
RSV,
garnered
COVID,
support
and traumas within
from
the
different
community.
attorneys who have.
So with a full hospital, increasing COVID-19 cases and RSV cases, our caregivers find themselves in an unnerving situation as we expect the numbers to continue to go up with limited capacity to care for those children. So we are all asking in pediatrics to protect those patients from COVID-19 who are not able to get the vaccine and also are not able to get the monoclonal antibody therapy, as well as from our other respiratory viruses such as RSV, to use universal masking, social distancing, and all those who are eligible to be vaccinated to get vaccinated as soon as possible. This is incredibly critical to make sure that we have the necessary resources to care for Utah's children. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody who's presented today. This is really important information, powerful information, and I hope the people of the state of Utah are listening. I have a fairly brief message that I want to share today. I want to talk about a couple of tools that we have in our tool belt already that we can use in schools. We just heard some pretty dire statistics, some pretty potentially devastating information about how full our hospitals already are, about the real serious condition that we're in right now as a state as we face this pandemic, this new surge in this pandemic once again. And over the past few weeks, Governor Cox and I have worked very closely with legislators, with local health departments, with superintendents and others. And it's very clear that there's little appetite for any kind of statewide mandates other than what are already in place at this point. And it's frustrating for us. It's incredibly frustrating for us. However, today I want to talk about some of the things that are already in place and reiterate a few of those and make sure that people understand, especially in schools, what our current tools are and what they should be doing. There are two goals that we primarily have when it comes to school-aged children right now. That is, number one, keep kids in school. Keep kids in school and do not disrupt their learning. And number two, protect the healthcare system. Keep our pediatric beds from overflowing, which, as we've heard, they're already struggling with. And as we face a new school year with fewer protections in place, fewer restrictions or fewer requirements in place, and a more transmissible virus, we're a little bit worried. We're really worried. But there are a couple of things I want to talk about. The first one is masks in schools. We already have delivered over 1.2 million masks, high-quality masks, to schools throughout the state. We've got another 750,000 or so on their way. And those are available to any child who wants one or any parent who wants their child to have one. Also available to school employees, teachers, and staff. The second thing I want to talk about is this Test to Stay program. It's been mentioned a little bit here. But one of the things that we have in place is what's called Test to Stay. It was in place last year. There's been some changes made to it. And what that means is when a school gets to a certain threshold of transmission of positive COVID cases in their school, and that threshold is 2%, that initiates the Test to Stay program. And that requires that students have a negative COVID-19 test in order to return to in-person learning.
Good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in not only from New York, but also Utah, as officials continue to push COVID-19 vaccines, especially as kids are re-entering the classrooms. And again, a lot of officials have been still encouraging everyone to go get that vaccine if you have not, to continue wearing your mask when you're at some indoor public settings. And we just heard Utah officials say that they are nearing that 3,000 mark for people who've died from COVID-19, but they did say no one has died from getting the vaccine in their state. So what we're going to do is continue things along with some of this COVID-19 news. I'm going to take us down to Texas, where our Fox 4 Dallas-Fort Worth station says that their hospitals are seeing an all-time high for patients with COVID-19. Let's listen into that story right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's as bad as it has ever been in Texas hospitals, with a record number of people with COVID, including many children. Good morning to Stephen Love, President and CEO of the Dallas-Fort Worth Hospital Council. Texas, one of at least 6 states with the same problem in hospitals. What do those states have in common?
Good morning, Tim. Yeah, the states have in common 3 things. One,
they have acute shortages of staffing. 2, they're having to deal with the Delta variant, which is something we've never dealt with in surges before.
All right, guys, we can always jump back into that story. It was something that was brought to us by another station, but we do have Representative Kevin McCarthy. He's going to be speaking about Afghanistan. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for joining with us today. It's been a tragic 2 weeks for this nation, culminating in the death of 13 of our soldiers, and at least 18 seriously injured. Earlier this week, we saw 13 flag-draped coffins arrive back home. These 13 soldiers gave their lives to make sure to bring Americans home safely. They were the best of us, and we will never, ever forget, and we will always remember them as heroes. Today on the floor, we took a moment to honor them. We had hoped to have an opportunity to be recognized, to move a bill by veteran Mike Gallagher. It's very simple what we're requesting. We listened yesterday to General McKenzie say American troops have left Afghanistan, but we did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out. I heard the Pentagon say the time just wasn't there to get more Americans out. But let me be crystal clear. This isn't the U.S. government's timeline, it's the Taliban's timeline. Mike Gallagher's bill does 4 simple things. What is the plan to bring Americans home safely? Not some, but every single American. What about the list of the weaponry that has been left behind, accounting for that? A sense of Congress that the Taliban should not be recognized as the government of Afghanistan, and a prohibition of any support or assistance of resources with money to the Taliban. Every member with me today has that simple question. The majority of every member behind me is a veteran. What is the plan to get Americans out? Never in my lifetime would I ever believe America would have an administration knowingly make a decision to leave Americans behind. Whereas just 2 weeks ago, the President promised this nation that he would not leave until every single American was out. We're 2 weeks away of the 20th anniversary of 9/11. We now have Americans stuck in Afghanistan, the Taliban in charge, with more weaponry than they've ever had in the past, and a border that is open. Speaker Pelosi, now was not the time to act like you could not see us on the floor. Now was not the time to hide. We are a co-equal branch. Now is the time for leadership in Congress, and we will lead. With that, I want to bring up Ranking Member, Mr. Boss.
Thank you, Leader. Ladies and gentlemen, we watched this week as Americans left the field after 20 years. My son served there, and thank God he came home. But we all know also that there were 13 members that didn't come home as of this last week, on top of what was already over 2,000 lives that had been lost there. But if you ask each one of the veterans who have served, what is one of the things we never, ever do? We never leave our Americans behind. That's right. And we've left Americans behind. It's even to the point that here today we wanted to say, in what we can do, which is through legislation, as how Congress feels, that we want to make sure those Americans come home and the other issues that we're trying to deal with. Let me tell you this as well. Over the last few weeks, since the 13th, the uptick that has occurred on the veterans that are here, that are concerned, that would love to do anything they could to get those people out, it is weighing on them heavily. We have seen an increase of 7% on the call-in for the hotline, for the suicide hotline for veterans. We saw a uptick of 40% on the chat text line and a doubling on the chat line. There's clearly veterans out there struggling here at home as well. Now, I want to make sure that you know and everyone here knows and understands that the veterans themselves should not feel that their service was in vain. What they did was they protected this nation, and they protected this nation for 20 years from any terrorist attack. But it is vitally important that if you have a loved one who is a veteran or a friend that is a veteran, that if they are in need, that they should call the hotline at 1-800-273-8255 or text 838-255. We want to be there, we want to serve them, but we also want to get our American citizens out of Afghanistan and do it as quickly as possible. And with that, I want to yield to the ranking member, Mike McCall.
No, thank you so much. Thank you, Leader. Thank you to all the veterans behind me. Several weeks ago, I said that this president will have blood on his hands. This week, we had 13 servicemen come home in flag-draped coffins at Dover Air Base. Last night, our planes left in the middle of the night. We left Afghanistan as the Taliban celebrated their victory. And we've all seen the images and how sickening it is that we had an unconditional surrender to the Taliban. This president announced a complete withdrawal with no conditions, time certain. That was a surrender of the United States to the Taliban. Now they are celebrating their victory over the United States of America. I never thought I would see this in my life. It's embarrassing, it's shameful, and it's wrong to our veterans who served so well. We've emboldened our adversaries, and we've weakened our alliances. As has been said, the military has a saying, no man left behind, no one left behind. What is so hard to watch, and I spent this last weekend on the phone, as many of my colleagues did, with State Department, DOD, White House, trying to get these people out last weekend, trying to get our Afghan partners out, American citizens out. School buses of 4 school buses of young girls that were adopted in the choir at the University of Afghanistan, only to be turned away. To what? Into the hands of the Taliban, into enslavement. These interpreters have a target on their back, and the ones that we couldn't get out have a death sentence on them. The sad thing is many of them got through the Taliban perimeter. Our own United States government stopped them from getting into the airport to safety. This is not the United States of America to turn our backs on Americans. And we call upon the president to get them out of there and get them out now. This was not an intelligence failure, as the administration will tell you, as they blame everybody but themselves. They made this decision. The intelligence community got this right. We got the briefings starting last May about what exactly was going to happen. They predicted this. This president ignored the advice of his own top generals and his own intelligence community, but rather went with his politicos in the White House. This was a political decision, pure and simple, that has ended with the lives of many. There were Americans that were so fed up with our government's evacuation that they began their own operations. They began their own operations called Pineapple and Dunkirk. They are the heroes. These task forces that got Americans and the interpreters out to safety when this administration wanted to leave them behind. We have sent a letter of preservation to the Department of State, to our intelligence community and to our Department of Defense to preserve all documents, because we will, and we want the Democrats to join us, but we're going to do it with or without them. We are going to investigate this and exercise our constitutional authority of oversight to get to the bottom of how did this get so wrong? How did this get so bad? So let me conclude by saying to our veterans who served, and I chaired Homeland for a long time, you served us well. It was worth something. We didn't have a 9/11 scale attack since 9/11. And as the speaker said, this is going to be a grim anniversary, a 20-year anniversary of 9/11. But to those veterans, you did your job. But I'm worried with the terrorists flooding in, with the Taliban in control, with our weapons left behind, that now they're one of the most armed forces in the world, that the threat now is getting stronger, and we will be entering into a new phase and a new chapter where the terrorists will once again try to hit our homeland. So God bless America and God bless our veterans. And with that, I want to yield to the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Mike Rogers.
Thank you. I do have the honor of leading the Republicans on the Armed Services Committee, and my remarks are from that perspective. First, I want to make the point that Speaker Pelosi may have ran this morning from dealing with these issues on the House floor by not recognizing Mr. Gallagher's resolution. They won't be able to run from it tomorrow. The House Armed Services Committee starts its markup of the National NDA, the National Defense Authorization Act, tomorrow morning. There will be many amendments addressing this. Mr. Gallagher is a member of our committee, and I'm certain he intends to bring up all components of his resolution to be debated fully in the Armed Services Committee. Second, this disaster that we just experienced in Afghanistan is solely the responsibility of Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, and Jake Sullivan and their leadership team. This is not a military failure. This was not a military operation. The chain of command in Afghanistan was led by the State Department. The decisions were led by the State Department missions. The troop levels were led by the State Department decisions. So when you saw Bagram close, that was a State Department and Joe Biden decision. When you saw us only have 600 troops in Kabul, when the Turks had 900, the Brits had 500, that was a decision driven by the State Department. So they own this, not the military. So when you hear Jake Sullivan say that the president met with all of his military leaders and there was no one who objected to it, that is a prevarication. In Alabama, we call it a lie. But if you doubt it, you need to ask Secretary of Defense Austin. You should ask General Milley. You should ask General McKenzie. Ask them directly. I know what the answer is. But Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken and Jake Sullivan can't shirk responsibility for this. What happened is their fault. This was not a military operation. The military was there in support. Third and final point. We've got to move forward with this terrible situation that we have right now. What I have asked Secretary Austin last night and General Milley this morning is to be thinking about options for us in the future for counterterrorism and ISR capabilities. The fact is that now that we are out, we have no eyes and ears on what's going on in Afghanistan. This over-the-horizon suggestion that Anthony Blinken has talked about is ridiculous. If we fly out of Qatar or Oman, you're looking at having to fly down to the Arabian Sea and then over Pakistan to get in. It's a 7 to 8 hour flight. You might have an hour or 2 hours of coverage. That is not effective. And that's assuming that Pakistan will continue to allow us to fly over. We all know the Taliban is nothing but a Pakistan proxy, and we don't know that we'll continue to have that privilege. We have to have a base somewhere in Afghanistan. This idea that one of the other stands is going to allow us to have basing, Russia and China will never let that happen. We have to have something in the stands. So I've charged both of them with coming up with proposals for us. We have got to deal with this counterterrorism and ISR vulnerability, or we will have another attack on our soil, and that's not an option. So thank you very much for your time. And I now yield to Mr. Gallagher, a member of the Armed Services Committee.
On November 24th, 2019, then former Vice President Biden tweeted, "It's time we remember who we are as Americans. We leave nobody behind, and we give hate no safe harbor. Well, yesterday, President Biden left hundreds of Americans behind and gave safe harbor to the hate of a fundamentalist terrorist Taliban regime. And I think what makes this more tragic, with the death of 13 Marines, a day that will live in infamy for every Marine along with Beirut and the Mayaguez crisis, is that it didn't have to be this way. Just last week, we had an opportunity to come together as Democrats and Republicans and pass a bill that would have prevented the administration from withdrawing troops on the arbitrary August 31st surrender date until we had gotten all of our Americans out. And behind closed doors, this is exactly what many Democrats said they wanted. They pushed back on the administration. They begged and pleaded the president to abandon the Taliban's surrender date. But when the moment of truth came on the House floor, they all voted against it so as not to jeopardize the passage of Bernie Sanders' budget. Today, we had another chance to come together as Democrats and Republicans. Tried to introduce new legislation today to do whatever is necessary to save our citizens that President Biden left behind in Afghanistan, to make sure that we are not paying ransom to terrorists, to make sure that Congress has a full account of the billions of dollars worth of equipment that we left behind, and to make sure that we are not, as the administration is hinting right now, going to recognize the government, the Taliban government, going forward. And yet, when I asked unanimous consent to do that on the floor a few minutes ago, I was gavelled down. It is time for Congress to step up. Because of the administration bungling this withdrawal, it's too late to save face. We look weak, our allies are questioning our commitment, our enemies are seeking to test us. It's too late to save face. But we can still save lives. We can still get Americans out of the country, and we have to do that. We have a moral obligation as Americans to do that. This isn't a news cycle to be managed. It's not a narrative that can be spun because Ron Klain is retweeting progressive journalists and creating an echo chamber. This is a matter of life and death. We don't leave our people behind. And with that, I'd like to recognize someone I truly admire who sacrificed a lot for this country, Representative Mast.
As every veteran will tell you, the most important thing you bring into battle is why. The why for this battle that we're talking about today, that Representative Gallagher just spoke about, is very simple. To protect lives, to save Americans, and very pointedly this: every American, every one of us in this room, everybody in government is being lied to. When they send somebody out to the podium, when they send Blinken out to the podium, it's to lie to the American people. Flat out. When he says the terrorists promise that they won't let other terrorists in, that's an example of him lying to the American people. When they send somebody else out from the administration to talk about what's going to happen with the recognition of the Taliban or other terrorist groups, they're sending somebody out to lie to the American people. When they send somebody out to talk about the U.S. arms that will be used against our military, other militaries, and civilians across the globe, they're sending somebody out to lie to the American people. That is why what Representative Gallagher and every veteran up here and every member of our body is acknowledging. These lies can't be the way forward. They have to come to an end immediately, and this has to be the moment that they are accounted for. It's in that I'm going to move to an incredible veteran, somebody that I respect a great deal, Representative Green.
Thank you, Leader, for calling this together and for setting all this up, and to your staff. I want to thank my colleagues who stand behind me, who served their country not only here in Congress but in uniform across the globe, swearing an oath to defend our nation, our Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic. And I want to thank every veteran who served in Afghanistan. especially today. The Taliban has broken every single agreement, every aspect of the agreement since January. Whether it was their fighting inside the provinces, whether it was just the power sharing agreement for the country as a whole, completely violated by their attempt to overtake the country. And just recently, their promises to let Americans walk through their checkpoints to get to the airfield. Myself, my colleagues, can report to you call after call from Afghanistan to our offices saying, I am an American and I can't get through the Taliban checkpoint. I've been 3-4 times. And yet, President Biden did nothing. He continued at each point when the Taliban broke the agreement to do nothing. It is a failure of leadership, and it reminds me of a story from our early national history, the War of 1812, when the British were coming up the Potomac River. And an American who saw them making the move toward Washington, D.C., yelled to the British commander, you know, if George Washington were still alive, you wouldn't have gotten this far. To which the British commander replied, if George Washington were still alive, we wouldn't have even tried. The point is it matters who leads this country. We need leadership. You can't do détente with a country like the Soviet Union, like Carter tried to do. You can't run from Somalia when we get a bloody nose like Clinton did. You can't give away and run from Iraq the way Biden and Obama did in 2011 and not expect ISIS to be created. And you sure as heck can't abandon Americans in a war zone, leaving them to defend themselves, to fend for themselves, and expect our enemies to respect us. We have alienated our allies and empowered our enemies. And while Joe Biden hasn't allowed the White House to be burned down, he's certainly allowed the reputation of the United States government to be burned down. And now, the audacity, while they're killing people, while they're refusing to adhere to the agreement, while they're already, I have voicemails of people telling me that their wives were raped. Anthony Blinken wants to do a deal with the Taliban. It's a common theme from Democrats leading in the White House. It's unacceptable, and we won't tolerate it. I yield to Mr. Banks.
I want to thank the that's to bring us here today to focus on doing everything that we can do as members of Congress to provide oversight and support to bring every single American home. That's my question today. Where is Nancy Pelosi? Why isn't she here? Each and every one of us changed our plans so that we could be here today, yesterday, and in the days to come to do everything that we can to safely bring every American home. We just had a moment of silence on the floor of the House of Representatives for the 12 American heroes that we lost in Afghanistan. Not a single Democrat joined us on the floor of the House in that moment of silence. And that is a shame. But perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. This morning, the head of the Democrat National Committee sent out a press release claiming victory and saying that this president did what no other president could do, as if he's some kind of hero. The Democrats have politicized this, and it's absolutely shameful. This morning on the news shows, Admiral John Kirby, the spokesperson for the Pentagon, on Fox News said that there's somewhere above 100 Americans who are still in Afghanistan. That was on Fox News. Earlier in the morning on Morning Joe, he said a few hundred. Yesterday, General McKenzie said a few hundreds are left in Afghanistan. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken last night in his press conference said it's less than 200, but it's closer to 100. Earlier in the day, he said it was 250. The fact of the matter is that this administration still has no idea how many Americans they have left behind enemy lines in Afghanistan as they ended the evacuation mission. They ended the evacuation mission not because America decided to do so, but because this president, this commander-in-chief, kowtowed to the Taliban. He did what the Taliban told him to do, and he stopped evacuating Americans, leaving an estimated hundreds of Americans still in Afghanistan behind enemy lines. I served in Afghanistan in 2014 and 15. I served on the front lines of the effort to train, advise, and equip the Afghan army. I'm a Navy Reserve logistics officer, and in Afghanistan I served in a foreign military sales role. Never did I think at that time or every day since that everything that I was a part of would fall, all of the equipment that we acquired to give the Afghans, the Afghan army, the Afghan police, to fight against the Taliban, all of that equipment would be left behind and fall into the hands of the Taliban. Over $85 billion worth of American-made military equipment. That includes 75,000 vehicles, 208 airplanes and helicopters, over 600,000 small arms and light weapons left behind to fall into the hands of the Taliban. The Taliban now has more Black Hawk helicopters than 85% of the countries in the world because of the negligence of this administration. But folks, it's not just weapons. It's night vision goggles, body armor, and unbelievably, the Taliban now has the biometric data stored on biometric devices that we left behind that has the information, the personal identification information of the Afghans who served alongside us as interpreters or served in the Afghan army as a part of our mission to fight against the Taliban. This is unbelievable to me. It makes me sick to my stomach. Because you know what I think of? I think of Sergeant Major Wardell Turner, the highest ranking enlisted member in my unit who was killed in a roadside bomb while I served alongside him in Afghanistan. What would he think knowing that we left hundreds of Americans behind? What does his family wake up and think today? That we've left hundreds of Americans behind enemy lines. He never would have stood for that. He would have fought to do everything that he could to bring every American home. And it makes me sick to my stomach thinking that any life that we lost, anyone who paid a sacrifice in Afghanistan along the way has to wake up today and wonder, any family member that wake up today and wonder, why would any administration, why would any president, commander-in-chief leave any American behind? It's never happened before. This has never happened before in American history that a mission like this would be so botched that we would leave Americans behind enemy lines. We don't even know how many of them are there. So again, I want to thank the leader for doing what the Speaker of the House refuses to do. With that, I yield to a real American hero, someone who did pay enormous sacrifices in Afghanistan, Representative Crenshaw.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks all for being here. Look, my last memories of Afghanistan were in June 2012, and I was blind at the time. I'd just been blown up, and but I could hear, and what I could hear was the cries from Rahman. Rahman was our interpreter who had stepped on the IED right in front of me, and he was still alive. He later died. He was the kind of guy who we're leaving behind. He was the kind of allies that we had, these people who would sacrifice for our country. As I was moved to the evac helicopter, they were laying down cover fire for me. One of those guys laying down cover fire, his name was Dave Warson. 2 months later, he was dead in a helicopter crash with one of my other best friends, Pat Feeks. You know, the question is, do these guys die in vain? It's a question a lot of our veterans are asking after this bungled exit from Afghanistan, and the answer is no. Because there was a realization that for 20 years we were keeping America safe from another 9/11. Unfortunately, our politicians never really clearly articulated that to the American people. And that lack of communication resulted in this mess that we're in now. There's going to be a reckoning for the decisions that led up to this. But you know, we talk about accountability in the SEAL teams quite a bit. Hyper accountability, really. Everything is your fault, even if it's not, because it must be. That's leadership. Accountability for your actions, accountability for what went wrong, admission that something went wrong. How about that? And then doing things, taking actions to fix it. That's what we've been asking for weeks. When we still had a chance, I asked this administration, go back on offense, reset the chessboard. You've screwed things up, admit it. Now reset the chessboard and regain our leverage. They said no. They wanted to stick to their arbitrary surrender deadline, and they left. So what is today about? It's about fixing this. It's about taking action. But first, the administration has to admit it's wrong. Stop running victory laps. It's like the arsonist claiming they did a really great job putting the fire out, when in fact there's actually still people inside. That's the kind of analogy that we have here. No admission that anything's wrong, running victory laps, and refusal to do anything about it. And then when we come today, the Speaker of the House can't even show up. She sent a different representative in her stead. She couldn't even show up to face us and say that she will not allow this bill to go forward. This is a common sense bill. Again, behind closed doors, Democrats have asked for the same things. Accountability of what's there, accountability of who is there, and then a plan for how we're going to get them out. Pretty simple. Just a plan. Just a recognition that there's even a problem and that we need to address it. And of course, not recognizing the Taliban. Stop giving in to the Taliban. I can't believe we even have to ask for that. I can't believe Secretary Blinken is even toying with the idea that these illegitimate terrorists could ever be recognized as a government. They're on our terrorist watch list. They were driving around our Black Hawk helicopters with our allies hanging from below them. They're going around in killing sprees, killing American citizens and allies. That's who these people are. That's who they always were. That's why we had to fight them. We ended no wars yesterday. We're still at war. And it's time that our administration actually recognizes that and recognizes that there's American citizens on the ground still at war. And we need to get them out. Thank you. And I want to introduce my brother-in-arms from the Special Operations community, Representative Mike Waltz.
Mike Waltz from Florida, served multiple tours as a Green Beret on the ground in Afghanistan. I've worked the war as a civilian in the policy for it in the Bush White House, in the Pentagon, and dozens of times as a civilian. And like so many here, I'm very personally invested in this disaster. Like so many here, I've had an interpreter not just beheaded, they beheaded his family in front of him before they beheaded him. I had a journalist and a principal run out of town with Taliban threats, but they stood strong. You know their crime? They were running a girls' school. The Taliban, in response, killed their family and machine-gunned girls' school with the girls in it. I had an Afghan soldier die in my arms, bled to death. To this day, I'm sending money to his family to make sure his 6 kids can go to school. This administration making these decisions, Blinken, Sullivan, Feiner, Psaki, we can go down the list, do not have a speck of Middle East dirt under their fingernails. They don't have a clue what this means. And now, just an hour ago, literally before walking in here, I'm on the phone, as so many of us have been, congressional offices, with veterans downrange that have buses full of Americans, citizens, green card holders, legal permanent residents, our allies that are stuck because they can't get through the bureaucracy at the State Department to get them out. Right now, through the bureaucracy. People are dying, and you all need to do your jobs for accountability. It's not just us. We have the Taliban, we have our government now engaging the Taliban, trusting them to let these people go. We have a Navy veteran, Mark Frericks, that the Taliban and the Connies have held for over the last year. Is he free to go? Is this who we're going to trust? This government is about to enter into a ransom situation. On international television, Blinken said, well, they need access to funds, billions in foreign currency reserve, international recognition, in exchange for our own people. That's called a ransom. And that's un-American. We do not let terrorists dictate the time and place and method which we get our people out. But that's what this government, that's what this administration is doing. And this over-the-horizon counterterrorism, Dan and I can tell you, it's a talking point. Mr. Rogers and I, the ranking member on Armed Services, and other Republicans and other Democrats have been asking for months, what's the plan? What's the plan to keep America safe? Because I can tell you, the intelligence is clear. Al-Qaeda intends to hit us again. And Al-Qaeda and the Taliban are married at the hip. So if that's the case, we now have a situation where future American soldiers are going to have to go back to deal with it. But now they have no bases. We gave them away. They have no local allies. They're being hunted down. And we have a terrorist army armed to the teeth that they're going to have to fight through. That blood is on this administration's hands. This is the same team around Biden that was around Obama. Benghazi, Bergdahl trade, reckless withdrawal from Iraq that led to the ISIS caliphate and untold deaths around the world. The Iran deal. You cannot appease terrorists. You cannot concede your way out of this problem. They know strength and they know leverage. And right now we've given it to them in the form of hundreds of Americans on a silver platter. I had an ambassador reach out to me today, a Middle Eastern ambassador. He said, I cannot tell you how bad this is for your country and its image. The message around the world in the Middle East right now is jihad has won and democracy has failed, and the terrorist recruiting is going to be through the roof. It's not a policy issue, it's a national disgrace. That's from an allied ambassador. I've been in touch with the leaders of those that are still resisting the Taliban and standing with freedom. Vice President Saleh told me, you may have paid billions and lost soldiers to stand with us against extremism, but the price that you're now going to pay in your dignity and your values is incalculable. So my question from so many veterans, Gold Star families, and others, who is going to step up and say, I screwed up, I made a mistake, I'm accountable? Where is it? Well, if this administration won't lead and you won't drive that accountability in the media, then we will. We will lead. And for the sake of those veterans, for the sake of so many of them that we hold right here, they are not getting what they deserve out of this government, out of this building. We will hold them accountable, and we will give them what they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Leader. I yield.
Very personal to so many who served there, to every Gold Star family. Your family member did not die in vain. You will not be forgotten. For every veteran, you did the job. You kept us safe. For America, this will not be the final chapter. This administration consciously make a decision for a political basis on a date was selected today to leave for some type of photo op. History has always taught us it will be fatal on a national stage. It is proven the last 2 weeks. For the Democrats who say behind closed doors they want to hold this administration accountable, we're going to give you that opportunity. For a speaker who will not show, will not recognize us, and embolden this administration to leave Americans behind, we will not stand back. For every opportunity we have, for every breath we can take, for every committee option we can bring, We want a plan to bring those Americans home. That's what this country believes. That's our reputation, and we're going to make sure we keep it. With that, let's go to questions. Yes. Please.
Thank you for Mr. Speaker.
Well, the feeling everybody gets is disgrace, embarrassment, anger that we allowed this to happen. It's worth noting the administration knew, whether the intelligence assessment says 2 days, 2 months, 6 months, it was definitive that the Taliban would take over and therefore take over that equipment that we left for our Afghan allies. So they went through with this plan knowing that. That's a really important point. Now, what are they going to do with this equipment? Look, some of it they can't operate. They've got a gun to the head of our Afghan army pilots that they're probably flying those helicopters. But they can sell these things. They can sell them to Iran. They can make a lot of money off of them. NVGs and weapons, they can continue to operate those. You know, one of our biggest advantages as special operations on the battlefield has always been operating at night. We can see things they can't. We can aim when they can't. With thousands of NVGs and thousands of the infrared lasers on the weapons that we use to aim, that advantage is now gone. And you know, what are they going to do with it? Well, they're not going to use it for local security. They're going to externalize their operations just like our intelligence community believes they will with ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Again, these people are joined at the hip. They all come from the same tree. So it's not only is it a disgrace, but it's a direct national security threat, especially when you consider how easy it is to get across our southern border these days. Another refusal and abdication of duty from this administration. These things are all closely related. And America is far less safe than it was.
Knowing that they said they took more than 120,000 lifts, with only 5,600 being American, I think we should look through and screen before people come to America. We've got to make sure what's in there. Knowing my communications with Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and others, having to move so quickly, there was not screening when they were moving people out. That has to take place. Yes. After we get the screening, it's a whole different question. Yes, we could do that. I believe right now we should get every American home. I believe there should be accountability for what I see as probably the biggest failure in American government on a military stage in my lifetime. And we could never make this mistake again. And I cannot imagine any individual that is in a policy-making position knowingly made a decision politically when to leave and knowingly telling the American public 2 weeks before that they will not leave until every American's home, but decide they're going to leave Americans there. And let me have one question to that president or to anyone else in charge. What is your plan to bring Americans home? You knowingly made a decision that you're leaving them there. You acknowledged it. Prior, a month or two before, you said there's from 11,000 to 15,000 Americans there. You say you only brought 5,600 out. You're now going to put pressure on the Taliban when we're gone to get them home? The president stood before us in a press conference and told Americans who were there to go to the airport. In less than 30 minutes, we had a conference call with his own leadership who said not to go to the airport, they're being beaten. The number of members here that their congressional districts and others worked to bring Americans home. When they went to the airport that the State Department told them to, they said the Taliban would take their papers or shoot at them and have them run back. The lies have got to stop. The accountability needs to be there. But most importantly, Americans need to be able to be brought home. This cannot be our history. This cannot be where this ends. We will not allow it. Yes. I have, let's stop for one moment within your question, since you're sitting and you're talking about individuals who have served there. They know the importance of over the horizon that the President talks about. They know the region of where it is, and they know how to deal with it now. We need to have the ability to have eyes and ears. Think about that decision to close Bagram when they did. Many individuals here will tell you the same thing when they talk to the military. The military asked for a certain number to be able to do this correctly. The administration said no and picked a much smaller number, so they had to close Bagram. What happened by losing that base? You had more than 5,000 prisoners, some that were ISIS-K, that were released while we're trying to bring Americans home. We now have an administration and a Democrat majority that made America an open border. We knowingly know that earlier this year, we've caught people on the terrorist watch list, not from Central America, but even from Yemen, coming across this border. We now have more than 5,000 prisoners that were held there inside a base that, had we kept, would not be released. They wouldn't have the opportunity to come across an open border. They wouldn't have a weaponry that the administration will not give us accounting for of how much they have. We have an administration that will not give us an accounting for how many Americans are there. We have an administration that won't even give us accounting for what's the plan to bring Americans home. So I understand your question and where you want to go, but I think the priority right now is, what is the plan to bring people home? And we can look. I have a position that we need to have eyes and ears in that region if we want to be safe. And if the military believes the best place to be there, I've said publicly before, I would not have closed Bagram, and the time, place is what they did. Yes? I know that's already taken a vote on the floor. I voted against it. I think you need to modernize them, but you'd have something behind it. Right now, the only option we had on the floor, which I voted against, was to remove it. Now we've got a region that is more dangerous than it was before. We now have a region that has more weaponry and equipment than it had before. If you're going to remove it, you ought to have something behind it. So I think a modernization after 20 years is appropriate, but to remove it totally, I think keeps the country less safe. Yes.
Leader, can I say something about AUMF?
Yes, go right ahead.
You go back and you look at...
Come into the microphone.
You look at our Foreign Affairs Committee and realize this, that repeal of the AUMF, they had one hearing, and they had an academic, I believe, from Harvard, Yale, and NYU. They didn't bring in one military general, past or present. They didn't bring in one secretary. That's exactly the way that they're out there conducting their policy, without looking into the ramifications and the repercussions of what's going to happen with the political decisions that they're out there making. They're asking the wrong people. They're not asking the right people. If they do take the time to ask them, they're not listening to them. And that's probably exactly what we could expect out of the next conversation for another AUMF, the same way they did it the first time.
Last question. Well, I would like to first see a plan to bring Americans home. If we have to use resources for it, I think that'd probably be a good use of that money, but the NDA will be able to take much of this up. Thank you for coming.
And with some GOP members there, including the House GOP leader there, Kevin McCarthy, issuing some very strong words there on the Biden administration. We heard him yesterday and we hear it today there, that he is demanding that all Americans that are still stranded in Afghanistan somehow, some way, get rescued there, because here is the crisis that is happening right now. These Americans could now become future hostages in this terrorist fueled country right now. We're taking a live look here at the White House, where in a couple of hours we are expecting President Biden to make some remarks on the ending of the war in Afghanistan, the 2-decade war that took so many American lives, and we will be hearing from the president. We'll have that full remarks right here on Live Now from Fox. But this is what the Republicans are worried about, and they were trying to stress here in this news conference. This is coming after a senior U.S. source told Fox News that Taliban militants, just hours after the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan, Taliban militants were carrying out house-to-house executions in Kabul. And that is what we all feared, and that is why we fear for the Americans that are still stranded there in Afghanistan. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll keep you in the same theme. We'll take you right outside of the Capitol, where we have some more Republicans talking about this Afghanistan crisis and the Americans that are stranded in the terrorist country of the Taliban. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we are setting out for a busy next couple of hours. So stay right here with us. We are going to continue to get some updates here on the Afghanistan crisis, as hundreds of Americans still stranded now, as the U.S. has ended the war there in Afghanistan yesterday. But what is going to happen to these people that are still stuck there? We're going to be getting an update, continuing update from the Republicans right outside of Capitol Hill. Then a little bit later, we'll get the latest updates out of Louisiana, as there is some areas in Louisiana where they might not get power for a whole another month there. So we'll be featuring some of those updates there from Hurricane Ida and all of the destruction that happened there. And of course, a little bit later this afternoon, we will have President Biden live at the White House talking about the end of the war there in Afghanistan. Stay right here with us, everyone. It is going to be a busy couple of hours here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have you all situated right here. Now, let's go out to right outside of the Capitol, where we are hearing from House Republicans talking about the Afghanistan crisis. This coming amid reports of house-to-house executions happening right now in Kabul as the Taliban has official control.
Thank you all for being here today. We're grateful that you take some time out and let us express our concern over this administration and our desire to hold them accountable and the efforts that we are making to hold them accountable. I think the one thing that we need to make clear is the House Freedom Caucus believes in action, and we're really concerned about the direction of this country. Under this administration, there's so much that has gone wrong, but moreover, as we've watched the disastrous evacuation of our troops from Afghanistan, as we've watched Americans left behind in Afghanistan, as we've watched literally billions of dollars worth of materiel be left behind in Afghanistan. I think we all saw the image yesterday of the Taliban flying an American helicopter hanging someone they believe to be a traitor to the Taliban cause. When we see that type of thing, we can't help but get very agitated and riled. Right now in Kabul, there are only 4 embassies left, none of them from the West. You've got the Pakistan, Iran, Chinese, and Russian embassy left. That's what you have. You have from April 30th to June 30th of this year, Americans funded 174 Humvees for the Afghan forces. Those have been unaccounted for and left behind. We know planes have been actually flown out of Afghanistan to other jurisdictions. And we have the State Department saying basically the fact that we left Americans behind, I believe, I don't want to misquote, but I think I'll paraphrase, they said this happens all the time. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And we are going to continue to fight this thing through and raise accountability. So the Freedom Caucus, many of our members, it's generally a general consensus. We have, besides the impeachment effort of Homeland Secretary Mayorkas, we've engaged now in an impeachment effort of Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. We believe that he has got culpability for much of the travesty that has gone on here. We've also called for resignation of various leaders. We're joined, for instance, in our call for resignations of Secretary Austin and General Milley by 90 retired generals. We also call upon the person who said the buck stops here, who said more than 20 times, we will not leave any American behind. The person who basically orchestrated the July 2nd evacuation of Bagram without telling Afghanis, we call upon, most somberly, the resignation of this President Joe Biden. With that, I'm going to, the main sponsor, original sponsor of the Blinken impeachment resolution, Andy Harris, I'm going to go to him, followed by Clay Higgins, the architect and drafter of the resolutions for resignation. So with that, Andy Harris.
Thank you very much. Now that the Afghanistan withdrawal debacle is over, we have to be sure nothing like this will ever happen again. So last Friday, Ralph Norman from South Carolina and I filed a resolution including impeachment articles for Secretary Blinken. Secretary Blinken has utterly failed in his duties as Secretary of State, as defined by the roles and duties of the position in statute. They're clearly written in Title 22 of the U.S. Code. For instance, the Secretary of State shall develop and implement policies and programs to provide for the security of the United States government operations of a diplomatic nature. Clearly wasn't done in Afghanistan, as we have abandoned our embassy. He's tasked with security responsibilities, including, quote, emergency planning. Clearly emergency planning wasn't done. He's tasked with counterterrorism planning and coordination, including emergency action planning and threat analysis programs. Clearly not done in Afghanistan. And finally, the Secretary of State is responsible for overseas evacuations. Many people don't realize this is not the Department of Defense, it's the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State, the code says, shall develop and implement policies and programs to provide for the safe and efficient evacuation of United States government personnel, dependents, and private United States citizens when their lives are endangered. Such policies shall include measures to identify high-risk areas where evacuation may be necessary. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Afghanistan was one of those areas where evacuation was necessary. And even last week, we were told by the Secretary that no American who wants to leave will be left behind, and yet we know now that over 100 Americans who wanted to leave were left behind. This is the responsibility of the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State utterly failed in his duties to develop and implement an effective, safe, and efficient evacuation plan, and he must be held accountable. He has to be held accountable because around the world, Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran at this moment imminently threaten our allies. And we need to be certain that something like Afghanistan doesn't happen to one of our other allies. We need new, competent leadership at the State Department, and it starts with the resignation or impeachment of the Secretary. I now yield to Mr. Higgins.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, American citizens viewing. To call for the resignation of a sitting president is a somber affair. To officially introduce by a legislative act a congressional response to the voice and will of we the people, the citizenry that we serve, to uphold the oath as a congressional servant to the nation that we love. This morning I introduced 3 resolutions calling for resignation. One for the President of our United States, another for his Secretary of Defense, and another for his Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. America faces a great division coming into this era of unspeakable grief as we look with broken hearts upon the failure of our executive branch to execute a well-planned withdrawal of American forces and allies and assets from Afghanistan. There was a plan in place last year that was turned over to the Biden administration that I supported and would have worked. But our president determined that he would not follow the previous administration's plan for withdrawal. He went off upon his own. Now there's many millions of Americans are hurt because they supported President Biden, and they look on in horror at the tragedy that has unfolded before them, and they know in their hearts, you Americans, you know who you are. I'm speaking to you now with compassion and love as your fellow American. Let us set aside our political affiliations and our ideological perspectives during this moment of challenge in American history, and let us just convey to each other from the depths of our heart and soul that we recognize the failure of our executive and it's the right thing to do for the President of the United States to preserve some modicum of honor and to step down. If he does so, the constitutional process will move forward, and for my Democratic brothers and sisters across the country, whom I strongly oppose in this last election as a Republican and a conservative constitutionalist, but I speak to you now as an American. Understand that asking for your president's resignation, demanding your president's resignation because of his failure, causes the ascension of your vice president to the status of commander-in-chief and president of the United States. You put her in office, let's see what she's got. Because the right thing to do in America right now, as our reputation worldwide has been savaged by the actions of our own executive, as our allies meet in private to discuss their failed trust in America. What path forward? President Biden has been in elected office for 50 years. It's arguable that he's not of his whole and right mind. We are a compassionate people, but we expect performance. And performance right now for President Biden calls for him to step down. His top military advisors, their brothers, they know what to do. They swore an oath. We're asking for their resignation as well. Officially, by congressional resolution, we, the most conservative of us, these resolutions have many, many co-sponsors, original co-sponsors, some of the most conservative voices in Congress at a very difficult time have stepped forward and put their name and reputation on the line to officially and formally call for the resignation of the President of the United States and his top 2 military advisors. During this dark hour, let the hope and brightness of the American spirit lead the way. Just frequently through the annals of history of mankind calls for a leader to make a courageous gesture to resign from his position of power. We call upon our president now to embrace this moment and at the darkest hour lead the way for the recovery of America by your resignation, Mr. President. I thank my colleagues present, and I yield.
Going to go to Scott Perry from Pennsylvania.
Sure. Well, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, whatever it is right now. The Freedom Caucus, among other things, wants to speak on behalf of all Americans who are sitting at home, who are watching this, who feel helpless and hopeless to affect what is making them furious, what is making them angry, what is breaking their hearts. Freedom Caucus exists and is here today to not only be their voice, but to call for action, not just words, but do something about it, which is accountability. It's accountability. That's what we're looking for, and that's what I'm here to support today. My good friend, Mr. Higgins from Louisiana, it's action. It's action that counts, right? My good friend, Mr. Harris from Maryland, it's action that counts. These people need to resign. They need to be impeached. And I want to add one thing. I'm calling on the leader, McCarthy. I'm calling on him to vacate, make the motion to vacate the chair. Speaker Pelosi is derelict in her duties. This government exists to preserve the rights of the American people. It exists to protect the rights of the American people from all foreign adversaries. Now, I will tell you, I don't know. I've thought long and hard about it as this has occurred, whether it's incompetence, whether it's neglect, or whether it's something worse. Can you imagine that? Whether it's something worse. That this was supposed to happen this way. Ladies and gentlemen, this is more than neglect. This is a betrayal. This is a betrayal of their oath. It is a betrayal of their country. It is a betrayal of everything we hold dear. This is not a surrender of America by American people, by American citizens. This is a surrender by Joe Biden and the people around him that refuse to stand up and say absolutely not. Leaving American citizens behind in the combat zone is reserved to one party and one party only. That would be the Democrats. And while we thought it would only happen in World War II and never happen again, it's happening right now, right before us. And so we demand action and we demand accountability right now, right now. We're not waiting any longer. So while they're talking over here and while Speaker Pelosi's back in California telling you that she stands for women, little women and girls in Afghanistan, American girls in Afghanistan are being persecuted and worse as we speak. We do not accept it. We demand accountability and we demand action. I'd like to turn it over to the toughest lady in Congress from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Man, that makes me want to run for Congress. Thank you very much, Congressman Perry. As the Taliban celebrate victory from an unconditional surrender, we with the House Freedom Caucus demand accountability. It is time for action. The American people are fed up. I'm fed up. The people standing here with me today are fed up. 13 service members killed. $85 billion worth of military equipment abandoned. Thousands of Americans left stranded, hundreds at this point. It should be enough for even the weakest, wokest members of Congress to step up. I would hope that just one Democrat would have the courage to join us. That one Democrat could do more than the so-called commander-in-chief who could only look at his watch while moms received the remains of their babies in Dover. Yesterday, terrorists killed someone, strung a person up by our very own Black Hawk helicopter, and flew him around for all the world to see. Even Tony Montana would be ashamed, embarrassed, and disgusted at what's happening right now. The truly oppressed, the Christians, the women, the children, the ones who dared to believe in freedom, they won't be rewarded for taking a knee. They'll be raped, they'll be slaughtered, all by savages using America's military equipment. After 20 years of war, Joe Biden, or whoever's telling him what to do nowadays, made the Taliban stronger than ever. Make no mistake, members of the House Freedom Caucus are not standing here today because Nancy Pelosi called for an emergency session of Congress. No, we're standing here because Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris and every person they've put in a position of leadership failed our brave men and women. They failed our brave men and women of the United States military, and they failed the American people. Think about it. Speaker Pelosi called us back into session to begin the process of spending trillions and trillions of dollars. We damn sure can be called back into Congress for this. This weekend, I promised every citizen I represent that I would do everything in my power as a United States Congresswoman to get rid of Joe Biden. Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi can follow him out the freaking door. I want everyone listening today on both sides of the aisle to hear these words. We were sent to Washington to represent the American people, not to watch our country give away billions of military equipment to known terrorists, not to sit idly by waiting for the next election. and certainly not to put up with an inept, weak, and incapable regime that puts everyone but American citizens first. From day one, this regime, so-called administration, has been all about America last policies, and every day they prove that more and more. The father of one of our fallen soldiers said, "Hey, I'm just a carpenter, and even I can figure out how horrible this exit strategy was." We all know that we needed to leave Afghanistan, and we all see how failed this mission was. He's right, and you know it. His son did not deserve to die. The blame starts at the top with Biden and his hand-picked vice president, who bragged that she was right there making the same bad decisions. And if not for her own dereliction of duty, she should be impeached for not demanding we invoke the 25th Amendment. It is time for action. Impeach Biden, impeach Kamala Harris, and throw in the Secretary of State if you can get him back from vacation. Take a vote to vacate the chair, to get Nancy Pelosi the heck out of here. I hope at this time, at this stage where we are today, there might be a handful of Democrats who actually might join us in taking a stand for our fallen soldiers, for America, for the Constitution. And if there are any Republicans who have any doubt, know that you will be facing your own primaries. And no amount of your precious money will be able to save you from the uprising of the American people who demand we do something now. I didn't come to Washington, D.C. to be a part of your clubs. I came here to make sure my boys never lived in a socialist nation. And now, today, I'd have to second guess who would actually lead them if they took a stand to serve and join our military. Woke doesn't work. Cutting and running doesn't work. Being asleep or senile or sucking on applesauce obviously doesn't work. We need leadership. We need action. And I plan to do whatever I can to deliver on both of these. Thank you very much. Gomer.
Louis Gomer, Texas.
Thank you. Well, I was not in the military the various times I've been to Afghanistan since I've been in Congress. But I was in the military back when we had a commander-in-chief named Caldor. And he welcomed the Ayatollah Khomeini into Iran as a man of peace, and it cost American lives. And after the Iranians took American hostages, he spent the rest of his presidency begging them to let them go when we were strong enough we could have done something about it. And I hoped and prayed I would never see a time when America, the United States of America, would plummet to that poor of leadership that would get Americans put in harm's way by a weak president. But the truth is, as President Obama has said, he's got most of his administration still there with President Biden. And they were trying to buy the help of the Taliban to just kind of let us get out, quit killing us long enough for us to get out. It doesn't work with bloodthirsty, radical extremists like we have in the Taliban. And make no mistake, if you bought the lies about, oh, they're at odds war with ISIS-K, that's exactly what the Obama administration said after sending billions of dollars of weaponry and equipment to what they call the moderate rebels in Syria. when the equipment and the weapons kept being turned over to ISIS. Even President Obama had to suspend sending weapons to the moderate rebels for 90 days. But now we have a president again who he couldn't have made matters worse if he was getting money to his family from China or oligarchs in Russia. He has put this nation at risk. One of my very wise colleagues had said, it'll take us a generation to get back our credibility after abandoning those who fought for us and with us. And I said, I'm sorry, in my years traveling around the world as a member of Congress, we still have not completely recovered from the terrible presidency of Jimmy Carter. It's going to be generations. There will be Americans die because of this president's policies, the Secretary of Defense and State. And there are Americans right now I've heard from that are saying we're going to be able to get people out, but we have to get clearance from the State Department. Can you help us? And the message I'm getting is we're not going to give them clearance. They're going to let these Americans, these allies, die in Afghanistan, up in Panjshir, where we've got a lot of our friends and allies. They'd rather let them die than run the risk of something going wrong and the State Department being blamed. And let me tell you something else. People that I've met with that were leaders of our allies in what used to be called the Northern Alliance, so many of them have been ready to continue fighting. Some of their children, like Ahmad Shah Massoud's son, is ready to lead and fight. But Pakistan, without whom there would be no Taliban, they invited some of our allies who fought and lost family in 2001 and 2002 before they defeated the Taliban. They were invited to Pakistan for discussions right before the Taliban made their move on Kabul. And I don't know if they're there of their own choice still or if they're being held against their will, but somebody in this administration needs to check on our former allies. They are still our allies, but they're in Pakistan somewhere. Dustum, as I understand it, it's a different country. But this administration has done an abysmal job. I have other former intel that are telling me people that are being brought in here, there is a significant percentage that are future Boston Marathon bombers because they're not doing adequate vetting. This administration not only has blood on its hands already, it's going to cost a lot of American lives before we even have a chance to get it straight again. And so I'm hoping that by bringing these things out, as we all are here, that enough American people will speak up, not in violence, but in protest, to let the administration know you're not going to ever have anybody from your power running this, from your party running this country again, unless you fix these things now. And with that, I turn over to my friend, Andrew Clyde.
Thank you, Louis, and I appreciate the Freedom Caucus arranging this event today. Chairman Biggs, thank you for that. I consider it my duty to be here in Washington alongside many of my fellow veterans to demand accountability from this administration and our top brass amid the stunning crisis in America, in American executive branch leadership that the world has just witnessed. Though U.S. CENTCOM announced yesterday afternoon that the last United States aircraft had departed Kabul International Airport, and the headlines tried to declare America's longest war officially over, we'd be naive to buy into that narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still at war. We did not eliminate the threat. No, oh no, Joe Biden's failed withdrawal exacerbated it. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the Taliban, the Haqqani network now have a safe haven where they can regroup, increase in strength, and plan their next evil attack. The truth is, we were fighting this war on terror before 9/11. If y'all remember back to 1993 to the Twin Tower bombings, and we will have to continue to fight this war on terror going forward. We as a nation have enjoyed 20 years of safety and security since 9/11 because of the ability of our military and intelligence agencies to take the fight to the enemy on foreign soil, so that we have not had to weather the storms of more terrorist attack here at home. And they've done a great job. Our veterans deserve tremendous praise and tremendous honor for the sacrifices of the last 20 years keeping America safe. But the war has not ended. It just entered a new chapter. No longer will that be the case, since we withdrew without eliminating the threat and left behind approximately $80 billion in advanced weapons and equipment that is now in the possession of the Taliban. President Biden and the entire administration kept parroting the phrase, telling America, "We will get every American out who wants out." And we could have done that. We could have done that. We had the military strength to do it, but there was no will to do it. The administration did not have the will. The administration lied to the American people, and we will now have dire consequences for those actions. How many are left, Mr. President? The estimates are anywhere from a few hundred to a few thousand American citizens and their families. I fear we are on the brink of another Tehran hostage crisis, but on a much more massive scale. Think about that. President Biden and his advisors should have seen the rapid fall of Afghanistan coming, as the intelligence assessments provided were indeed accurate. This was not an intelligence community failure. This was a failure of leadership. If the administration could not understand the dire situation, then they were incompetent for the job from the very beginning. But it appears that they chose to ignore the intelligence and maintain an inflexible course of action, so they are culpable and directly responsible for this humiliating and deadly retreat. Our top leadership has failed us. They failed our citizens, who they knowingly and willingly left behind enemy lines, and they failed our allies. They failed the whole of America, and so Secretary of State Blinken, Secretary of Defense Lloyd, and Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff Milley should all resign, and I am calling for their resignation again. I called for that last week, but at the end of the day, the buck stops with President Biden, and so he should resign too for this abysmal failure of leadership. The Washington Times just ran a story that approximately 90 retired military senior officers, 90 of them, agreed and said the top military brass was negligent in performing their duties. As a retired senior military officer myself, that is exactly my point of view. My final message to all watching is this: Mr. Biden, give us the plan to bring all Americans home safely. We are America. We don't leave our people behind. Do not let the White House pull the wool over your eyes and feed you their false narrative that the war on terror is over and everyone who wanted to get out got out. That is a lie. Mr. Biden, we demand your plan, and we won't stop until we get it. We are America. We don't leave our people behind. And with that, I yield to my good friend from Virginia, Bob Good.
Thank you, Andrew. Speaker Pelosi should call Congress back into session right now. And if she doesn't do that, we ought to vacate the chair and remove her as Speaker. This failed withdrawal from Afghanistan clearly demands congressional oversight. This administration couldn't have done a worse job if they did it on purpose. But it's no surprise this administration and our military leaders have focused on climate change. They focused on this phony allegations of white supremacy and racism within our military. They focused on equity and inclusion, transgender policies. They even flew the gay pride flag over the U.S. Embassy in Kabul for 30 days in the month of June. This administration doesn't know how many American people were abandoned in enemy territory. No wonder. And they have no plan to rescue those who've been left behind. He kept his promises, this president, to the Taliban, but he hasn't kept his promises to the American people when he promised he would leave no Americans behind. Only 4% of those who've been evacuated so far, about 5,000 of some 127,000, are Americans. Here we go, putting others ahead of Americans, foreigners ahead of Americans. And this administration, which has shown no interest, no desire, no willingness in properly vetting those who they are helping stream across our southern border, do you have any confidence that they would adequately or sufficiently vet those who they're bringing into our country from Afghanistan? If we got it 99% right, and there's no way this administration would get it 99% right, but if it was 99% right, then 1% out of 120,000 is 1,200 bad guys, and we're already receiving credible reports of bad guys in our country who wish us harm, who were not properly vetted or kept from getting into our country. After 18 months of no American deaths in Afghanistan, we now have 13 dead, 18 wounded, and hundreds, if not thousands, unaccounted for. They estimated we had 10 to 15,000 Americans in Afghanistan. We've removed 5,000, and now they say we just have a couple hundred left. You do the math and tell me if you have confidence in what this administration is telling us. This president has abandoned Americans to be captured, tortured, or most likely killed by the Taliban. How can he be okay with this? Simply to meet an artificial political goal to celebrate that we're out of Afghanistan by 9/11. How are we supposed to trust this administration? This week it was confirmed that an Afghan on the no-fly list was evacuated to the UK. It's only a matter of time before more dangerous Afghanis are brought into this country, making once again every town a border.
And we will continue to listen right here on Live Now from Fox, taking a quick 2-minute break.
Meanwhile, he takes naps while he's meeting with foreign dignitaries. He checks his watch while he's receiving American troops at Andrews. He breaks his promises to the American people. His Secretary of State, Blinken, as others have called for, should be impeached for his leadership or failed leadership in this disastrous withdrawal. In addition, President Biden, Secretary Austin, and General Milley should resign or also face impeachment. Speaker Pelosi, call us back into session to make this happen, or let's vacate the chair. Yes. And I yield now to my wonderful Congressman colleague from Illinois, Mary Miller.
Thank you to our soldiers, sailors, and Marines who have shown incredible courage and compassion in this time. You are truly our national treasure. Our hearts go out to the families who are mourning. I can't fathom it. As a mother, I can't fathom the pain that you are enduring at this time, and I even think of the thousands of families the last 20 years that have lost loved ones over there. They had their whole lives ahead of them. Americans are looking for answers, and they don't believe what's coming out of the administration. Pelosi promised a hearing on August 17th. As of yet, no hearing. The last hearing they had was on windmills. Totally disrespectful. I can't help but notice, why are our flags not flying at half-mast? Wow. We should be weeping and mourning over the direction of our country. Where is Pelosi? Where are the House Democrats? The chamber is dark and empty. Did Adam Shifty Shift fall off the face of the earth? What a disgrace. Congress must act immediately to begin hearings to hold President Biden responsible. I've been thinking about this, holding people responsible. During the 2020 election, our national media covered for Joe Biden. They refused to ask him tough questions, the questions that should have been asked. Today, we now have some serious questions about President Biden's abilities to do his job. In the critical days when Kabul fell, President Biden went to Delaware, then to Camp David, and disappeared. The media has failed the American people by picking a candidate who is not up for the job, but now it's Congress's duty to hold them accountable. No one in this administration has resigned or been fired. Secretary Austin, General Milley, Secretary Blinken are still in charge after this disaster. The consequences are going to reverberate for a long time. We all know that another 911 is coming. Our allies don't respect us and our enemies don't fear us. We are in a terrible position worldwide. In addition, the administration has allowed our southern border to remain open and exposed for any terrorists to cross unimpeded and remain in the United States. The first duty of the government is to protect its people. We have open borders and a national security disaster with less than 2 weeks from the 20th anniversary of the 911 national heartbreaking disaster. Our troops were deployed to the most dangerous place in the world to save American lives. The leaders should have had their backs. Yes. I go to bed at night, I wake up during the night, I wake up in the morning thinking about the families that have lost loved ones over there, and in addition, the Americans we left, the allies we abandoned, the Christians that are going to be murdered, tortured and murdered, and the women and girls. I have a friend whose mother married a pedophile and brought him into her home, and he raped her 2 younger sisters. That mother is just as guilty as the pedophile, in my opinion. This administration is just as guilty as the terrorists. Our troops have deserved better, and the American people deserve better. We'll continue to pray for our troops, for America. We pray that Pelosi will call us back or vacate the seat. We demand it. The American people want answers. Thank you. Yes. And so Barry Moore from Alabama.
Thank you, Mary, and Andy, appreciate you holding this conference. You guys, I want you to notice this pin on my lapel today. It's my American flag pin. It's not my congressional pin. And I did that intentionally. I wanted to mention that to you today. We need to come together as a nation. My son tells a story. They were doing a sort of a experiment, if you will, in a science class, and they put red ants and black ants in a giant aquarium. Those ants functioned fine. They built their tunnels. They lived together until somebody shook the aquarium, and then they turned on each other. We as a nation better figure out who's shaking our aquarium. We have to come together as a nation. You know, General Milley said a few months ago he wanted to understand his white rage. What the American people want to understand right now is the red, white, and blue rage that's going on. How do we in a nation elected a president who has created a crisis on our southern border where we have over 1 million people coming into our country unvetted, unvaccinated, untested, 10 of which I think are on the most wanted list, terrorist most wanted list. We've watched this shut down the border, so I shut down the pipeline, so now we're dependent on foreign oil. We're asking OPEC for help there. We have a crisis now in Afghanistan. It's the making of this administration. They need to be held accountable. We need to hold the administration accountable for what they're doing, and this starts at the top, guys. They can try to, you're going to see the Biden administration try to come up with a scapegoat in the next few weeks. It's going to happen. Be ready, media. Be paying attention. Do your job. Do your job as the American media. Take off your DNC t-shirts, your DNC hats, get out your press credentials, go talk to your sources, and find out who's driving this debacle in Afghanistan and the Department of State. Don't let them give you a scapegoat, guys. Don't let that happen on your watch. You have freedom of press for a reason. I mean, we can do what we can do as Congress. Pelosi's not doing her job, obviously. She needs to call us back in. We need to hold her accountable. I say that we vacate the chair. And I'm going to say one last thing. Joe Biden must go. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it. You can certainly see the passion and drive of the House Freedom Caucus. And in reality, we're going to keep pushing on these various initiatives. One was to bring past the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas, our Homeland Security Secretary, for the crisis he's created on the border. We had 19,000 unaccompanied minors come across in July, and over 18,000 again in August. That's a leadership failure. It's a policy failure. This group is calling for the impeachment and has introduced a resolution in Congress to impeach Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. This debacle happened in Afghanistan. It is a leadership and a policy failure. We're calling upon the resignation of Secretary Austin and General Milley. This crisis could have been averted if we had had leadership and good policies in place. And ultimately, this comes down to the man himself, who always says the buck stops here, and then he blames everybody but himself, President Joe Biden. We call upon him to resign immediately. With that, we've got time for a couple, 3 questions. Yes, ma'am. A couple of things with that. This administration basically scrapped the power sharing and the conditional response withdrawal that President Trump had put in place. President Trump had put in place a system of checks and balances. So they had entered into an agreement to have power sharing between the Taliban and the Afghani government. When the Taliban would violate the agreement, there would be immediate and disproportionate retribution by our military on the Taliban, and immediate communication as to why they were on the receiving end of hellacious retribution. The result was, because they feared him, and they feared that his leadership would actually bring retribution if they violated the agreement. That's why you saw 18 months without attacks on U.S. forces. When he took out Soleimani, that changed the very nature of the understanding of American military will. When Joe Biden came in and scrapped that and basically said, we're going to do this for a political purpose, for a headline on September 11th, an anniversary, it changed both the will of the Afghani military, and it also increased the will of the Taliban terrorists.
One of the Afghan commanders wrote a piece for the New York Times standing against this whole concept that they were incompetent. He said, all of our passwords, for all of our cooking was taken from us. Bagram, we showed up at Bagram, the electricity was stopped. As one who flew into Iran and tired of hostages, there's a view that this was not accidental, and that the president regime was given a list of things to check from China, and the greatest beneficiary is China, because they gain almost all the rare earths now, and they gain their half now, all their cash. Is anyone exploring
Yes.
but very well organized and very well planned checklist of each of the payments for Hunter?
Yeah, so to understand this, July 2nd, when Bagram was basically evacuated without telling our Afghan allies, we turned off the power and left, but we left a lot of material there, weapons, ammunition, Humvees, etc. That, to me, signaled that this was going to be a disastrous exit from Afghanistan. The result has been, of course, China looks at Afghanistan for 2 reasons. Their Belt and Road initiative to encircle the world. And second of all, Afghanistan has a lot of really unique mineral assets which are going to further Chinese ambitions militarily. So yeah, we need to look at that, and that's one of the things that we've been doing. We've been calling to be, as you've heard repeatedly today, to be brought back into session and to start the investigative hearings on what happened, why this happened, and to really open this up. But I mean, where we sit today, the House administration with Nancy Pelosi is not inclined to even address those issues. She's talked about everything about for rights for women, which is an important thing, of course, but not in the height of the disastrous consequences of what we've seen in Afghanistan today. Last question, Mr. Pergram.
Thank you very much. I'd like to get your view on this, and also Mr. Higgins. With the hurricane coming through, there's talk about obviously they might need to have some sort of spending bill or tack it on to one of the other three big bills moving in the next month, or a supplemental. What's your view on, once we get an assessment on how that should be handled, and should that be paid for with offsets? What is there a position by the Freedom Caucus as to how that would be addressed? I'd be interested to hear Mr. Higgins to be addressed by this particular.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Clay in just a sec. I'll just say that right now our hearts go out to the folks of Louisiana who have endured yet another devastating hurricane, and we certainly are respectful of that. But what we're here for today is to remind people of the necessity to remove the leadership of this regime. I don't think it's worthy of even being called an administration anymore. They're operating as an oligarchical regime, and that they need to be brought to bear. With that, last word on this is going to go to Clay Higgins, and then we'll be done. Thank you so much for being here. Clay.
Yes, sir. Thank you for acknowledging the suffering that the citizens of Louisiana are enduring right now from the brutal hurricane yesterday. The nature of the people of Louisiana is that we're going to stand back up. We're a tough and resilient people, and Louisiana is no stranger to hurricanes and their impact and recovery. What's significant about the storm that hit New Orleans and the eastern parishes of Louisiana a couple of days ago is a similarity of the two storms, Laura and Delta, that hit my district, Cameron and Calcasieu Parish, a year ago. And the lack of candid and open communications with this executive since then, and the failure of Madam Speaker Pelosi to bring a supplemental disaster funding bill, which is attached to direct grant access for government entities and citizens within the impacted areas. This is completely a failure of the Democrat leadership in the House and executive leadership in the White House. So listen, as a Louisiana citizen, I'm going to work shoulder to shoulder with my brothers and sisters. I have family in Orleans Parish, family in St. Tammany Parish. They were smashed yesterday and day before, and I'm going to work with them to stand back up. I stand with my colleagues in government to do the same. But let me tell you what would be a good start for the people of Louisiana. $85 billion worth of military equipment that was left behind in Afghanistan. Yeah. We could use some of those assets for the citizens of America. Right. Let us put America first. Mr. President, if you have an ounce of respect for your 50 years of service to this nation and to move forward towards healing, to unite our nation, to get past this nightmare that you've created, then by God, man, resign. I thank my colleagues for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
House Republicans, as you heard, they're slamming Joe Biden and his administration on this handling of the exit of troops there in Afghanistan yesterday, officially closing out the war there after a 20-year battle right there. A live look right now at the White House, where we will be having President Biden making his remarks to the nation coming up in about an hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We're getting some guidance here from the press secretary about a little bit of a preview of what he is going to be talking about. Let me just read this out for everyone. Jen Psaki saying, this afternoon, the president will express his thanks to the commanders and service members who executed a dangerous mission in Kabul and airlifted more than 124,000 people to safety. He will also offer thanks to the veterans and volunteers who supported this effort. He will lay out his decision to end the war in Afghanistan after 20 years, including the tough decisions he made over the last 7 months since he took office to bring the war to a close. He will make clear that as president, he will approach our foreign policy through the prism of what is our national interest, including how best to continue to keep the American people safe there. But many online right now calling out the press secretary, saying, not mentioning in this preview, the fallen 13 service members who were killed last week in that horrible, horrible suicide terror attack in Afghanistan. We'll see if he addresses it coming up in about an hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We are back out live here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Our next story, we're going to go out to Philadelphia, where city officials talking about Afghan refugees coming to Philadelphia. Let's bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Especially want to thank George Washington High School for welcoming all of us today on their first day of school, no less. So I'm glad we can gather here at one of Philadelphia's most diverse high schools, home to students from over 70 countries who speak 28 different languages, to talk about Operation Allies Refuge, PHL. The effort's underway to welcome Afghan individuals and families through Philadelphia International Airport. From Saturday through Monday, 2,386 evacuees arrived at PHL. At least 35 city, state, and federal agencies, local hospitals, and nonprofit partners are providing services after evacuees deplane and are cleared by customs. These services include culturally appropriate food, basic essentials, a medical evaluation, and physical and mental health support services. A COVID test is part of this process, and we also offer the opportunity to get a COVID vaccination. The city is providing on-site interpretation in Dari, Pashto, Urdu, and Farsi, thanks to a tremendous response to the health department's call for volunteers. I want to be clear that this is a federal-led process. We are proud to have the opportunity to aid in this humanitarian effort. We greatly appreciate the leadership and resources provided by our partners, and I'm also moved by the support the Philadelphians have offered since we announced the operation last week. To those who signed up to volunteer or donated cash or supplies to one of our local resettlement partners like HIAS and Nationality Service Center, thank you very much for showing the evacuees what it means to touch down in the city of brotherly love. Please keep in mind that donated supplies cannot be accepted at the Philadelphia International Airport for security reasons. Details on ways you can help our Afghan brothers and sisters are available at phila.gov. And looking further into the future, we anticipate that some evacuees may choose to make our city and region their new home. The Department of State is leading resettlement and lodging, but we welcome any and all new residents and are committed to helping them get the resources they need to thrive in our neighborhoods and in our schools. Wherever the evacuees choose to live, I sincerely hope they find the stability, community, and opportunity that everyone deserves. And now I'll take some questions. No, we expect 7 flights today. This could go on for a couple weeks. I know that I got a call this morning from the mayor of Chicago because apparently the federal government have reached out to them to see if they can be part of this process. I don't know the number of flights or how long it's going to take, but as long as it takes, we'll be there.
You said 7 flights today?
I think 7 today is expected. Sometimes things change because of timing and when they leave Germany or when they leave wherever they're coming from. You know, there may be some delays or it may roll over into tomorrow.
Now, is the city making the public housing available for?
No, folks are being processed through customs. They go get some kind of medical checkup. They get some respite with food and water and snacks, and get a chance to acclimate themselves, and then they get on buses and are taken either, I think, Fort Dix or some other various locations while they're processed to, and they may be coming back to the airport and flying off to other cities in the future. But
in case they have family somewhere else?
If they have family somewhere else or if they have family here, we're willing to try to accommodate that. But as I've said before, I view us as Ellis Island for the Afghans, where they come through port of entry, they're processed, and then they move out to where they're going. And the federal government is running the whole operation.
Now, I spoke to an organization yesterday. They're saying that they're helping these people apply for, to change their status so they can get a work permit and things like that. They were saying that the application process is $575, which is a lot for these people. Yeah. Is the city going to do anything?
I'm not aware of any monetary expenditure that we're making. We expect that most, if not all, of this will be covered by the federal government, so we don't see any financial downside for us.
How's it going at the airport? I know Dulles had some backups.
Yeah, I mean, everything seems to be pretty smooth. I mean, we had a lot of folks yesterday. There was a little bit of a delay, but nothing where, put it this way, people coming off the Afghan flights complain a lot less than normal domestic travelers. We haven't had anybody drug out of the terminal and screaming and yelling about anything. I mean, these folks are just, for me, phenomenally strong, brave, and patient. It's just interesting and very uplifting to see little kids coming down through down the escalator to hit the Red Cross and get a teddy bear and some snacks and water, and then a half hour later they're running around playing tag with each other and just being kids. It's wonderful to see how resilient they are.
Mayor, is there any timetable as to how long this is going to last?
Yeah, as long as it takes. As long as people keep coming, and we expected about 2 weeks, I think, originally. Yeah, Dominic.
Thank you. Yeah, as the mayor said, as long as it takes, but we're geared up right now and planning to be there at least through September 17th, and so just making staffing plans and making sure preparations are available locally to support that long.
Any number on how many of the immigrants receive COVID vaccinations?
We're not going to talk about medical issues. It's private. Tests and vaccinations are available for those who want it. We're not, and we're not insisting or, cajoling people to get it done. Any testing stuff is done by choice. Okay. Thank you.
All right, everybody, when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll take you out to California. We see Governor Gavin Newsom there. He's about to make an announcement there on California vaccines and a milestone that was reached in the state. We'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And, of course, we are awaiting. President Biden looks to be about an hour away from giving some remarks on the end of the Afghanistan war. We'll bring that to you in its entirety once that happens. Also looking forward to a White House COVID-19 update. So we got a lot coming up in the next hour right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. We appreciate everyone joining us here as we continue to always try to bring you live events as they're happening in real time. So we thank you for being part of Live Now from Fox, everybody. Speaking of live, let's go out to Italy right now. Take a look at this as the Italian military returns from Afghanistan. This comes really after last week, where shots were fired near where the Italian military plane was leaving Kabul. So Afghan forces fired into the air to disperse crowds near Kabul airport last week, and not at a departing Italian military transport plane as originally reported there by some earlier last week there. A government source said, quoting intelligence assessments. There was no immediate official comment on this incident there, but you could see that some of the Italian military coming back to Italy after being in Afghanistan. So that is just one of the many updates and live feeds that we're able to bring to you really here as they're happening right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. So we'll keep an eye on that shot there as they are welcoming back those troops coming back to Italy. Let's also point out, everyone, that we do have President Biden less than an hour away now, making his first remarks since the end of the Afghanistan war. We'll bring that to you in its entirety, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, a little bit later in the afternoon, then we will have the White House press briefing as well. We're also expecting a White House COVID update. Also getting an update from Pennsylvania on masks and vaccines in that state coming up in the next hour. And then this next shot that we have for you, awaiting California Governor Gavin Newsom. You see him sitting right there down at this vaccine site. He is going to be talking about a major milestone that was just passed, talking about vaccines. So we'll have all of this here in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate everyone joining us here today. Tomorrow is September already, and Governor Gavin Newsom is facing a recall vote there, and it's happening in the middle of September. So recall month is happening, and we will see what happens in California as voting continues right now through their mail system. So we'll bring that to you and all of the other remarks coming up here a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But we are going to take our final break here of the hour and then have Governor Gavin Newsom at the podium for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Live look right here in California as we are awaiting remarks here from Governor Gavin Newsom, where he will soon be holding this news conference highlighting the state's ongoing efforts to encourage more Californians to get vaccinated. To date, right now, over 80% of all eligible California citizens have received at least one COVID-19 vaccine dose. With the FDA's full approval of the Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and up, the state continues its multi-pronged strategy to reach communities with lower vaccination rates amid the threat of the Delta variant. California has put more shots in arms than any other state, administering over 47 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine and implemented first-in-the-nation vaccine measures, including requiring that workers in healthcare settings be fully vaccinated, as well as stricter requirements for visitors at healthcare facilities and a standard that all school staff and state workers either show proof of full vaccination or be tested at least once per week. The state is encouraging local governments and other employers to adopt a similar protocol here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also coming up at the top of the hour, we keep an eye on Chicago. They'll be giving a similar update, talking about vaccines and the very latest with the Delta surge there in that city. Just last week, Illinois once again went doesn't matter your vaccine status, but you got to wear a mask on inside businesses and other establishments there. So we'll keep an eye on everything that is happening right here on Live Now from Fox, always bringing you the live events as they're happening in real time here. So we appreciate everyone continuing to join us as we bring you these news feeds from across the country. And of course, we have to mention coming up in the next hour, everybody, President Biden will be speaking for the very first time since the end of the Afghanistan war. We'll be hearing his remarks from beginning until end, followed by the White House briefing that we expect. A lot of questions and answers to be had there. We don't think President Biden will be taking any questions, so we'll be keeping an eye on all of everything that is happening in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. And it looks like, well, there goes Governor Gavin Newsom. Let's go back out to California. Looks like that event is starting up.
I'm the Chief Executive Officer of La Clínica de la Raza, and we are so excited this morning to be able to welcome the governor to our humble abode. So here today, we are not only doing vaccinations, but we're also doing testing. And we've been doing testing since, I think, November of, 2019. So we've been doing it for a while. And we're so grateful to the governor for coming out to visit us and to see in the field exactly what's going on. I want the governor to know that we are so appreciative of your leadership position. And I think your initial shelter in place saved a lot of lives. And I know how controversial that was, but history will show that you saved many, many lives. And more recently, we are very, very grateful for the mandate which we think has resulted in many, many more people getting the vaccine, and that's a good thing. It's such a nice time to have the governor here. La Clínica is celebrating 50 years of service. We serve over 91,000 patients in 35 different sites. And I want you to know that we're testing patients and providing vaccines in Alameda County, Solano County, and Contra Costa County. And many of the patients we serve live in crowded conditions and work as essential workers. Many of our patients live below the federal poverty level. Early on, at the beginning of the pandemic, the Fruitvale in particular was hit so hard. Our positivity rate was reaching 32%, which is extremely high. We're down to 13%, and it's still too high. So we continue to work on that issue, but we're very proud to have been one of the first organizations in the Fruitvale to offer free testing and vaccinations to anyone in the community, regardless of insurance or their ability to pay. Last year, during our collaborative mass test and response campaign with UCSF and the Unity Council, we were able to confirm that Latinos in the East Bay, especially the Mayan Hmong population, had been disproportionately infected by COVID-19. So we jumped on it. We hired translators, and we really had an impact on that. Lots of people helped us out, and I'm particularly grateful to Alameda County and Supervisor Chan, who gave us contracts and deputized us so that we are able to do tracing in addition to testing and vaccinations, and that's been really, really critical. I want to thank the governor for enabling, for your leadership and to help California weather this and avert some of the worst possibilities. And again, I think history will prove that your decisiveness, the leadership that you showed, even when it wasn't popular, will go down in record to have saved many, many lives. So we're very happy that you're here. And we just want to encourage everybody out there to get the shot. We have doctors and nurses here. If you have questions, they can answer it. And I got to tell you that the shot is way better than experiencing COVID. So we're here to serve. If you have questions, we're here to respond to that. I just want to thank our team. We have lots of volunteers here who are getting the job done. Bart, who provided both the parking lot as well as security. and a lot of folks who have been here to help us. Buen día, los saludamos. Muchas gracias que vinieron. Este es el aniversario de la clínica de 50 años. Aquí en este espacio estamos dando exámenes, las vacunas y muchos otros servicios. Nomás queríamos decirle que si tiene preguntas, si no está cómodo, aquí tenemos el personaje para responder a las preguntas que ustedes tengan. Pero aquí estamos para servir y esperamos.
Thanks to all our viewers from around the country and around the world as we enter now the 2 o'clock hour on the East Coast. On the West Coast, we're entering 11 o'clock. That's where we have you right here in Oakland as the push to vaccinate event continues there soon. Governor Gavin Newsom will be speaking there as for all eligible Californians, they have hit a milestone here with 80% right now that continue to be vaccinated. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. It is always an honor to be the backdrop of the great governor of California, Gavin Newsom, sharing more positive news in a time when Californians truly need it. And that is the success of these vaccination efforts and what is to come to ensure that we reduce suffering and death from this deadly virus, COVID-19. In this past year, nearly every death from COVID-19 has been someone who was not vaccinated. And it is community-based efforts like this one, led by La Clínica de la Raza, that has been doing the trusted health work in this community for years and years, that we have to be grateful for. It is these community efforts that has led Oakland to achieve 86% of our eligible population having received their first vaccination, 86%. But we're not stopping. This week, Oakland joined many cities and the great state of California, following the example of Governor Newsom, in requiring vaccination as a condition of employment. We announced our vaccine mandate this week, and that means that unless you have a religious or medical exemption, being fully vaccinated against COVID-19 is a requirement for all City of Oakland workers. Now, we will be meeting with our labor leaders to confer over the impacts of this policy, but this policy is official. It is in place. And all city workers have until October 15th to provide proof of vaccination and until November 1st to be in compliance with this policy and be fully vaccinated or have received a validated exemption. Is there Spanish media here? Would you like a little in Spanish? Sí? Okay. En este año, casi todos.
All right, and just want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox as we're listening in to California, giving us an update on COVID-19, especially as they are praising the amount of people they've had vaccinated in their state. We do also have the White House COVID-19 response team giving a briefing. Let's jump over to that, and we'll listen in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Whole of government effort to respond to help states with Delta outbreaks continues. In fact, to date, COVID-19 surge response teams are working with 18 states, pulling in personnel, resources, supplies, and expertise from across the federal government, including from HHS, CDC, FEMA, DOD, and the VA to address state-specific needs. We've deployed more than 700 personnel, surged critical supplies to health systems, expanded testing capacity, and importantly, expanded the use of life-saving therapeutics In fact, in the month of August, we shipped more than 670,000 courses of therapeutic treatments. That's 6 times as many as we shipped in July. These therapeutics prevent hospitalization and save lives. Our message to all states, tribes, and territories is clear. We stand ready to help you in any way we can to respond to the Delta variant. As we respond to surges, we remain laser focused on getting more shots in arms, and we continue to build momentum. Back in mid-July, we were averaging 500,000 vaccinations per day. Today, we're averaging 900,000. That's an 80% increase in the number of shots we're getting into arms each and every day. Last week, we got over 6 million shots, the biggest weekly total since July 5th. Importantly, we've accelerated the pace of first shots. In August, we got over 14 million. That's almost 4 million more first shots in August compared to the prior month, July. We continue to push for more vaccination progress, including through vaccination requirements. The president first adopted vaccination requirements for federal workers last month. And now over 800 colleges and universities, over 200 healthcare employers, small and large businesses across the country, and dozens of state and local governments and school districts have stepped up to follow the president's lead. Tens of millions of Americans are now covered by vaccination requirements. And these requirements are already working to get more people vaccinated. In Washington state, the weekly vaccination rate jumped 34% after the state announced vaccination requirements for state employees, teachers, and school staff, healthcare workers, and colleges and universities. Businesses are seeing strong results. On August 3rd, when Arkansas-based Tyson Foods announced its employees would need to be vaccinated no later than November 1st, only 45% of its workforce had gotten a shot. Today, that number stands at 72%. That's a 60% increase in less than a month. Notably, the share of job postings that require vaccinations are up 90%, according to Indeed.com, a popular job search site. Bottom line, vaccination requirements work. They drive up vaccination rates. And we need more businesses and other employers, including healthcare systems, school districts, colleges and universities, to step up and do their part to help end the pandemic faster. We need more individuals to step up too. As people across the country prepare for Labor Day weekend, it's critical that being vaccinated is part of their pre-holiday checklist. Getting vaccinated is free. It's easy and convenient. It's safe and effective. And it's never, ever been more important. So please, if you are not fully vaccinated, don't put it off any longer. Visit vaccines.gov or text your zip code to 438-829. 438-829. That will enable you to find a site near you. Do your part. Get your shot today for yourself and your loved ones, for your community and our country. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Walensky. Dr. Walensky.
Thank you, Jeff, and good afternoon. Let's begin with an overview of the data. Our 7-day average of cases is about 129,000 cases per day. Our 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 11,500 cases per day. And our 7-day average of daily deaths has increased to 896 per day. As we prepare for more of our children to return to school after Labor Day, CDC has strong and detailed guidelines that should be implemented to promote our children's safety in the classroom. Let me reiterate what they are. Most importantly, CDC recommends that everyone eligible for vaccination be vaccinated before school starts. If you or your vaccine-eligible child is not yet vaccinated, it is never too late to begin your vaccine series. Next, Universal masking is critically important in schools for students, teachers, staff, and visitors, regardless of vaccination status. CDC also recommends school employ additional key strategies in school to keep kids safe, including improved ventilation, physical distancing, and establishing screening programs for students and teachers. Federal resources have been made available to help schools implement these recommendations. Parents should educate themselves on the CDC's recommendations for K-12 school operations. Parents can ask questions of their school administrators and learn how these steps will be implemented in their district. Parents should encourage their children to wear masks when in public indoor settings. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, parents can protect their children by getting vaccinated themselves. This will create a protective bubble around their children who are not yet eligible for their own vaccine. As we approach the Labor Day holiday weekend, I want to share ways that Americans can keep their families and themselves safe over the long holiday weekend. First, if gathering with family and friends, remember that spending time outside with others who are vaccinated will help to prevent transmission. Throughout the pandemic, we have seen that the vast majority of transmission takes place among unvaccinated people in closed indoor settings. Second, when in public indoor settings, please wear a mask, vaccinated or unvaccinated. As I've said before, masks are not forever, but they are for now. Given the high transmissibility of the Delta variant and the significant community transmission in this country, wearing a mask is the easiest way for anyone, regardless of your vaccination status, to slow the spread of disease. Third, talk with family and friends who are still unvaccinated about the benefits of the vaccine and consider taking them to get vaccinated over the long holiday weekend. Just yesterday, CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices reviewed the recent FDA decision to approve the Pfizer COVID vaccine, and we have updated our recommendations. I'm delighted to say that we now have a fully FDA-approved, CDC-recommended vaccine available. For anyone who's been waiting to get vaccinated until we had more evidence on safety and effectiveness, I hope yesterday's announcement will have you join the more than 170 million people who have decided to protect themselves against COVID-19 by getting vaccinated yourself. Thank you. I'll now turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I would like to now update you on COVID-19 vaccination in pregnancy. Next slide. It is very clear now, as I'll show you in a moment, that there are severe adverse outcomes for mother and baby during COVID-19 infection. Therefore, it is extremely important for pregnant women and women planning to get pregnant to get vaccinated. Next slide. Let's look at these adverse events that I mentioned a moment ago. From this CDC MMWR from over a year ago, if you look at an analysis of about 400,000 women and look at the risk ratio of things like intensive care admission, invasive ventilation, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation or ECMO, or death, they all have an increased risk ratio. Next slide. If you look at total numbers, total number of cases of pregnant women with COVID-19 from January 2020 to August 2021, there have been about 110,000 cases, about 19,000 hospitalizations, and 131 deaths. Indeed, COVID-19 in pregnancy is serious. Next slide. Let's take a look at some of those risk factors which increase the possibility and probability of severe illness. One is age, 25 years of age and older, occupation, pre-pregnancy obesity, and chronic diseases like lung disease, hypertension, and pregestational diabetes mellitus. Next slide. What about the safety of COVID-19 vaccines in pregnant women? In over 35,000 participants that were followed in the V-Safe, there were no obvious safety signals among pregnant women who received an mRNA COVID-19 vaccine. Next slide. And if you look at the immunogenicity in pregnant and lactating women, you see potent antibody and T-cell responses as well as cross-reactive immune response against a number of variants. Next slide. If you look then at breast milk, another advantage of getting a pregnant woman vaccinated is that when that woman breastfeeds, it passes by passive immunization, a specific IgA and IgG antibodies in breast milk that was seen in a study with a 6-week follow-up period. Again, antibodies found in breast milk show strong neutralization of virus, protecting your newborn baby. Next slide. And so if you look at the strong statement of 23 leading organizations who strongly urge all pregnant individuals as recently pregnant, planning to become pregnant, or lactating and other eligible individuals to be vaccinated. The bottom line, get vaccinated. Back to you, Jeff.
Wonderful. Thank you, doctors. Let's open it up for a few questions. First question.
We'll go to Yamiche Alcindor at PBS.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my question. I have a question about kind of in some ways the worries that you have with back to school children. Is there anything that you're seeing now in the States, given the parents' apprehension to send their kids back to school, that you can talk about as bubbling up, given that some medical professionals are saying that they're seeing more children be hospitalized? And I'm also wondering if you can speak at all to the idea that some states are seeing ICU bed shortages because of COVID. Is there any sort of resources being shared to try to figure out what's going on there and to address it?
Dr. Walensky?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Yamiche. First of all, we have, as I mentioned in my remarks, strict and detailed guidance as to how to keep our children safe in school. This includes vaccination of everybody who is eligible, wearing masks in school, and we are seeing in some school, as well as distancing, screening protocols. We are seeing schools that are not following these guidance, specifically not masking, not having lower rates of vaccination, are dealing with outbreaks, especially in the context of this very transmissible Delta variant. And we are encouraging those schools to follow our guidance and to follow our assistance as they manage those outbreaks to get their kids safely back into school. With regard to pediatric hospitalizations, we know that there's an absolute number of children, because of this highly transmissible variant, an absolute number of children that are infected now with SARS-CoV-2. And because of that absolute number, there's a larger number of children in the hospital. We're also simultaneously dealing with an RSV outbreak that is occurring in children now that's atypical for this season, but is also leading to more occupancy of those pediatric hospital beds. Thank you.
I would say on hospital capacity, the last part of your.
All right, guys, just want to give everyone a heads up. We are going to be going into a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, not only continuing to get an update on COVID-19, we're also going to be getting an update on Hurricane Ida as cleanup and a lot of power needs to still be restored in many areas across the Gulf Coast. More to come here on Live Now from Fox when we return.
Medical support teams, technical assistance, more supplies, and as we've talked about, life-saving therapeutics that can keep people out of the hospital and save lives. Next question.
Go to Zeke Miller at the Associated Press.
Thanks for taking my question. You mentioned the upcoming holiday weekend. Given the surge in cases, should Americans reconsider travel this holiday weekend? And then more broadly, we've seen from the State Department and CDC new travel warnings for countries that are doing better against COVID than the United States. Why hasn't the administration taken a tougher stance in terms of advising Americans not to travel the same way it is advising them not to travel to countries like Canada or places like Puerto Rico?
Dr. Walensky.
Yeah, we provide our travel health. We receive travel health notices and carefully watch those daily. Those look at testing capacity as well as case rates, and we update our travel guidance by country in real time. We have actually articulated that people who are fully vaccinated and who are wearing masks can travel, although given where we are with disease transmission right now, we would say that people need to take these risks into their own consideration as they think about traveling. First and foremost, if you are unvaccinated, we would recommend not traveling.
Next question.
Go to Meg Tyrell at CNBC.
Thank you. I'm hoping you can comment on these reports we've seen today and the FDA confirming that 2 of the top regulators in the vaccine unit there are retiring in October and November, Marian Gruber and Phil Krause. A number of organizations are reporting that in part they're resigning because the FDA hasn't been as involved in the booster discussion, that CDC in some ways is front-running them, and in some ways the White House is front-running FDA booster discussion. I know you've addressed this before, Jeff, but if you could tell us, are you concerned in general about these resignations affecting trust in the FDA and the vaccine process, and also about the ability for the FDA to quickly review vaccines, especially as the review for kids is coming up around that time? Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question. As the president said last week, FDA is the gold standard, and we are all grateful for the tireless work of the senior team and the whole staff at FDA, especially during the pandemic. FDA has strong leadership in Dr. Woodcock and Dr. Peter Marks at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, and their critical work continues as we work to get safe and effective vaccines to the American people. The booster decision, which you referenced, as we've talked about, that decision was made by and announced by the nation's leading public health officials, including Dr. Walensky, Dr. Fauci, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, Dr. Janet Woodcock, the FDA acting commissioner, Dr. Francis Collins, Dr. Kessler, and others. And as our medical experts laid out, having reviewed all the available data, it is in their clinical judgment that it is time to prepare Americans for a booster shot. We announced our approach in order to stay ahead of the virus, give states and pharmacies time to plan, and to be transparent with the American people as to the latest data and expert clinical judgments from the team to give them time to do their own planning. We have also been very clear throughout that this is pending FDA conducting an independent evaluation and CDC's panel of outside experts issuing a booster dose recommendation. So the bottom line, this virus has proven to be unpredictable, and we want to stay ahead of it and plan for every scenario. And that's been our approach from day one, and will continue to be our approach. Next question.
Cheyenne Haslett, ABC.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. There were comments at yesterday's ACIP meeting that the administration doesn't seem to have enough data to recommend boosters. I'm wondering if you're confident that enough data will be available by September 20th to reassure and back that decision.
Dr. Walensky?
Yeah, happy to take that. So the ACIP reviewed data yesterday that was the data that we reviewed just a few weeks ago that looked at increased waning with regard to the vaccine.
All right, guys, going to interrupt the White House briefing there because we do want to continue to give you some news stories that are happening here across the country. A lot of eyes over the weekend on the Gulf Coast as we, again, had Hurricane Ida make landfall. It left a path of destruction. I'm bringing in Fox's Grady Trimble here's with me from Lafitte, Louisiana. And Grady, let's just start with some concerns that are coming after Ida has passed its way through.
I would say the biggest concern right now in this area specifically of Lafitte is getting as many people out as possible. You can see the floodwaters. They are receding, which is good news, but they were up several feet at the peak of this storm, and there are still trucks trying to drive through it, and there are rescue crews out right now on boats and other high water vehicles to try to get to as many people as possible who want to be rescued. In addition to that, another concern for not necessarily these folks who have it the worst, but in other areas, are just the lack of supplies. There's no gas at gas stations, and if there is gas available, there are long lines at them, and those are forming at any station that has, whether it's fuel, water, food, any sort of provisions that people might need after the storm. The White House says it's monitoring a possible fuel shortage, and it's keeping an eye specifically on this area of Louisiana and Mississippi. Listen.
There are a range of tools at our disposal that the federal government has to address fuel supply shortages during natural disasters by issuing emergency waivers of certain fuel standards in affected area. And obviously, if warranted by circumstances, EPA's temporary waivers can help ensure that adequate supply of fuel is available.
Even if you don't live in this area, you could see gas prices increase as well. Gas Buddy says you can expect prices to rise across the country between 5 and 15 cents a gallon at the pump, and that's because almost all oil and gas production in the Gulf Coast was shut off in advance of the storm. In addition to that, there are 17 refineries, oil refineries in Louisiana. A number of them, just like homes and businesses, have been flooded and are without power right now. Some refineries are too, including the two largest here in Louisiana, operated by ExxonMobil and Marathon. So no word yet on when they will get back online, but as of yesterday, S&P Global said that 75% of the state's refining capacity is offline because of the storm. And by the way, this part of the country, the Gulf Coast, is responsible for around 1/5 of oil refining for the United States. So that is certainly a concern as well. But Christy, as I mentioned, this is the biggest concern, getting to anybody who still needs it, although it does sound like rescues are being made and there are fewer and fewer people needing rescue as the days go by. Yesterday in this area, they pulled 80 people from this neighborhood. In another county northwest of New Orleans, northwest, I apologize, in St. John the Baptist Parish, they rescued 800 people from the floodwater. So still rescues going on today, but it has been a progress, I would say, in terms of how many people they're pulling out. Christy?
And Grady, too, I'm sure officials still reiterating the same thing over and over again. Cleanup's going to take quite a bit of time. And so if you did evacuate the area, don't come back yet.
Yes, so that has been the message. If you left this area and if you left New Orleans or Louisiana entirely, stay there until your area says it's safe to come back. We have seen some alerts from various towns and cities throughout southeastern Louisiana from those towns themselves saying, at this time, on this day, it is safe to come back, but you should wait until you hear it from local officials until it is safe to do so. Another concern I want to bring up that New Orleans is specifically on the lookout for is looters. They have their anti-looting team out. That is something that they're keeping a close eye on. They've already made some arrests on that front because most of the city is without power, so they fear that could be something that springs up in the next few days, although at the moment, Christy, they say it is not a widespread problem.
Right. Yeah, we've seen some video footage already of some looters out trying to take advantage of the damage and destruction that's been left in Ida's path, and a long time to be waiting for everyone to get back to somewhat normal. So we just want to say thank you again, Fox's Grady Trimble, joining us from Lafitte, Louisiana, and hope you and your crews out there stay safe the rest of your time out there.
Thank you.
All right, what we're going to do is go ahead, take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with even more news across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, Ida has left quite a path of destruction as far as it goes, with flooding and power being out for many communities, as well as a lot of damaged buildings and homes. We do know at this time, again, there have been 4 lives who have been lost, they say, due to Ida. So we will continue to keep everyone up to date on the latest with these. And with that, let's go out to the Louisiana governor, who just gave an update a little earlier here today on their response and cleanup as they continue to try to recover from Hurricane Ida.
Going to be repowered anytime very soon, and they've got damage. And so we have shelter operations, more than 30 shelters now across the state of Louisiana. We have the transportation assets to move people, and that's really what Gail McGovern and the Red Cross is focused on along with us. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, and no one is under the illusion that this is going to be a short process. We have the entire National Guard mobilized. Much of that presence is right here in in St. John the Baptist Parish. We have additional law enforcement that will be on the ground to help you, Sheriff. State troopers, both from Louisiana, but probably from out of state. We have wildlife and fisheries officers. We will be moving National Guardsmen in as well, just for basic security functions. And so we're going to be with you all for the long haul. What I'm trying to make sure people understand is many of the life-supporting infrastructure elements are not present. They're not operating right now. So if you have already evacuated, do not return here or elsewhere in southeast Louisiana until the Office of Emergency Preparedness tells you it is ready to receive you. The schools are not open, the businesses are not open, the hospitals are slammed. There's not water in your home, and there's not going to be electricity. So let's get you where you can be safe and somewhat comfortable. And if you need a hospital, we can get you to a hospital. Please don't come home before they tell you that it's time. And the last thing I'm going to say before I ask the FEMA administrator to come up is most deaths, right now we have 2 confirmed deaths across southeast Louisiana because of the storm. I expect that number is going to rise. But historically, we know that most people are injured and killed because of the response, not the storm itself. Carbon monoxide poisoning for generators, driving through water that turns out to be deeper or having more current than you realize, using power equipment that you're unaccustomed to, falling off of roofs when you're cleaning up, and heat exhaustion. It's going to be, their heat indexes will be 100 degrees for the next 2 weeks.
No deaths
sir?
No deaths in St. John.
Yeah. At this point in time, even though I told you 80% of the rescues that were done in the state were in St. John the Baptist Parish, we don't have a single confirmed death. And I want to thank all the law enforcement people, all the first responders here have done a tremendous job. But that also means the people of St. John the Baptist Parish have done something right too. But now is really the most dangerous time over the next week, couple of weeks. And so we're asking people to be patient. We're asking people to be careful. And please be good neighbors. Check on that elderly couple who live across the street from you. Check on your elderly parents or your grandparents or special needs families. And we have 911 operating here. So call 911. So at this point, I'm going to ask the FEMA administrator to come up. She's going to tell you that the president signed a major disaster declaration that turned on individual assistance for all of southeast Louisiana, including St. John the Baptist Parish. But we also have 100% for the next 30 days on all the costs associated with debris removal and emergency protective measures like sheltering and other things that we need to bring to bear in order to stand this parish back up. And we really appreciate your presence and the good news that you're bringing to us. So if you would come on up, Deanne.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the President, our thoughts go out to everybody that has been impacted by this devastating storm that went through Louisiana. As you heard, we understand many people are away from their homes and want to get back in their homes, but I strongly encourage everybody, please listen to your local officials. Please listen to when they tell you it's safe to come back home. We also understand that many of you did stay behind and you're now seeing the damages across your neighborhoods and your own personal homes. As the governor mentioned, the president did sign a major disaster declaration, which means that if you do have damages or you are displaced from your home, you may be eligible for assistance from FEMA. So if you haven't already, you can register. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. You can go to our FEMA app, or you can call 1-800-621-FEMA. I also understand that many of you don't have communications right now. We are also going to be bringing in teams that will be walking around your neighborhoods. They will be able to register you as well. And so if you haven't been registered or if you have questions about your registration, you can find somebody that's wearing a FEMA shirt and they'll be able to help answer your questions or help you get registered if you haven't already. We've been embedded here with the state since before the storm made landfall. We've had such a great partnership with our state and local officials in Louisiana, and the federal family that comes to be part of this response as part of that disaster declaration. FEMA is just one small piece of that. We have brought in the Coast Guard, we have brought in the Army Corps of Engineers, the Department of Defense, Fish and Wildlife, many other federal agencies that are here on the ground that are supporting you. We staged a number of resources ahead of the storm, and now we are moving those in to meet the needs and the requests from the local officials to help them address their immediate concerns. I'd like to just also say it's been a rough 48 hours, and the first responders have been amazing. They work so hard to make sure that they're keeping their communities safe, and many of them at the same time struggling with their own losses to their own homes. And so just wanted to give a big shout out to the first responders across Louisiana for all of the hard work that they've done and all the work that they're going to continue to do over the next days and weeks. And finally, just to repeat what the governor said, checking on your neighbors, checking on your loved ones, so important right now. People are going to need help. And what I have found across this country is just how amazing it is that the communities come together and help each other out. It really goes a long way. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here this morning. I also want to just offer all of my prayers to our entire community. What we are experiencing right now is one of the greatest disasters that our governor and president, they both have said it, that they have seen. Our community is devastated at this time, and I would like to ask our residents also, as everyone has said, if you can stay where you are right now, please do so. Currently, the parish is without power, and we're without water. So where you currently are now, if you're in a safe place with water and power, that's probably the best place for you to be. I'd also like to also remind our residents as well, we know that communication is a challenge right now. For about 30 hours, no one was able to communicate with anyone. I want to thank FEMA and everyone who's here because they recognize the communication challenges that we're having because our residents may not be able to get on FEMA.gov. You may not be able to call anyone if you're in your home right now without electricity. And they are going to be having boots on the ground to intake and get with our residents to get them the assistance that they need. American Red Cross is here. I can't thank you enough. The resources are ramping up now that communication is getting a little bit better. But yesterday there was no communication, and that has really made it difficult for us to reach all of our residents. Can't thank everyone enough for being here. If you have family that's somewhere else and you can communicate with them about what's going on the ground, please do so. We are doing all of our assessments right now for water, our utility assessments, damage assessments, and once we have a good assessment on what our infrastructure is really looking like, we'll be able to give a better assessment on when we even think water can be restored. We have activated all of our pre-position contracts just to remove debris out of roadways because that's posing a challenge for us to even do a good damage assessment, that we can't get to all of the areas in the parish that do have damage. But all of that's been mobilized and activated, and we're working very quickly. This is going to be a marathon and not a sprint, but I've been in this community for Hurricane Isaac, and I know that we are a resilient group of people. This is going to be very difficult. Worst disaster that we've all seen in St. John Parish. And it's going to take a long time. We're here to support the residents, and I just want to thank everyone and thank the media for being here now, because for a while we could not reach our residents. So I do appreciate you all coming, and thank you. Jacqueline Hotard, St. John the Baptist Parish President. Thank you.
Still morning. Good morning. Thank everyone for coming out today, Governor. Thank you for your working relationship. As always, you were here for us in the past, and you have not let us down again. We've been through Hurricane Isaac. We've seen this movie before, but here we are. Our residents are very resilient. They do a good job when it's time to recovery. Two things I want to mention to the criminal element out there: curfew, dawn, dusk till dawn. When it gets dark, do not be on the streets of St. John Parish. There's nothing out here for you to do. For the criminal element, if you decide to come to St. John Parish, my jail is empty. And you're going to be in there by yourself. We're not having it. Let me say this to you. 911 connections are very scarce and very hard to come by. Most of the residents can't call us, which means they're probably going to take matters into their own hands. You may be the one needing 911. That's what I'm trying to say in the most polite terms I can say. And for the people who are already suffering out here, do not become another victim to contractor fraud. If somebody comes to your house saying they're going to fix you this and fix that, do not give any money up front. And whoever does come to your house, I want you to do law enforcement a favor, not just St. John, but the whole state. Take a picture of them and take a picture of their vehicle and their license plate number. Do not let yourself become a victim of not only Ida, but the greedy people out here that's going to try to take advantage of you. If you need 911, call 911. My St. John residents, we're going to get St. John Parish back for you to come home. Just sit tight where you are a little while longer. Be careful. Be safe. We're going to tell you, we want to come in and get your stuff and leave. Pay attention to the news reports and the traffic presses, okay? But we're going to get you back home. Just sit still for us, and just like you did the last time, we're going to bounce back. Thank you.
Tell them who you are.
Sheriff Mike Trigg, St. John Parish Sheriff. Thank you, God, for reminding me. I appreciate it.
All right, we're going to take one or two questions, and then we're going to move out to Terrebonne Parish.
Governor, what's the situation with the food and water availability for people here who may need those kind of supplies?
Yeah, well, we actually are coordinating now with the parish for points of distribution, and I think you're going to see that stood up very quickly in terms of what the National Guard will do here with MREs and water and so forth, trying to add ice to that list, bags of ice, as soon as we're able to do that. Those are not operating today, but we're also working with the Red Cross, and that coordination started already, where we're going to have hot meals fed here, and we're going to be coordinating with the parish to make sure that those are in the communities where the people need them the most. And obviously we know that we don't yet have functioning supermarkets and fast food restaurants and that sort of stuff. We're working as fast as we can to get this stood up. I want to remind people, we're here on Tuesday morning. The hurricane came through Sunday. It didn't leave this area until after lunch, well after lunch on Sunday. But the presence you're going to see here is going to grow and grow from here on forward until obviously we're not needed anymore. Yes, sir.
Governor, what is your assessment of the utilities?
Yeah.
We had giant transmission lines that fell into the Mississippi River. We're being told.
All right, guys, we want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. That was the most of that update we were able to get. I'm sure you could see the signal there being a little bit in trouble, especially as they do have a lot of their power lines and their cell phone towers that had been knocked down. But that's okay, because at least we got a majority of that press conference. Again, authorities saying if you did evacuate the area, please do not come back, as again, they have a lot of trouble with clean water, also power to the area, and warning out for those who think they might want to take advantage of people being gone and out of the area. They do say, don't think that you're going to get away with it, because they have not only the community helping them out, but law enforcement still there as well. All right, President Biden is expected to be giving some remarks on Afghanistan. Again, we are have it scheduled for in just a few minutes, and we'll see if he's running on time here today. As soon as he does give those Afghanistan remarks again after the end of the Afghanistan war. We'll be bringing them to you here on Live Now from Fox. So let's go ahead, take a quick 2-minute commercial break. More right here on Live Now when you return. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to give everyone an update. We did get some new guidance from the White House pool saying now President Biden is expected to speak a little bit closer to 3 p.m. Eastern time. So that means we're still about 15 minutes away from his remarks on the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Again, troops did leave the ground yesterday as the last planes left the country. And so we continue to cover Afghanistan right here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. We're still hearing reports of nearly 100 to 200 Americans left in the country. And we are hearing also that the Taliban has been doing some door-to-door executions. So a lot of news still coming from Afghanistan. And of course, as soon as we do see President Biden, we'll be bringing you his remarks right here on Live Now from Fox. But as you've been hearing, COVID-19 continues to spread across the country, especially with the Delta variant that is much more transmissible between people. And states like Texas are saying that their hospitals are back to a high capacity with patients. So let's go into a story with our Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth station.
It's as bad as it has ever been in Texas hospitals, with a record number of people with COVID, including many children. Good morning to Stephen Love, President and CEO of the Dallas-Fort Worth Hospital Council. Texas, one of at least 6 states with the same problem in hospitals. What do those states have in common?
Good morning, Tim. Yeah, the states have in common 3 things. 1, they have acute shortages of staffing. 2, they're having to deal with the Delta variant, which is something we've never dealt with in surges before. And you said number 3, we've got more pediatric patients now with COVID than we've ever had before.
And that number of children kind of disproves what's kind of a dismissive line to people who don't think this is real, that kids don't get that sick.
Oh yeah, kids do get sick, and we have some kids, unfortunately, that are in ICU. We have some kids on ventilators. Now, admittedly, most children handle it pretty well, but the other thing, they're very contagious. They can infect those unvaccinated adults.
Stress and burnout are hazards we've been hearing about. We've been hearing stories of groups of nurses going in and just quitting. They just can't take it any longer. We've heard about some replacement nurses coming in, but they're not really a replacement for somebody who's been there for a while and knows the systems.
You know, that's a very good point, Tim. You're exactly right. Burnout, turnover, people just have gotten out of the profession. They've been at this over 18 months. And as you pointed out, the traveling nurses, we'll take them. We're appreciative of having them, but they have not worked in that particular hospital previously. So while they can do a really good job, it's just not the same as someone who may have been there for 5 or 10 years.
So the state seems to be defending itself by saying, well, we're sending in all these extra workers. This might not have been necessary had we done some things on the front end?
Well, you know, the state, to their credit, in the previous 3 surges, did a really good job of contracting with traveling nurses, and they deployed them very well. I think this time things were kind of getting back to normal, and all of a sudden that Delta variant hit, and things escalated quickly. So we're kind of playing catch up. But I do think the state's doing the best they can at this point under these circumstances.
I made the statement last week on air that masks work and vaccines work, and I got a very angry email, a detailed email, telling me I was wrong on both counts, and that in fact the vaccine is more dangerous than it's worth, and the masks don't do a bit of good, Stephen.
Yeah, that's just not true. You know, I'm not a physician, Tim, but I do talk to the infectious disease doctors. Masks do work, and the vaccines do work. And if you look at the risk versus the benefit, you would get vaccinated. It is something, they're the 2 best tools in our toolbox to fight COVID.
Yeah, and we're unfortunately hearing that from some people in their deathbeds that I wish I had. Stephen Love, thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, and let's continue things along and get an update on the national vaccine rate with our Fox 13 Tampa team.
Dr. Bashar Shakir is coordinating national vaccination efforts from the White House. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Craig.
Best guess, or what reasonable time frame can we have in terms of when 5 to 11-year-olds could expect to be eligible to get a vaccine?
Well, this is a hard question to answer with specificity. Now, what we know is there are clinical trials right now that are going on for kids 11 and under. And we should be hearing some data back from Pfizer in September. That's what they've been saying publicly. Shortly after that, we'll likely get some data from Moderna. So sometime in late fall, early winter, once those applications have been submitted to the FDA, we should expect some determination by the FDA.
We're dealing with elementary school students who are not yet vaccinated. The governor has banned mask requirements. Most counties are not violating that order. There's no social distancing in the schools. Under those circumstances, what is the risk at this point that they will be exposed, and if so, that they will be infected without a vaccine?
Well, I mean, the CDC guidance is so clear, Craig, about the safe reopening of school. We know we can reopen schools safely. One, you need universal indoor masking in schools, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. The CDC guidance is crystal clear there. The second piece is we want to make sure that everybody who's eligible to get vaccinated, and you've mentioned the 11 years and under, we have to create a safe environment for those kids who aren't eligible yet to get vaccinated. And that means we have to be masking indoors, and everybody who's eligible around those kids, their older siblings, their parents, their grandparents, the teachers, the staff in school who are eligible need to get vaccinated.
We have academic models showing that we're at or near peak in Florida, which should mean that case counts should begin to go down week by week, but without changes in policy and adherence to CDC guidelines, will we just be on a roller coaster from here on out where we'll have yet another wave after another?
Well, look, it's this pandemic has been unpredictable. This virus has been unpredictable, and yet we have the tools that we need to be able to keep ourselves safe, to keep our families safe, to keep our community safe. That's masking, that's social distancing, that's getting vaccinated. We have to be able to do those. Those are common sense, tons of data, tons of science to support that. And that's how we're going to be able to help put this pandemic behind us.
We're hearing a lot of myths and false statements about the vaccines, unsubstantiated claims of it falsely causing infertility, for example. But help us understand from your research, what are the most common myths and misconceptions at this point?
I hear questions about were the vaccines developed way too fast? Are they safe during pregnancy? But let me just start by saying that CDC just a couple of weeks ago strengthened its recommendation for people who are pregnant or thinking about getting pregnant or breastfeeding about the importance of getting vaccinated. The CDC is tracking tens of thousands of people who are pregnant and now delivered, and there is no signal that there is any concern there at all. That's why the CDC, as well as the two largest women's health doctors associations, came up strongly recommending that pregnant people get vaccinated. The other question I hear is the vaccines developed too fast? Well, the answer is no. We have been working, researchers and scientists have been working on the messenger RNA platform for the vaccine for 2 decades. And it happened that once that new virus were detected, we were able to adapt that platform and get to develop the vaccine. So I know it might feel that it was developed too fast, but the reality is the platform, scientists and researchers have been working on that for a couple of decades.
Dr. Shakir, thank you for your expertise.
Thank you so much for having me, Craig.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and take another quick 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox when you return. And for our viewers not in that break, we do have some breaking news coming to us from Glendale, California. You can see here a lot of backed up traffic, and they are going to be sitting there on the 5 freeway for quite some time as crews try to help get this overturned big rig accident cleaned up. We're going to have more here in just about 1 minute. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to keep you up to date on all the latest news happening here across the country. We do have some breaking news coming to us out of California, where we do have a jackknifed semi-truck that is overturned here on the 5 freeway. Now this is had also involved 3 other vehicles. And this is blocking quite a bit of traffic. You can see it is backed up here on the northbound lanes. And this semi did also have about 30,000 pounds of supplies. So we do have this live look with our Skyfox over the air. And this again is on the northbound 5 freeway at Colorado. Now there has been a few injuries that have been reported from this collision, and you can see crews are here on scene already, but it will be quite a few hours for those who are stuck behind this big rig. Again, there are a few other vehicles also involved, but they are saying this will likely be longer than an hour of wait time as crews try to get this mess cleaned up. So once again, this was a live look out in Glendale, California. Wanted to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But as we had mentioned before, we are still waiting for President Biden to be making some remarks on Afghanistan. Now, it had gotten pushed back about 15 minutes, so we are expecting his remarks to take place here in just a few minutes. So what we're going to do is, of course, keep our eye here on the White House, waiting for that podium shot from inside as well. But let's go out to the Nevada governor, who has been giving us an update here today. Talking about, with state officials, talking about the State Emergency Operations Center. They're going to be helping talk about an update. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Just in the last 24 hours since I issued a declaration of emergency, because of the advanced planning and preparation by the Nevada Division of Emergency Management and the Nevada Division of Forestry, the Nevada Department of Transportation, and so many other state and federal agencies, the declaration allowed us to move forward quickly, including mobilizing the National Guard. I want to have a special shout out to General Barry for his assistance in making that such a smooth transition. And once again, the Guard has stepped up every single time we've asked something of them. They're the first ones to help. I've asked some of our subject matter experts to join me here today to provide additional updates and answer some questions that you might have. At this time, I'd like to turn the program over to John Bachendahl, Emergency Management Program Manager for the Nevada Division of Emergency Management, to provide an update and help introduce some of our other speakers. John, thank you.
Welcome everybody to the State Emergency Operations Center. I want to thank you for coming and listening to our story. We started preparation for this over 10 days ago in coordination with California Fire, California Office of Emergency Services, as well as the IMT that was helping coordinate the fire operations. When we started that, we immediately implemented our emergency support functions and to coordinate advanced planning for the evacuation efforts and for backup fire resources to this region, because they've been stripped dramatically over the last couple months with all of the fires that have happened on the California and Nevada Forestry Service. So over the last week, NDOT has developed and formulated a plan that's been released and was utilized yesterday for the successful evacuation of the California side of the South Lake Tahoe community. And we're hoping to continue to use that plan to move forward as we look into the potential actions on the Nevada side as the fire moves. We also spent a lot of time in the last week coordinating with the American Red Cross in the efforts of opening up evacuation shelters in Douglas County, Carson City, and Washoe County, 3 of which are currently completely full at capacity, and more are being opened up, including a large shelter in Washoe County. We have a number of fire resources that have come in to backfill the Sierra Front region here because their resources are on the fire. So we have Clark County has sent up a task force consisting of their forces, North Las Vegas, and the Pahrump agencies. And then we also have resources coming from Elko County to backfill the area. Law enforcement has been coordinated for the last week to assist Nevada Highway Patrol as well as the other DPS agencies in an effort to control the evacuation effort for a safe and productive egress out of the lake. Currently, NDF has a number of resources. They're going to speak to those specifically. Our law enforcement agencies have been the Nevada Highway Patrol, the State Fire Marshal's Office, the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and then Carson City Sheriff's Office successfully doing the evacuation yesterday. We've been coordinating with the Governor's Office of Energy and the Department of Agriculture in the fuel monitoring in the area to make sure there's plenty of fuel for the evacuees as they come into our area. The Department of Agriculture is also monitoring the grocery stores and the food on the shelves to make sure as people enter the areas we have enough resources. We do have liaison officers, people from our agency and local agencies here in Nevada, embedded both in the California Office of Emergency Services, SOC, their operations center, as well as the Incident Command Post in El Dorado County. They in turn have liaison officers embedded with us. The National Guard from California has one over here with our National Guard. We have a Health and Human Services as well as a Cal OES liaison officer embedded with us from state resources. And then from the local resources, Douglas County and Carson City both have deputies embedded with us so we can quickly pull the action point to make evacuations happen when needed. I'm going to turn it over to Major General Berry to update on the National Guard.
Thank you, John. Again, Major General Andre Berry, the Adjutant General for the state of Nevada. I also want to thank the governor again because of his swift actions. We were able to get on top of getting our resources activated as soon as possible. This is really a whole of government approach in terms of bringing the resources around the state, federal, state, and local level. So working together is really critical for an incident like this, and we'll be together through the end. This is a perfect example of us as a Guard unit protecting our homeland, but also neighbors helping neighbors. Currently for the Nevada National Guard, we have 55 personnel who are currently working on state active duty, working multiple shifts. We can double or triple that if we have to and make more available if needed. Our missions right now are traffic control in support of the evacuations. 2 helicopters have been activated and 1 MAFS unit, Modular Airborne Firefighting System, of our C-130s. We are fully integrated with the Emergency Operations Centers and the California Air National Guard, doing traffic control points in South Lake Tahoe at this time on the 50 corridor. Our Joint Operations Center is going 24/7 and will be up as long as needed. And we are available to work with the supporting agencies. The Nevada National Guard is going to be engaged in this process as long as we need to. We appreciate the support of the other agencies, and we're available to work this incident all the way through. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the NDF, Nevada Division of Forestry, Mr. John Christopherson, to give some updates. Thank you.
General. Good morning. My name is John Christopherson. I'm the Deputy Administrator with the Nevada Division of Forestry. And I'd just like to start by saying what a tragic event that we're all dealing with here today. And we're sorry when we consider all the loss for individuals that this has created. We thank all the firefighting and law enforcement and other first responder assets for their engagement in this effort. And we hope that they're able to remain safe throughout the duration of this incident. The Division of Forestry, as well as many other state, federal, and local government agencies, have been planning, training, and preparing for events like this continuously. This is not something that catches us by surprise. As you I heard from John Backett today with emergency management. We all work together to coordinate and share our efforts to make sure that we have a comprehensive and holistic response to these kind of incidents. The Division of Forestry has committed multiple assets of ours. We have 5 Type 3 engines committed to the incident. We have 24 20-person hand crews assigned to the incident. We're supporting the National Guard's 2 helicopters that are flying on the incident by supplying helicopter managers for their mission. And overall, we have 130 staff assigned to this fire and additional overhead functioning as liaisons to the incident. Additionally, we've got 3 10-person crews with 2 other 10-person crews on their way to support the incident through managing vegetation out ahead of the fire, working with NV Energy to prioritize and identify line clearance and other areas where vegetation can be managed such that it will not burn as intensely and hopefully serve as some sort of barrier and perhaps situation where control on the fire will be more effectively instituted. We're looking at the feasibility of moving over a mobile kitchen from our wells office in order to feed some of these resources that are working on the fire. And we also have on contract, which we just, I guess, got released from the state of Washington, 2 super scoopers. Those are the airplanes that we've seen on the news that fly in, scoop water out of the lakes or other water sources and dump the water on the fire. We are working with CAL FIRE now, who is the incident manager for the Caldor incident, to get those incidents deployed on the fire, or those resources deployed on the fire. Lake Tahoe, really is a national model for effective collaboration between agencies. Much of that cooperation occurs in the area of wildland fire fuel management. And to date, from counting back to, say, 20 years ago, from 2000 to 2020, we've treated over 31,000 acres of hazardous fuels on the Nevada side of the basin. That's federal government, state government, and local government. As this fire and many others continuously show, there's a lot more that needs to be done, a whole lot more. Only 2 fires in the recorded history have crossed the Sierra from the east to the west, or from west to the east, and both of those fires have occurred this year. So this seems to be something like the new norm. These kind of incidents are something that we're going to be continually faced with and have to prepare and effectively deal with. There is a need for more aggressive forest management out there on the landscape, an increase in the pace and the scale of our work in order to us create more sustainable forest conditions out on the landscape. And that is what our agency is an advocate for, and we will continually work towards with ourselves and our partners through the shared stewardship agreement in order to effectively create a condition that leads to safety for our state's population as well as our natural resources. Thank you.
Questions for the governor and some of our subject matter experts we have.
Governor, I'm curious, you said you spoke to the congressional delegation a few minutes ago. What did you ask for and what did they offer in return?
Well, we just, spoke to everyone's cooperation. This is a joint effort, and I think it was a conversation that we made it clear that to fight this fire, we're going to use every state resource possible. Both Representative Amadei and Senator Cortez Masto made it clear that they will do anything they possibly can. I will do anything I possibly can. In terms of outreach to other governors, it just was a collaboration of resources and efforts.
In a similar vein, have you spoken to Newsom at all and said, what gives? Why does this keep happening?
I have spoke to Governor Newsom. I called him and he's called me. We spoke a couple times. It wasn't a what gives. It's okay. We've got a problem on our hands. We're going to deal with it and as best as possible. We have a good relationship in terms of our mutual aid agreements, and we're going to fight this together.
Yesterday, CAL FIRE announced they were bringing in the military. I assume that's other than the National Guard, and will that flow over into the state of Nevada, and do you have any idea what they would do?
I can't speak specifically to the military. If we are going to use every asset we have. General, I don't know if you have any comments as it relates to that, the military active duty, to bring them in as it relates to that, but we will employ any resources available.
Just for the purposes of Nevada, I told you the number that we're activated, 55 right now, and we could ramp up if we have to. We're going to take care of Nevada right now. We don't have an agreement at this time. We do have a liaison working in our office from California. So if the need be, and if we needed additional assistance, we have an EMAC agreements that we can work through. But at this time, there is no need to have additional military personnel from California. We're okay if the governor says, or we get some questions in terms of giving some additional resources, we can work through that. But right now, we're okay in terms of military personnel for Nevada.
Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead. Question. I was wondering if you could talk about the scope of the response. I saw that some crews were going to Incline Village. I'm curious, how far the crews are being deployed and where around.
You're talking about as to the specific deployment of the assets that we're using now?
Where around the lake?
Thank you for the question. I failed to spell my name because it's not common spelling. Last name is B as in Bravo, A, K, K, E as in Echo, D as in Delta, A, H, L. First name is Jon, John. So on that question, we are planning days and up to weeks ahead to make sure we have a coordinated response. We don't want to be playing catch up and not have the resources in place. So the effort that started over a week ago, about 10 days ago, of reaching out across our entire state for all available resources, not only from the local government, but from the federal agencies to see what they could help bring to the area to help support. So we have all of the local resources, not only on this fire, they came off the Tamarack fire, they've come off the Dixie fire. So they're constantly jumping from fire to fire. So we've reached out regionally across the entire state to bring in resources, and because we've done that, we're backfilling those stations around the lake because they are stripped. They've sent their resources for immediate life safety. Now we want to put that second layer in place for life safety, property preservation, as well as safely evacuating people.
Can somebody, whoever wants to answer, what is your biggest concern today?
Protecting, our structures, our assets, and first and foremost the people in the state of Nevada and also those in California.
Is there a game plan for when we see that evacuation move to the Nevada side?
Well, I think that Douglas County was here earlier. They would be ones making the call in terms of a mandatory evacuation, and we will work through the details of the evacuation as we move forward. We've already started. I was impressed with the first group of folks coming out of the Tahoe area, and we're going to continue.
Do we know when we should see the fire move to the Nevada side?
Well, we're hopeful that it doesn't move, but somebody want to address that one? Or we don't have a timeline. These are not predictable to that extent.
That's correct. Thank you, Governor. So it's called wildland fire for a reason. It acts wild. So our initial estimates was it could go this way, or it could go this way, or it could go this way. It moved to all three when the winds picked up over the weekend, and we are in a red flag warning through tomorrow. So the estimate, we don't have a timeline. We are preparing for worst case scenario and getting people out of the area.
I think we've got time for a couple more.
We're in the midst of a pandemic. What are the COVID mitigation efforts within the evacuation centers? What are we doing? What steps are we taking next?
We are continuing our COVID mitigation efforts. We're encouraging everyone to get vaccinated. This is another reason to protect these first responders and the people on the front lines. The evacuation centers will be complying with the directives that have been issued by the state regarding wearing masks.
Governor, did you personally go up to the fire lines or no?
We have a visit planned this afternoon.
I wonder what the status of the casinos are. Are they being used as command centers? Are they being asked?
We had Chairman Gibson was also in the meeting. We just wrapped up with. Two of them, I believe, are being used as evacuation sites for folks to go to. They're still operational as of this minute, but we're playing that on an hour-by-hour basis as well.
Is there, usually in times like this is when the scammers come out. Can you think of anything right now that people need to be aware of? I don't know, fire repair places or, types of things?
Well, and that's a good question. I think that'll probably come a little bit later after we get through this. The thing I want people to be aware of is their neighbors. I mean, if you haven't reached out to your neighbors and you're in this area, please do so. To make sure that they're okay. You saw this happen in Louisiana. You're seeing it happen here. Some people are just reluctant to leave their home. So encourage those that that live in the evacuated areas to follow the evacuation orders, and everybody be safe as a result of that. But we haven't had any scams thus far.
price gouging is always an issue when you talk about evacuations. Is that something on your radar at this point, or are you considering an executive order about that?
Well, price gouging is always an issue when it comes to an emergency, whether that related to COVID. We saw price gouging with water and toilet paper during COVID, you know, and hand sanitizer. We're aware of that. We hope that good merchants are not going to partake in price gouging. They're going to partake in trying to make their goods available to the widest group of people they possibly can. We haven't seen that this yet, but our eyes are open following that.
We'll do one more.
I want to just emphasize the severity of the fire. You can see I'm standing here and I'm getting all ash particulates on my jacket, even the black jacket that shows up. So you can see them on your black shirt, the same thing. This is serious, folks. This is extremely serious. We ask everyone to stay in tune, to stay aware of what the best practices are, and to follow our emergency management group so that we can get people out safely, protect as many assets as we possibly can. And again, I cannot begin to thank the men and women of the National Guard, our firefighters on the front line, our law enforcement, our first responders, our healthcare workers, everybody that's associated with the response. The people that are stocking the grocery store shelves, the people that are providing food, everybody that's associated with this has done a great job, and it just shows you that we as Nevadans step up when our neighbor needs help.
All right, thank you everyone for coming out.
I did have one more question.
That's up to Megan.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You know, the press release said that you anticipated the fire coming to the Nevada side, and I know that these wildland fires are hard to predict, but I'm wondering where you anticipate that, what information that's based off, where in the front that might occur.
Okay, I can't address this specifically where it would be coming across, if and when it does come across. I don't know if you want to take a stab at that, or John, or you want to?
Thank you, sir. So best estimates are to stay inside of the Tahoe Basin and wrap around the basin, both heading north around the west side and north around the east side. When the winds pick up, it's wild. It changes everything. So we're playing all estimates, all best guesses as to how and when and where it's going to move around the lake if it does, and how, when, and where it's going to leave from the lake. We have contingency plans for every one of those areas and resources available to manage it.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Everyone.
All right, guys, so we continue to wait here for President Biden. Again, his remarks continue to be pushed back, but he's expected to speak about the Afghanistan pullout, especially since this is going to be his first time speaking since the end of the war. So we will have those remarks for you as soon as they become available. Until that time, let's go ahead, take a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news coming your way until Biden steps out right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, this is the shot we have for now of the White House. Still waiting to have a shot from inside as we are expecting President Biden to make remarks again on Afghanistan. First time he'll do so after the end of the war. So what we'll be doing is going out to an event live. We have General Milley speaking at General Abrams' retirement, as again he's anticipate he will mention Afghanistan. This will be his first public remarks since the departure of the military. So let's go watch this live while we wait for President Biden to make Afghanistan remarks. It's going to happen right here, live now.
Once again, good afternoon and welcome. Today, the United States Army Military District of Washington, represented by the soldiers of the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, and the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone, pay a special tribute to General Robert B. Abrams, who is retiring after 39 years of distinguished service to the United States Army and our nation. Participating in today's ceremony from left to right is the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone, formed in 1922 by then Army Chief of Staff, General John J. Pershing. The United States Army Band is the premier band of our senior service. Pershing Zone provides musical support for ceremonies and special events in our nation's capital and throughout the United States. The United States Army Band is under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Toven and led by Drum Major Rob Moore. Elements of the Old Guard include Bravo Company, commanded by Captain Jefferson Thondique and led by First Sergeant Alex Thompson. Next on line is Hotel Company, commanded by Captain Grant Wyndham and led by Sergeant First Class Tyler Plummer. Since the days of the American Revolution, the colors have been one of the most important elements of a military unit. Therefore, in the center of our formation and bearing the national color is the nation's foremost color team, the 3rd Infantry's Continental Color Guard, led by Sergeant Ryan Weber. Next on line is Honor Guard Company, commanded by Captain Justin Bingham and led by First Sergeant Joel Maldonado. Following is the Commander-in-Chief's Guard, patterned after the unit created by General 96 to be his personal guard. The Commander-in-Chief's Guard is commanded by Captain Zachary Ricketts and led by First Sergeant Christopher Carney. Next on line is Echo Company, commanded by Captain Matt Whitcomb and led by Staff Sergeant Tyler Payne. The last element to your left, dressed in the Continental Musician's uniform, is the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps. During the American Revolution, musicians wore the reverse colors of their parent infantry unit. The men and women of the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps maintained this tradition by wearing redcoats instead of the infantry blue. The corps is led today by Drum Major John Parks.